All right, let's see. I don't know which one you are in. Because I just cut off. I cut off portrait mode. But it's staying in portrait mode with one viewer. We might have to wait a minute or two for it to come back and be back. It's still showing portrait. Yeah, it looks like it's still showing 2 streams, even though I'm not even streaming 2 streams. And my settings aren't even 2 streams. There we go. There's just the 1 stream. There we go. It's just horizontal. It says connect your encoder to go live. Jesus Christ, motherfucker. Give me the one that's currently live. Stream is healthy. There we go. All right. We'll refresh this. Hopefully it'll go away. There we go. And then let me put that in the Discord. And we'll just have to figure out what the fuck is YouTube's problem. One second. I gotta figure it out, man, because like I gotta make sure that there's like one stream with one situation, right? That like we gotta make sure there's one stream with one thing with everybody in it that is also I mean, if the vertical means it's gonna be 2 separate streams, and that like I can't even read the fucking chat from the other stream or something, then I'm not gonna stream to YouTube Shorts. Maybe I will if I get bigger. But I'm not going to split my audience into 2 different places and then get no views in either one and have 2 separate streams with 2 chats that I got to take care of. That's retarded. That's not how it was described in the 2025 showcasing. It was described as you would have an integrated chat and you would have one stream on your end that you could manage both of them and you could see both channels. And then that way you would end up in the YouTube Shorts screen. Not that it would force everybody to the mobile version if they're using the mobile app. like that was not how it was described. And certainly wasn't described that it would like not give me my fucking chat. All right, so we only lost like 15 people. If you stream on Cornhub, you get higher pay-per-view. Isn't that banned in like half the states of the country? Also, I don't want to stream on Pornhub, but yeah. Oh, weird. Google having a half-baked, over-promised product? No way. Well, so I was trying to figure out how, like, a lot of other people have been using this feature. It's been beta tested for, like, a long time. I just got access to it. Like, so, you know. It is what it is. I kind of got to go to my dashboard now and private those other old streams. Let me see something real quick. See if I can change the thumbnail. Yeah, let me update the thumbnail to the thumbnail. Oh, I destroyed the thumbnail. Hold on, boys. In order to get the thumbnail back, I got to go back to Canva. Put the old thumbnail. Where's my old shit? What the fuck? What the fuck, YouTube? No, I don't want a template. There we go. There we go. Oh my God. Give me a second, boys. I gotta re-download the thumbnail because I already deleted it because I'd already set up stream. I didn't think about having to redo stream. All right. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. All right. And then we can get rid of that, get rid of that. Now we have to update the thumbnail. Boom. Then we go to YouTube. Go to my dashboard. Sorry. Just cleaning up some stuff real quick so that people don't show up on my channel and be like, why are there like 4 live streams in the live stream section and they're all like 30 seconds or fucking, you know, or like 13 minutes long. All right, so YouTube Studio is retarded. We go to content, we go to live, and then we grab this one, this one, this one, this one. We are going to private them all so nobody sees this shit. And now I need to cut monetization on because it auto cut monetization off. And speaking of monetization finally being on, all right, we're back. Everything's good to go. There's the super chat goal. It's $70, even though don't worry, I'm not going to try and bully you guys to pay me $70 now every night instead of the $50. It's just there to make fun of the fact that we're going to be talking about some Israel Palestine shit tonight. And they're paying people $7K per post. So it's just a meme. I don't care if you guys actually hit 70 or not. I love you guys. But if you want to super chat, especially once you start talking to some people or whatever, that should be fine. That should be fun. I always answer super chats. Please like the stream, share the stream, especially since I had to reset the stream. Bro got the call. You got it. As soon as I got the 7K check, boys, I raised the dono cap to $70. I'm fucking living high on the hog over here, boys. But yeah, so like, share, and subscribe. Join the Discord. Please make stream clips. Drail made some dope ass stream clips. They were great. All you gotta do is click the scissors, find a portion of the stream that you like, and then cut it and then throw it into the Discord for stream clips. That's the way you can help without spending money. And how are those doing, by the way? How are those shorts doing? I didn't even check I put them out, 2 of them today. The Drail had a part 1, part 2, shitting on fucking Sargon. Not good. Well, fuck you, YouTube. I get it. They're not doing well. Anyways, 334 views and 330 views. Average percentage viewed is just a little over 50% on that one. What about this one? Fucking... That's similar to the 353 you usually get. Okay, cool. All right, well, these aren't... They're bangers, even if the algorithm doesn't like it. Go fuck yourself, YouTube. How was the old Discord? It sucked when I was there before. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it sucks or doesn't suck, but it's more active than it was. $250 views, hidden gem. Nah, that's what you're seeing on your end. They show you less views than they show me, which is really fucking weird. But I mean, it's mostly just that the views don't update except like every couple of hours on your end. The Haters Club is back. All right, so looks like the stream is up and running and we got it working. We only lost a few people. This new vertical feature seems to fucking suck unless I can get it to work. If like maybe there's some setting I missed or whatever. But I went through all the stuff and had it set up the way it's supposed to be set up. I don't know why it was being wonky like that. But for now, we'll go back to the normal way. That I didn't get to talk about much, but I will say this. There was a bunch of shit I wanted to like do in the intro, but it didn't really work out that way. So you know, we'll get to what we get to. Maybe we'll do a little bit after we talk to Luca. Before we get the debate started and start the debate a little later. But dude, have you guys seen this Hassan thing? Have you seen what Hassan did and then the cope around his dude? Look, this shit is so wild to me. Like this is so wild, and I've never seen more evidence. Once I saw the defense of this, that the left will literally just straight up gaslight and lie about anything. I want you to know that overwhelmingly, what the fuck? Oh, it's locked. Okay. Overwhelmingly, the left online is claiming that we're all conspiracy theorists. Oh, sorry, this is the wrong clip. This is his bullshit explanation. Where's the actual clip? Here we go. Okay. Okay. They are overwhelmingly, first they said, don't believe your lying eyes. Everything that you're seeing is a lie. The dog clipped his foot and there's nothing wrong with Hassan. That was the first story that everyone just ran with. But watch this shit.
All of America's much more consequential violence. Okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop.
Like, you clearly see the dog getting up and moving, and then you clearly see him reach for something.
America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop.
Right? He shocks the fucking dog. It's on too high of a, it might not be on quote unquote too high of a setting. It might just be that the dog was like not expecting it because he didn't give any commands. He just is like, oh, Kaya, stop. Come on. As opposed to giving the dog clear instructions. So it might have just shocked them. Like, not like in the, obviously in the literal sense, but you can see it. Right. And then he's looking at him like, don't make me beat you again.
Jesus Christ. What are you doing? You're being such a baby.
Not concerned. Let's assume for whatever reason, we were supposed to believe that he didn't hit anything. Everyone was denying that. They clearly clipped his foot. He's still saying, by the way, that the yelp came from clipping the foot, which if that was true and you actually gave a fuck about your dog, you'd pause stream for a minute and be like, oh my God, are you okay, baby? Like, let me look at your foot. Like, okay, everything's good. All right, whatever. And then you'd hop in. He's not doing that because he caused it, because he shocked them.
It's just, you're making her stressed. She just literally is so incredibly spoiled from my mom.
Listen to what the dog is spoiled about.
No, she doesn't want to come over here to see what's up. She just wants to fucking roam the house because she got to roam the house when I was gone. And she needs to literally have the same structured, regimented. I think that clip went to Trump's big baby desk immediately.
Yeah. So he's mad that the dog got used to being able to walk the house. Dude's keeping his dog as like a prop on stream and demanding that the dog stay in the same place for the whole fucking stream because it's a PR thing to make him like, oh, look at the fluffer. Look at the cute dog in the corner. Isn't Hassan such a likable, good, like a good person with his beautiful dog? Let's not forget that Hassan fucking did a whole PR campaign where he like paid for a bunch of dog adoptions everywhere so that no one would be mad at him when he bought a designer dog. Like because it's like not a rescue or like he went and bought a designer dog.
I hate everything. I hate everything. Of all.
You can see, so like XQC did a video where he showed like, okay, this is clearly a shock collar, right? Then there's this clip.
It's going viral that they're claiming that
so he doesn't show the collar, okay? He just talks about it and how we're crazy.
Claiming,
and you can hear how fucking nervous he is because it's so obvious that he's bullshitting and lying.
That the most well-trained and the most spoiled, best kept after dog on the planet is actually being abused by me, apparently. Because I gave her the place command while she was getting off.
Yeah, dude, people care more about how people treat dogs than they care about people's political opinions, because the entire, like, I see people being like Mr. Welfare, not to pick on you, right? But you said Hassan, blah blah blah, death of America, dog moves, Hassan unleashed all of Zeus's power. It's funny. But I also want to point out, like, people are like, why do you care so much about this dog and not all these other things that he said and done? It's because we understand that he's a lying, grifting sack of shit. We get that. But the way somebody treats their pets is an entirely different lens to see who they truly are as a person. And who he truly is as a person is someone that cultivates his brand and his image through manipulation and control and lies, which we're seeing
And then
all revealed.
she yelped.
And he's like, this is the type of dude that'll beat his girlfriend for sure.
These shadows don't know she broke the other beds? Yeah. She'd broken the previous bed.
So imagine, dude didn't show the collar in question and was still on this cope about it being like the dog clipping the feet, which makes no sense. Then today, he finally shows the collar.
This is the one,
and this is the new
that
cope.
people are talking about. Okay, this is the one. This is the one that they saw.
And the irony, I don't know if you can see it. The irony of his like, when someone subs, the dog pops
This is the
up
one
all cute and
that
happy
people
in
are
the
talking
corner.
about.
You see that, like, down here? Like, the irony is that his dog's not allowed to come over and hop their foots put their paws on the table and say hi, because he'll shock the fucker into being his prop in the corner.
Okay,
again.
this is the one. This is the one that they saw. It has the capacity to vibrate, and that's it. Are you happy? That's it.
Meanwhile, it's hard to see, but people have shown this because they're all like this. He waited a day because he either bought a new one, but more likely he went and removed the electric shock nodes. He's like, it has the capacity to vibrate. It doesn't even shock. It's clearly the dog hurt their foot when he just hit the vibrate button to just, like, let him know that he's there. He took the nodes off. There's another video where, like, someone is saying that the dog's collar is too tight, and he, like, doesn't, like, and he, like, gets all weird about it because, like, they're just like, oh my God, what a fluffer. It's like, oh, this dog's collar's too tight. You're supposed to be able to fit 2 fingers underneath, and I can't, like, I can barely fit a finger underneath. Like, you might want to loosen the collar some. But it's because he's got that fucking shock collar in, digging into the fucking dog's neck. And then once he gets caught, and he's admitted that he owns a shock collar and has used them in the past before, but now he's saying it's a vibration collar, and its only use and purpose is for when the dog is free roaming at a park or something, he hits the vibration so that the dog knows to come back.
That's it.
Like, dude.
Good?
How could you, I mean, it's bad enough you're a terrorist propagandist for terrorists multiple times, and that you're a socialist that doesn't practice any of what you preach. But now you fucking like to hurt dogs and use them as a PR prop for your stream?
The AirTag, there's the fucking vibrator. It also has a flashlight component to it at nighttime, and it also has a tracker on it when she gets lost. If she were to actually get fucking lost.
I can't tell what, like, voice he's doing here. Like, I can't tell if he's nervous because he knows that he's lying, or if he's, like, trying to act like he's upset. But either way, it's fucking
You
wild.
are able to.
I hope this is the thing that finally does Hassan in, and, like, a large portion of his audience just realize that he's a lying piece of shit.
It emits a sound. Okay? This is the one that people are talking.
Yeah, it emits a sound, bro. Of course, a person who grew up in an Islamic country despises dogs deep down. I didn't even think of that, but that's kind of fair. Like, you know what I mean? They do believe that dogs chase angels away. weird little piece of Muslim lore a lot of people aren't aware of. They believe that dogs chase the Muslims away. What the fuck? You can implant a tracker at the vet. The collar has an AirTag thing on it. So like that's not the fucking purpose of the other portion of the shock collar. Number one, like he's just trying to like list other things to subvert from the fact that he took the fucking nodes out of it so that, 2 days later it doesn't look like he's so he can be like, look, see, it's just a vibration collar, right? He's just bullshitting. But yeah, usually the ones that the trackers in question are usually not like, they're not usually like actual trackers. They're just like a little RFID tag so that like when someone else takes the dog to the vet because they found a dog, like they can scan it at the vet and then there's paperwork associated that says this is this person's dog. But he has like, he has an AirTag, like I said, on another part of the fucking collar. So like him talking about the thing he bought to track the dog if the dog gets lost makes no fucking sense. Yeah, he put a electrical tape on the insertion piece to cover the metal connectors. You can kind of see it, but it's hard to see. Yeah, no, Newly Awakened, I brought that up earlier. I was saying that like there's a clip where he's talking to a woman. She's like, hey, you're supposed to be able to fit 2 fingers underneath the collar, and like I can't even really, unless I force it, get like 1 finger, and I think this collar's too tight. And then he got mad and removed the collar. I've been around hunting dogs. Been around hunting dogs all my life, and this ain't shit. That being said, fuck Hassan. Hunting dogs are treated as, they're not pets. They're working animals. They're treated very, very differently. I have also been around hunting dogs. I don't like the way people treat hunting dogs. A lot of people just put them in pens outside. Like they're just given like rations and to like survive in the elements. And like they can't even like, and they're usually separated. So they can't do like their normal, pro-social behavior, like, huddle together during storms or like play with each other. Like it's people are like, oh, well, normal dogs are out in the wild. Like, what does it matter? But the way hunting dogs are treated as working dogs, I do personally find to be fucked up and wrong. I'm just pointing that out. But yeah, they're not pets. They're tools. The ones that'll really fuck with you are, you ever seen hunting dogs that hunt bears? Look, guys, I know I had to restart the stream a bunch of times. I'm not going to I appreciate super chats and money and stuff like that. I love that. We haven't gotten any. We did get some memberships in another stream, so you might not see it in this stream. Appreciate that. But like the stream, we got the new stream in. Some of you might have forgotten to like. There's 22 of you watching right now at a minimum that haven't liked the stream. If you could help out, if you forgot or you liked the other one, or like I had to restart the stream, I know you're probably not going to share the stream or subscribe because you probably already are subscribed, but if you can give it a like and get it going, I'd appreciate it. By the way, thanks for whoever gave the gifted membership. There you go. You got 2 months running. Won't like stream's been gay so far. What's wrong with being gay? What's that? Why can't we be a little gay? Huh? What are you, a fucking bigot? Somebody called me a bigot today because I eat beef because I'm bigoted against cows. And I was just like, dog, shut the fuck up. We can't have a gay old time in the Fabian Liberty stream? Would you like a movie without watching to the end? What? Yeah, I would. What are you talking about? Like, if I'm watching the first 10 minutes of Two Towers, I'd be like, this is a good movie so far. I like this. Especially if there was a metric to where if you hit a button, other people might come in and chat with you and watch it with you. Absolutely, I'd like a movie before the end of the movie. I might retract my like later. You know what I mean? I might be like, we might get to the end and be like, well, that was a dumb ending. You know? But I absolutely would. I'd click that like button in a heartbeat. You don't watch The Prestige? Have you never seen The Prestige? Stephen King is an asshole who can't finish a story. Fabian Liberty watch party win. A couple weekends ago, I invited all of Gen Z to watch The Big Short because a bunch of them didn't understand the 2009 financial collapse. And like, there was like 15 people in chat that were like, dude, I'm gonna be there. And I was like, it's Sunday, this time, be there. And then like 3 of you showed up. So, you know what I mean? So, you know, Discord with like over 600 people in it, and fucking like 3 of you were like, I'll watch that movie. The Big Sad, that's true. Watching you as a movie itself, aw. Big Short is goated. There's some like dumb shit at the end about like, the bankers won't go to jail because we're gonna blame the immigrants. And it's like, man, it took like 15 years to blame the immigrants. Stop. Just watch American Psycho and you're on a Christian Bale kick. Well, then have Newly Awakened. You gotta, if you're on a Christian Bale kick, you gotta watch, what is it, Equilibrium? Is that it? Equilibrium's a fun film. It's such a good, bad movie. It's 100% a great cult classic B flick. It's definitely a B flick. It is not an A. It's chef's kiss. Awesome. I've not seen that one. Thanks for the suggestion. Yeah. Basically, it's a post-apocalyptic world where like World War III happened. This is all in like the intro of the movie, so I'm not really spoiling anything. It's a post-apocalyptic world where World War III happened, and the solution to stability in this specific city that the film takes place in is that the government concocted a medicine that kills all human emotion, and it's the law that everyone must take it. And he gives like a little speech in the beginning, and he said, you know, like the problem was man's inhumanity to man, right? And Christian Bale plays a police officer, investigator, like, you know, special forces guy that goes and kills terrorists and locks up people that aren't taking the resistance, aren't taking their medication, and like there's some like, and he's a badass because he has gun katas and he dual wields pistols with like fucking martial arts pistol forms that the police specialize in, and they train with gun katas. Tetragrammaton priest, yeah, like Yahweh. Yeah, Tetragrammaton cleric. Sorry. Funny enough, because of that movie, I made a cleric in oh my god, what is the game called? EverQuest 2. When EverQuest 2 launched, I made a cleric named Tetragrammaton. I was like, I got it, and I was like, dope. Yeah, but that's just the very beginning of the film. Yeah, it has my favorite poem in it as well. Where the fuck is Luca at? I'm supposed to chit chat with Luca for a little bit. Sounds cute. It's a good cult classic film, man. Is this the most consecutive viewed streams? Probably. Considering I had to shut down the stream twice because this fucking feature wasn't working properly. All right, well, I don't know where Luca is, but we'll look at something else while we're chit-chatting. What else did I want to look at? Have you heard about this shit in Australia? Oh, sorry, it's taking a minute to load. This is a fun little news story from Australia. Not quite a fuck England reaction, but close enough. Children are up to 2 years ahead. Calls to regulate billion-dollar private tutoring industry. The rise of the billion-dollar private tutoring industry has sparked calls for greater oversight and regulation of the shadow education system, as experts warn the boon and coaching risks undermining classroom teaching. At some public schools, more than half of students attend private academic tutoring, while coaching centers across Sydney are running more than 500 tutoring classes each week in maths, English, and core HSC subjects. Teachers say for some children, tutoring has become more important than school, leading to disengagement in class and students learning curriculum content up to 2 years ahead of their peers. Oh, the horror. We have to do something about these children learning too much and getting ahead of their peers because private education is superior to public school. So we can't have anybody noticing the failures of our public school system and then giving their children opportunities. We need to regulate this evil industry that is teaching children math and English and literature and philosophy. Stop, help, police, murder. Dude, I don't know who this Lucy Carroll person is, but they need to, let me see. Education editor of this Sydney Morning Herald. She was previously a health reporter. Dude, you do not hate journalists enough. You would think Australia would be cool, but holy shit, I would never live there. No, dude, did you forget what happened during COVID? Like, Australians don't have that, like, American sense of, like, the government is a problem. Like, Australians are very much cucked by their government. Like, they basically went along with putting people in concentration camps because of potential exposure to COVID. They didn't just have people in concentration camps because they had COVID. They had the government tracking contacts. And so if you were at risk of potentially having COVID, they put you in a concentration camp. Yeah, dude, like Australians are super cucked. Australian median house costs $900,000. Is that 900,000 Australian dollars or 900,000 US dollars? Can you find that that like thing? Well, I guess I'm on the internet too. Or I'll just grok it. That's not how you spell Australia. I might have lied. Your children must consent to average stupidity. Thank you. Thank you for the first donation of the night. All right. Well, actually, we did get some people that were that donated some gifted memberships. But it was on the first stream where it was like split into two streams and was all wonky and fucked. 610,000 US dollars or 929,495 Australian dollars. No, I don't think you lied, Harrington. You probably just heard it from somewhere and now you were scared because we were fact checking and you realized that you didn't actually look into it. But whoever told you that was basically right. It was just in Australian dollars. But even still, the median house price in Australia is $500,000. And you know how they're going to fix that? By bringing in more immigrants. Higher in Sydney, where it's 1.5 million, more than 1.5 million Aussie dollars. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm never owning a house, Scott. It's not happening. I mean, you might strike it rich or something. But yeah, I mean, if you're Gen Z, you're pretty much your ability to own a home, unless something significantly changes in the US economy, is essentially gone. The American dream is completely dead in that way. That is a interesting meme you put in the general chat, Shrek. All right. Open borders is ethical? Open borders is unethical. It's not a libertarian position. It's philosophical masturbation cope. There should be private borders. We don't have private borders. As long as we have state-controlled borders, open borders is just forced integration designed to fuck you. Shit will get a whole lot worse in our lifetime. Yeah, but it might get better in like 20 or 30 years. You know what I mean? Like, it's gonna get worse over the next 15 to 20 years, no matter what the fuck we do. But it might get better after that. In Australia, lots of immigrants get student visas, barely attending college just to get in the Australian housing market. Dude, it's like Canada's one of the worst ones. Like, Canada has like something like a few thousand fake colleges. And they just bring in massive amounts of Indian migrants. Did you see Nick Fuentes on the Dave Smith podcast? No, it launched today. So, I mean, I saw that he was on it, but I haven't reacted to it or seen it. Luca DM'd me and said 7 p.m. tonight. 7:11. It's the Indian hour. I'm going to give him a little bit more time and then maybe like look at like one more thing. And then we're just going to get into the main content a little early. And if I get bored of it, I might switch to Nick Fuentes' Dave Smith conversation. He just glazed Nick. It was boring. I don't know why you're glazing Nick as a libertarian. Like, Nick is a horrific statist. I mean, is Nick funny? Yes, Nick Fuentes is funny. Is he based on some things? Yeah, everybody is. But like, glazing Nick would be wild for a presumed libertarian. Yeah, dude, Canada just keeps pumping in immigrants, and like, they're not doing anything for all of the fake colleges that are just completely made up, right? Like, you just go, like, it's just a certification, like, they're not nationally or regionally accredited in any way. And then they're just diploma mills designed to give Indian immigrants student visas and then give them a bullshit degree and get them into the job market. Like, they're importing millions of Indians on student visas, and like a big chunk of them aren't going to college. They're just going to a diploma mill that does like the bare minimum to like pretend to be a college. And they'll be like next to a Burger King in like one office. And then they're just diploma mills. And then those people then go out into the job market with scam degrees. And then you have to compete against people that are willing to get paid less based off of a college degree that they don't have. And they're not fucking native, but it doesn't matter. Invest in quantum computing? Dude, I don't know enough about the science. I've listened to some cool people. Like, I've listened to some objectivists that really hate quantum mechanics and say it's all fake. I've listened to some people that say, well, you know, some level of quantum mechanics is necessary for satellite GPS tracking. And there's like one company that is like currently using like quantum entanglement, not necessarily for communication, but for power, which is really fucking weird, where they like house like separated electrons that are like trying to do some weird like I don't know, it all sounds like woo woo to me because I'm not a fucking physicist or an engineer, right? But they like build it in this really small like container, and it like they're pretty sure they're going to build a prototype in like the next year that'll be able to like maintain forever energy long enough to like keep a Fitbit charged. But it doesn't need the sun. It doesn't need anything. It's true, free, clean energy. And like developments in that could be fucking insane. But I don't know. Yeah, you say fake. Like, I don't fucking know. Like, I just don't, like, that's not my wheelhouse. I'm like, here's the thing. I read some pop science shit sometimes, and I'm like, that sounds really cool. But then I remember that I'm really fucking knowledgeable in psychology, and basically everything in pop psychology is made up bullshit. That's like not what's actually happening and not what the research shows. So it's like, you know what I mean? So it's like, if I know that's true about the way psychology is reported, then that's probably true about the way fucking anything in a field that I know nothing about is reported. So I kind of don't believe in that shit. You guys do know they're gramovoltaic pacemakers. You don't believe the quantum computer answered a question that would take 1 trillion years to figure out? LOL. From what I understand, quantum computers can do like certain things really fast, but like they're still so far behind regular ass computers. And like there needs to be some type of breakthrough for that to not just continue to be so. If you have time, could you give your thought on the forest for the trees defense? Oh, okay, hold on. Here we go. Let me pull this up. We'll react. Oh, you can't. Can I control zoom in on this? I can't. Okay. I don't think it's particularly labeled. So if you can't read it, it doesn't matter. I don't think it's particularly unique, but labeled an idea. Forest for the trees defense. Atomizing a whole set of evidence. Demand every piece be 100% absolute smoking gun proof, or else it is dismissed as irrelevant. Is this a tree? Is this tree a forest? No. What about this one? Still no. And this one. And on until we've looked at thousands of trees and none qualify as a forest. There may be a billowing smoke, but break it down, it's just steam and molecules of hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, and nitrogen. Therefore, there's clearly no fire. This is often used in defense of politicians. You can't prove Pelosi is insider trading. What? The mountain of evidence. Look at each piece. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I like the concept of, I mean, it's a form of reductio ad absurdum in a way, where like the overall context is missing for, but you're individuating and you're no longer looking at the relevant context towards the actual argument. And so therefore you're not arguing against the argument yourself. You're arguing against the empirical data that supports the argument, and then what you're doing is you're individuating that from the context so that it no longer makes sense. But that is a logical fallacy. It's just argument ad absurdum. Like, it already has a name. Like, the way you're describing it is maybe like a little different than like the classical. Right, like a little different than like the classical argument ad absurdum, right? Like, because you're not looking at the conclusion of what it means and then arguing that, well, then this would happen, and then this would happen, and then this would happen, and then this would happen. But it's the same process, just kind of backwards, or I guess put against the evidence. But I like forest for the trees defense is a cool name, or the reductionist rebuttal. If you look up the master list of logical fallacies from like university, there probably already is a name for that. I just don't know it because it's like not one of the major ones. Ayn Rand said so. Argumentum ad vox rand. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, there's probably a name for it. Because like, if you look up the master list of logical fallacies, let me see. It's here's one from the University of Texas, El Paso, right? Here's a master list from like one university, right? These are all different types of logical fallacies. We're still going. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. There we go. All the way down to 146. So, like, the one you described is probably in here somewhere already. You know what I mean? Like, two truths, two sides, two quoqua, trust your gut, transfer, also name dropping, tone policing, there is no alternative, throwing good money after bad, thousand flowers fallacy, sophisticated modern argumentum ad baculum, in which free and open discussion and brainstorming are temporarily allowed and encouraged, even demanded, within an organization or country, not primarily in order to hear and consider opposing views, but rather to smoke out, identify, and later punish, fire, or liquidate dissenters for those not following the party line. The name comes from the Thousand Flowers period in Chinese history, when communist leader Chairman Mao Zedong applied this policy with deadly effect. So, like, it's probably in here somewhere, what you're describing. It's just not a common one. There is no alternative. Sounds like all reductions to you must violate the NAP or die. Yep. All right, well, I don't know where the fuck Luca is. Maybe I said the wrong day. I don't think I did. Let me look. Let me make sure I got it right. All right, see you tomorrow, 7 p.m. EST. Sure you can do that. Yeah, all right. This one's not on me. This one's on Luca. All right, so we're gonna hop into the main thing a little early. And like I said, if it gets boring or something, we will we'll check out the Nick Fuentes thing. But some of y'all said that's boring too, so who knows? Hold on, one thing before I go, you guys got to see this. So I know that like people have been canceling their Netflix subscriptions. Okay. I understand that that is a thing that has been happening because for whatever reason, the general public has now figured out that all Netflix has been doing has been trying to trans your kids. And like, finally, there's enough pieces of evidence. But I need you guys to look at this. This is the new Witcher. This is a picture from the new Witcher. From Netflix. And I feel like a picture is worth 1,000 words. They got rid of I'm not playing. This is from The Witcher. They got the fat guy, they got the black lesbian, they got the Indian, they got the mean redhead, they got the skinny gay white guy, they got the white hero guy. Yes. And I need you to understand, these are 4 separate Netflix fantasy shows. Here's another Netflix fantasy show. Here's another one. This one's not that bad. And here's another one. And somebody was just like, this is from 4 different TV shows. I was just like, dude, they got rid of Henry Cavill. They canceled Henry Cavill because they canceled his contract because he was like so difficult to work with because he kept trying to stick to the source material, or he kept like bringing up things of like, hey, the games and the books both say that this isn't like real. I don't think that's what my character would do. And he really started pissing off the writers because the writers kept trying to push him to do things that were against the lore of the Witcher book series or against the games, right? And so he was like, and then Amazon wanted him to do some Warhammer shit. So he was like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm out. Well, they kept talking shit. They kept going to journalism. They kept talking about how he was horrible. So he left and was like, nah, I'm done with this. You guys refuse to stick to the source material, trying to force all this like modern things into it. You're not, this isn't what I signed on for. So I'm not renewing my contract to do another season. And then they tried to like cancel him and say that he was creepy and misogynistic to women on set, but they couldn't provide any evidence or proof other than just like vague accusations and rumors, and like nobody cared. So now they're bringing on the fatties and the black lesbians and everything, and they're going to shove this like their version of things. Don't worry, Amazon will ruin 40K. I don't think Jeff Bezos gives a fuck. And I don't think the people at Amazon actually give a fuck. Amazon has definitely done some woke shit for sure. They've, rings of power and shit like that. It definitely ruined some source material because of the people that they hired. I think Bezos, like when we look at like what he did with Washington Post, right? He stepped in with Washington Post and told Washington Post, look, you need to keep this political opinion bullshit out of the main reporting and only put that in opinions and editorials. So he forced, he came in and was like, no, you're done with this. Like, if I find opinions, and like a bunch of like hearsay accusations and attacks on people in like the main shit, I'm gonna be pissed. Just make it an editorial. There's no reason to not do that, right? Like, so I think Bezos is he just wants money. And if it means he's gonna get his ESG score up, he's gonna get his ESG score up. So we'll see, right? Some of the I think I didn't that Digital Lab or whatever, we watched some of them, Reclusive Solitude. Aren't they paid by isn't that Amazon based, that studio, that like animation studio that did a 40K thing that was dope as fuck? But like I think if Henry Cavill's in charge and he's given creative freedom, it'll be great. If not, it'll get ruined. But we'll wait and see. But I don't know. It seems like Amazon takes more of a hands-off approach and lets whatever writer teams or whatever, groups kind of do whatever they do, which is why so much woke shit has come from there. But also why I could feasibly see Cavill doing his series and it being good. $1.69. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. But yeah, we're gonna get in here. We're gonna watch. So, I unlike every other streamer in this space, do not pretend to be an expert on Israel-Palestine. I know some of the history. I've talked with some people. Obviously, I've watched the news like you guys have watched. I have a libertarian view. I hate Israel because they're a nation state. And I hate Muslims because why the fuck wouldn't I hate Muslims? Like, Islam is an evil, oppressive, destructive, horrific religion that maintains governmental policy as part of the religion and is used as an excuse to hate and murder and genocide and have child marriages and oppress women's liberty. So fuck Islam, fuck the Palestinians. I don't care. They're Arabs. You know what I mean? Obviously, I care about kids. If there's a libertarian somewhere in Gaza, I care about that person too. But I definitely care about the kids. So I also hate Israel for fucking these constant wars and shit. At the same time, I'm not the Scott Horton fucking school of libertarian where I just memorize everything Scott Horton said. Dave Smith, Clint Russell, the regular people, right? Where I just like tell this Palestinian Arab, PLO version of history that, is like, oh, history starts when the Nakba occurred, right? And it's like, Likud, super evil. I have 2 quotes from people that once held powerful positions in government, and that proves how they're all genocidal maniacs, right? I'm not doing this bullshit where I call the 6-Day War fucking a war of Israeli aggression when the history clearly shows, even to a layman, that like the Arabs were trying to starve Israel and blocking the Suez Canal, and the Israelis brought in the fucking UN, and then the UN pulled out, and they still didn't attack Egypt until both Jordan and Egypt were amassing troops and air support near their fucking border. But somehow this is all Israel's fault, right? So it's just like a lot of libertarians, they realize that Jew hate and like groypers and people like that were getting popular, so they just went with this anti-war theme, which is really just a leftist anti-American Western imperialism, which sometimes I agree with, because fuck imperialism in any form. But I heard that Dave Smith got fucking trounced in this debate. I haven't seen Dave Smith post any clips of this debate. And I've seen other people post a couple of clips, and it looks like Dave Smith getting called out on some of his bullshit narratives. And I was like, all right, I'm excited to watch and see what this is about. So where the fuck did it go? Here it is. So let's check it out. I don't know how far we're gonna get. Again, we might get bored and we might call it a night. We might get so bored that we switch over to the Nick Fuentes thing for a little while. Who knows? Do you know about Ho Math? That might be a fun channel to watch on stream eventually. Yeah, I follow him on Twitter. Some of his shit is really interesting. Some of his shit is retarded. Like he's very red pill, very biased, but also he's very clearly an intelligent person. And so he makes good content and interesting content, but also sometimes it's nonsense. Every time someone starts their history rant, my eyes glaze over like, why do I need to hear about 1947 to know that bombing and shooting children is wrong? I kind of get what you're saying in that. Like, why do I need the historical context of what's going on? But who knows? And Coleman Hughes is a Jewish simp. If anything makes me think that your opinion shouldn't fucking matter, it's just being like, this guy's a simp for the Jews. Nothing makes me realize that your opinion is worthless to this conversation more than like just dumb shit like that. Like Gen Z retard logo. I'm interested to see, man. I'm not pro-Israel, not pro-Palestine. I think the narrative that like the Groypers tell and the leftists tell is bullshit and half of the story. But that doesn't mean I'm like the fucking objectivists or like these weird conservatives that are clearly getting checks and think that Israel's this great fucking, taking a big rip for you, big man. 420 for 420 TV. I'll take that, man. You know what I mean? It's like, I think I'm an anarchist and it's a nation state. Of course I fucking hate Israel. But it's like the left wanting me to especially hate Trump. I was talking to what's his name, Prime, right? And I was like, I'm just gonna read a part of our message, but I'm not gonna read it. Like I'm not trying to expose the DMs. I'm not gonna put it on the screen. But we were just talking about some like news stories that were breaking, and I said, and he had asked me about like, do you really think Trump and his foreign policy and all this other shit is like, it's like maybe I have TDS or something, but do you really think Trump is just as bad? Like, do you really? And I just said, like you really think these other presidents are just as bad as Trump? And then I responded and I said, it's hard to say. Bush got us into multi-trillion-dollar wars. Clinton gave us tough on crime escalation of the drug war, NAFTA, and a slew of other problems. Obama gave us cripplingly slow economic recovery and ballooned asset inflation and healthcare costs. They've all been terrible. Trump is just the current buffoon puppet of corporate and deep state power, putting on news stories as we're increasingly fucked for the petrodollar and corporate power. It's like this idea that I'm supposed to hate Trump especially is retarded. And it's just as retarded when people want me to hate Israel especially. Not so much a story, but more so unfair that we get to have an ethno-state. Whites deserve their own ethno-state too. I mean, nobody deserves an ethno-state because nobody deserves a state. But if white people want to go move out to the Ozarks and fucking live by themselves as they're doing, I support their right to do that. It's probably not a place I want to hang out in. Probably not for me, even though I'm mostly white and my kids are even whiter than I am. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like, it's not a spot I want to go to. That being said, my family does own property right next to a sundown town. You guys seen Hassan zapped me on stream? I was about to be like, how the fuck would I see in your chat? And then I realized that you named yourself Hassan's dog. Yeah, we talked about it earlier, man. Hassan's a piece of shit. Who knew? Who knew? Oh, God, that's funny. So why did Jews promote mass immigration? The same reason that any demographic does, dude. You're fucking retarded. We get it. You hate the Jews. Fucking go be weird somewhere else if that's all you got, brother. Because it's like, it's not interesting. It's just annoying. It just shows you're dumbass. I'll sacrifice views and dedicated stream chatters any day. Why do the Jews do this? The Jews don't fucking do anything. It's such a silly thing. It's not even a majority of Jews that are like that. You're talking about like a select group of people in power where like 14% of them or like 12% of them are Jews instead of like the 3% for the population group. And then everybody harps on that 14%. And it's like, we're not going to say anything about the other 86% of the people that are pushing this in the halls of power that aren't Jews. It's like, there are more Irishmen that own banks than Jews, but everyone's like the Jewish bankers. The Jews are the reason Hassan zapped me. Yeah. All right, let's go. Based. Dude, if I was getting 7K checks for each of those fucking comments, boys, I need you to know everybody has a price. And if I'm getting just 7K, 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 7K midstream, yo, I'll fucking simp for the Jews. I'll secretly fund other people who won't simp for the Jews. Like, if I'm getting like fucking, $50,000 to $100,000 a stream to simp for the Jews, I'll put half of that money towards Liquid Zulu and some company to get him to go. I've arrived. Can I come in now? Brother, you DM'd me like a half hour late. I got to get into the content. We can reschedule. It's no big deal. I just don't want to I don't want to derail. I mean, I can give you 24 minutes, but that's not enough time. People when they see a thumbnail and shit and they hop in stream, they expect the content to start somewhere around an hour and a half, 2 hours into stream. I don't want to get carried away talking to you and then we're like an hour and a half late or some shit. Is that like $1? I can tell you how much that is. It is. I mean, I don't care. Oh, it won't because the new fucking YouTube feature thing is fucking whatever. Let's get going. Let's get this show on the road.
Human toll in Gaza high enough for Hamas to be deterred.
You can't just keep your boot on these people's neck forever. Israel has an enormous moral obligation.
Can I just say that I hate when people do this? I hate when there's like a clip of like things to come in the debate. I understand that this is how you if you have an editor and an editor will find those like hot moments and then it's like, ooh, watch the debate to see this coming up, right? It's like a setup and a payoff. I understand the philosophy behind it. It works. It gets more views. It gets higher viewer retention. It keeps people from clicking off of the video because one of those things triggered. I understand all of that. But anytime I see that, I'm like, ugh.
To end the destruction of Gaza and end the occupations of Gaza.
You expect me to get 10 minutes in? I mean, yeah.
And the West Bank. Hamas is absolutely committed to rejecting the only solution.
That's how I react to shit, dude. It is subtle well poisoning, it is. But that's how I react to shit. If you want someone that's just gonna give 20 minutes of commentary on a 3-hour video, you know what I mean? Then fucking go watch somebody else. That to me doesn't feel like reaction content. That to me feels like somebody is just pausing just enough to be able to get around fair use because they're too lazy to make their own content and they don't have anything interesting really to say.
Solution that could bring an end to this conflict.
Okay, we're going to put ourselves in the Israeli shoes. Okay, I'm fine to do that. Let's do that. Could we also attempt to do that to the other side here?
Easily. I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now.
I will say Coleman and that smile, not knowing much about him, very untrustworthy face.
Welcome to another episode of Conversations with Coleman. My guest today is Dave Smith. Dave has been my most requested guest over the past year or so. He is a comedian and political commentator who focuses on American and Israeli foreign policy. Many of
watch dog torture or Hassan instead. I mean, like at this point, like if you watch Hassan, you could just watch like at that point you might as well just you're not wrong, right? Because you're not going to get a lot of socialist commentary. You're mostly just going to get whatever the video is he's reacting to. It's going to be like 90 to 95% of the content is just going to be whatever he's watching. He's just restreaming other people's shit because so that he can have here's the thing. Here's what I've noticed. The more left wing and socialist people are, all right, we can reschedule. It's like 4 a.m. for me. I slightly overslept, so sorry for time wasted. Dude, I didn't know it was that time for you. Like we can schedule a weekend time when I don't have the kids where it's like more in line with your time. Cause like we can do like a Saturday or a Sunday stream where like I do a reaction to something, I do some other content and we do like a 3 p.m. Eastern instead of like 7 p.m. Eastern thing, or whatever. We can figure something out. But yeah, like I've noticed that the more left wing and the more socialist people are, the lazier their like content is. But hear me out. It's not because they're like lazy streamers or they're lazy people, right? Like a lot of them, like Hassan puts in work. Like I hate Hassan. He's a piece of shit, a liar. He's retarded. Like there's a lot of reasons to hate Hassan, but one of them isn't that he's like doesn't put in work. Like he puts in a lot of work, but like what they do is they do a lot of reaction content where they don't talk a lot. And the reason is they need to fill up time because their audience, the more socialist they are, the more their audience are like teenagers or like people in their early 20s that don't have a job and aren't, or maybe are going to school. And like they want a streamer that streams Monday, Tuesday, maybe they take Wednesday off and then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Maybe they take Sunday off. Like they need you 5 days a week for like 4 to 10 hours a day. Whereas like the less socialist, the more libertarian, the more capitalist, the more right wing you are, your audience has jobs. Like, they don't fucking want to see you fucking do bullshit react content and like be a part of the fam and just chit chat, right? Like they want a little bit of that, but they mostly want like 2 or 3 times a week. And they want like you to actually have something to say that makes it worth their fucking time because they don't have a lot of time left on their hands.
You will be familiar with him from his appearances on Joe Rogan, Lex Fridman, and Piers Morgan. He also has a podcast called Part of the Problem. This conversation is the longest I have ever recorded. And when we finished, both Dave and I had the strange experience of thinking we had spoken for 90 minutes and suddenly realizing it had been 3.5 hours. And still, there was a lot we didn't get to cover.
I have a job, school, relationship, all to maintain. And that's the thing that I've noticed is like, the more I stream, the less views and the less money I get from you guys. I mean, tonight we've only gotten like $20 so far, but the night is young. Who knows what happens? But like, yeah, like if I stream like every day, like people aren't as inspired to give money and people are like, oh, I'll miss this stream. I'll catch the one tomorrow or something.
Not an exaggeration to say that Dave and I disagree.
How come they never mention his other podcast, Legion of Skanks? I mean, well, it's because Legion of Skanks isn't political, to be fair. But yeah, that is, you're right. That is one that just
agree about almost everything. Over. But I think we were still able to have a productive debate with no ad hominems, no
Hello, sorry, we all have full lives. I'm not mad that you guys have lives. I'm just saying that like, I have to adapt to what it is that you guys want. And what you guys want is, a curated set of clips that I'm going to talk about, a scheduled interview, a scheduled debate, talk about the big thing or a really cool reaction where I can, where we can go into some detail. What you don't want is like chair streaming.
Nastiness and no cable newsy shouting, which is exactly what I try to do here on this show. And I'm thankful to Dave for being the kind of interlocutor that can actually do that without needing a moderator. In this episode,
law of diminishing marginal returns, yeah.
We talk about why Dave loves Ron Paul.
But I'm just saying that I've noticed that the diminishing returns hit the DRs in video games, right? They hit quicker the less socialist you are, because the more socialist you are, the more a larger portion of your audience is home all day.
We talk about the relationship between military spending and the economy. We talk about the roots of jihadist terror. We talk about whether Israel got us into the war in Iraq.
To be fair, I don't watch Legion of Skanks. I just watch like clips every now and then. It's not I don't want to watch some dude get butt fucked by a gun. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not, I'm not into that.
We talk about whether Israel's fundamental goal is peace with its neighbors or territorial expansion. We talk about the creation of the State of Israel. We talk about the ethics of the occupation of the West Bank. We talk about...
Damn, Arby, that hurts. Arby says, want quality, not just something to add to the mind rot and drone on, so I don't have to sit with my own thoughts. You're not wrong.
About the barriers to a two-state solution. And finally, we talk about Iran's...
Actually, a lot of what you, Tom Carpenter, you might be behind in the stream. A lot of what is initially reported in academic research-based psychology is bullshit too. For example, grit, millions spent implementing it only to have it proven errant by further study. Yeah, I mean, so Tom Carpenter, like, there's a reason that psychology is classified as a soft science, right? Psychology, sociology, anthropology, you know, anything in the humanities that like purports itself to be scientific. You know, it is scientific when they do, you know, certain studies, but like double blind studies in a laboratory environment are very difficult to do, and most studies, to be able to do them in a truly scientific capacity, would be highly unethical. Right? Like, it would just be super fucking unethical to, like, I don't know, raise a child with an abusive parent for 18 years, and let's do that to 1,000 children, and then let's compare that to the norm so we can actually see the level of resiliency and genetic differences between races. That is like some Stalin Unit 731 out of Japan type shit. You know, like that's a horrible fucking study. And so what most psychology research is based on is very biased researchers who come up with a hypothesis, then they create self-report surveys. Now, granted, they use self-report surveys that are usually means tested. So it's like, you know, like general satisfaction with life survey and things like that, right? Like, they didn't create that survey, but nevertheless, they'll use those surveys, and then they kind of dig for what it is that they assume to be true. And often their study will purport that it's true. And it used to be that there was kind of a rigorous, you know, set of universities and academia, you know, 20 years ago, where they would then retest these things with different variables and in different places, or with different, you know, like do like a randomized control, or they'll like look at like online surveys, or they'll try and find different ways to see if we can prove that this study, what it purports to be true, is repeatable. And there has been this, like, part of it is like woke agenda bullshit, but part of it is just like government grants don't want to pay for you to do the same study again, just to be like, yep, study checks out. They want you to do some novel bullshit. And so there's this constant thing at universities where, you know, you have these tenured professors that are trying to get grant money so that they can get bonuses at their school and everything to come up with new novel shit. And so what you end up with is just a deluge of like studies with like 14 citations, you know, 15 citations from like reputable people. And like, and they're just bullshit, like throwing darts at the wall to see what sticks until they get one that gets 1,000 citations, because it says the thing that all the critical race theorists or all the wokies want them to say that it says. And then when one of them blows up, then somebody else does a study that shows that their methodology was trash and that the study was bad. And then the author comes out and is like, yeah, actually, I don't even think my study's right. But like a lie goes around the world, you know, like goes around the world by the time like the truth puts its shoes on, or whatever the fucking phrase is, right? And so like for example, like racial bias testing with facial, like looking at faces, right? They did the inherent bias. I forget what the test was called. The dude did that study and was like, you know, he proved that, you know, that white people are more racist, and then we can do this racial sensitivity testing. We can test how racist you are by looking at faces. And then, like, you know, people looked at the methodology and did other studies, implicit bias. That's what it is. And it was like, no, it turns out that white people are just more familiar with white faces, so they're better at telling whether or not a white face looks angry and mad. And black people are better at looking at faces that they grew up in that were part of their family, and Asians are better at looking at it. It's literally just in-group experiences. My friend always jokes that he wants to take toddlers and let them grow up alone in the jungle to learn how language came about. Jesus Christ. I mean, we do have case studies of that, and feral children are fucking wild.
Nuclear ambitions and the 12-Day War. So without further ado, Dave Smith.
And it's not always raining.
What the fuck is this?
Days like this. When there's no one complaining.
You're good tonight.
Days like this.
Dude doesn't have a paid sponsorship where he does an ad read. He has a literal ad edited into his video for Uber Eats. Guys, don't order Uber Eats. That's fucking terrible for you. It's a bad habit and it costs too much money. All right. If you have extra money to blow on Uber Eats, learn to fucking cook and then give that extra money to me.
My mama
This
told
way is
me
way faster.
there be days like this.
Okay, Dave Smith, thanks so much for coming on my show.
Thank you for having me, Coleman. I've been looking forward to this.
Yeah, so you are one of the most, maybe the most requested guest I've had over the past 6 months.
You're sending me a link to Discord to what? What are you talking about? You can actually test for racial bias? I don't buy it.
To a year.
I don't care. and I'm
You
not
have
looking
made a
at it.
name for yourself as a very effective debater on Joe Rogan, on Piers Morgan, Lex Friedman you've been on, as a critic of U.S. foreign policy.
Racial preferences and implicit bias tests don't have anything to do with racism, though. Like, you're testing, like, the test, the racial implicit bias, the implicit bias test is just testing familiarity.
And also Israeli, the war in Israel. So I want to get to all these topics. And I want to say first that I think a lot of your conversations have devolved into sort of referendums on you as a person, which to me is totally uninteresting. And I think my audience knows what my MO is and what I'm about. I'm about talking about the substantive issues that both of our audiences care about. Like
What is this self-glazing he's doing? Ew. Like, you're going to open up a conversation and be like, actually, I'm better than other people. Like, there's such a weird, like, what a weird way to start such an unpersonal, self-aggrandizing statements about how you're better. Like, gross. Only thing I would add is that there are signs in the literature of a revolt against the trend of the last 20 years to disallow research that didn't preach the message. Small revolt, but growing. Yeah, I mean, I read literature Tom Carpenter, when I'm interested in a topic. So like I'm not in academia anymore. So like I couldn't tell you if I agree with that message or disagree with that message. Right? Like I see an inkling of like, pushback from psychologists against the overbearing kind of like nature of the APA and the way that they have weaponized certain political opinions and ethics compliance and complaints, right? So it's like, so that makes it to where like conservatives can't, engage in any way with like transgender psychological or psychotherapy, right? Or things like that. But like I'm not in it enough to really know whether or not what you said is true or not. Right? Like I've read a lot of literature, but I read the literature when I'm like, hey, I want to learn more about corporal punishment. Like I'm gonna go on Google Docs or not Google Docs, like I'm gonna go on, Google Scholar and like, keyword search everything I can think of. And then when I find new keywords that I'd forgotten or whatever, I'll put those keywords in, I'll look at research that's come out in the last 5 years. But I'm focusing solely on like that domain to learn more about what academia is putting out and what new studies are in that area. So I appreciate the belief there, and I hope that's true. I just don't know if that is true. The bell curve is real. like the book, there's some things that are wrong in the bell curve for sure. Like it's old science. Heterodox, yeah. I have heard of Heterodox Academy, right? But I don't know I don't know to what degree that's significant in the university and grant system. Because there's a lot of money from the government, man. And a lot of money from like, philanthropy organizations that want to prove in NGOs that want to prove certain things that get funded by, Deep State and DNC and shit like that. Like it's a uphill battle for sure. Coleman doesn't come across like Lex Friedman, where he says he strives to be neutral, inquisitive, open. Dude, Lex Friedman's just fucking autistic. Pinker, Height, and more. Yeah, I mean, I was never a big fan of Steven Pinker. Like obviously cognitive psychology is interesting. I like Jonathan Haidt. I wanted to go to University of Virginia initially to try and work with Haidt, but then he went to New York. So I'm a huge fan of Jonathan Haidt. I've read most of his research just because I'm a big fan of that and the concept of moral psychology, right? And kind of like the predictive analysis, even in elections from moral psychology, big fan. But again, big names isn't. I don't know if it's there yet, but I feel you what you're saying. I'm just not that keyed in.
The grand scheme of history, our egos as people don't.
420 TV, cool. Maybe I'll look at it if I'm interested when I'm not on stream. I'm not fucking. I don't care. You have said so much dumb shit and spurred so much that I'm just not interested in any links you send me. That's just how that works.
Matter all that much. So I want to say that, and I hope that we can model that kind of conversation, though I expect us to disagree about many issues, if not most. Sound fair?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Though to be fair, if there was an fMRI study looking at disgust mechanism based upon like looking at racial colors, I would be interested in that. I'm just not going to look at it right now.
And that's kind of why I was looking forward to doing this, because, now that we don't really know each other that well, but
psychology is not a useful study and arguably not science. Yeah, that's retarded. Right? Like if you want to say that like psychology is a soft science and like methodology is often flawed and there are problems in academia and things like that. I can't even find it. God damn, that sucks, dude. I'm sure you'll find it. Send it to me over Discord. I'll look at it eventually. I'm just not going to look at it right now. But to say that like psychology is not useful is like that's silly. Like there's plenty of functional, like IQ is psychology, right? You know what I mean? Like come on. Like there are certainly things that we have learned, like a lot of things we've learned in marketing, we have learned through psychology. Like there's a lot of things that we've learned through psychology. And things that have a functional use in the real world.
I've watched some of your stuff and I've always kind of gotten that vibe from you that was how you would approach this conversation. And despite the fact that I've been in my fair share of like mudslinging competitions, I generally do not prefer to do it that way. And I completely agree with you. I think it's like one of the challenges of doing what we do is that you're on a show and you're a public person, and the tendency to focus on oneself or to make oneself the story, or for others to focus on the individual is it's very easy to fall into. And we all should remind ourselves, no matter where we fall on the issues, that like there's actually people dying right now. There's actually a conflict going on. Like there's huge implications to all of this, and that's actually much more important than any of that other stuff.
Yeah, that's true. That's fine. Whatever.
And so I am completely on board with that.
Okay, so before we get into the issues, I imagine many people in my audience might be familiar with you enough to...
Tom Carpenter, I'll go a step further and say that even bad studies can be useful when you read them. Like the study can be trash, but it can be really interesting to see what did they leave out? What methodology wasn't studied? And like, you know what I mean? Like there's this so here's like I like this chart. This isn't Institute for Family Studies, right? Partners, remember sexual partners. There's this image, right? The study isn't all that great. But I love this chart. and it's from, oh fuck, man, I said open image in new tab. What the fuck? It's just this chart. I love this fucking chart because, like, just collecting this data, there's so much to see in this chart. Even if the study is bad or the study reaches conclusions, like the Institute for Family Studies, I think they reach some incorrect conclusions. But just looking at this chart tells, like, the raw data that it can sometimes be trusted. Because this is CDC data, by the way. Even though it's Institute for Family Studies, they compiled this chart because the CDC didn't give a fuck to purport the data in this way, right? Just this alone, it's like, wow, this is an important chart with a lot of information. Like here we can see the effect of virginity or religiosity in previous sexual partners and the way it pertains to divorce rates after 5 years. We can see what happens when someone has one more sexual partner and how it spikes up. And then we can see where there's this weird peak that is almost as bad as 10 plus sexual partners, even though it's only 2 plus sexual partners. And like, there's a lot you can glean from that information, right? That there, for whatever reason, it's actually better for your wife to have had more than 2 sexual partners if it is true that she's had 3, or even better yet, 4 or 5. Obviously, it's correlational, it's not causational, right? But like, there's a lot of information in this. So I'd say sometimes even bad studies, if the data is collected in a honest way, can still be really interesting and teach us a lot, just because it's compiling certain evidence, even when the arguments are bad.
To know your origin story, but you're a comedian that's found
Being good at sex is almost certainly not it. It's usually that women have had sexual partners, but they feel left out, like they haven't had enough sexual partners or they lacked experience. That is also the group that is like 2 plus sexual partners is also a group that is like what is it called? Oh my God, it's habitual monogamy. That's not it, but it's like where they keep having monogamous relationships and getting married, right? And so like that's one of the reasons why the divorce rate is high in that, is because they had a bad serial monogamous, right? 2 to 3 sexual partners can be serial monogamous, right? Where they like found a new man, dated him for a while, married him, and then they got to 4 years, and then they divorced, and then they did it again, they divorced, and then they did it again, they divorced. Hey, what's up?
a second
up,
career as
Casimir?
a political commentator. And so walk me through that. What inspired you to get into all of these issues?
Well, I was I started stand up.
Correlationally speaking, Mr. Alley Cat, it's actually your wife is more likely to divorce you if she's had 2 previous sexual partners than if she's had 4 or 5. That's a purely correlational statistical thing. The questions then for more research get really interesting, right? Is it sexual experience, right? Is it serial monogamy? Is it that the woman has had enough previous sexual encounters but feels like she missed out on her ability to play the field? Like, there's a lot of potential variables there, but sometimes it can just be interesting. How hard does Coleman body Smith in this debate? I read a review that Smith was floundering and getting wrecked on all
Comedy
his
first, and I wasn't
the
like
same thing, so I wanted to check it
political really at all. I mean, I was a little, like I was like I grew up in New York City. I was in New York City on 9/11. I was like a left liberal for most of my life, but without being very well informed.
And he's still a socialist.
Or anything. Just that was kind of the standard, starting point for like a Jewish kid raised by a single mom in Brooklyn. And then, so, after 9/11, I did grow to really dislike George W. Bush. The 9/11 and the war in Iraq were very much kind of, my coming of age time. And I was really against the war, and I was really against George W. Bush. I knew enough to get that. And then it was just in 2007, I just happened to be watching.
Oh, Slenzer, feels like the Twitch days. Now we just need an OS to lose it in chat like Wellspring used to. Wellspring don't fuck with me. Computer Carnage is here, but he's become like closer to an anarcho-objectivist these days. Yeah, Wellspring and I had a falling out because I was a dick to him on stream. I felt morally strong about something, but I made the mistake of letting, not realizing the process of being an entertainer. You have to keep the personal and the entertainment part of the show separate. So I miss Wellspring. He was an interesting, he was a fun character for sure. And I miss having someone that had a good good, strong philosophy, because he sharpened me a lot.
The Republican primary debate, and I saw there was this what's now become kind of like a viral, famous moment where Ron Paul and Rudy Giuliani like go at it, arguing over.
Yeah, I haven't watched the full clip in context, Diogo, but like I did see that she's like claiming evidence of, like weaving together that the Jews killed Charlie Kirk with like some receipts of a group chat that just goes that, if true, assuming it's true, just shows that he got paid and like for his opinions, which most of these large content creators do. Like I've been telling you, like 90% of these people are getting paid from NGOs and activist organizations, etc. And then she's like weaving that together with like, I had a dream and therefore I know the Jews killed him, and it's fucking retarded.
What causes terrorism and what led to 9/11. And I don't know, just the moment to me was really fascinating. And it's still, I think, no matter what your politics are, a very fascinating moment, because like,
oh, they did confirm they're true. All right, fair enough.
at the time, Rudy Giuliani was polling #1. He was leading the pack, and Ron Paul is a complete unknown, like just a congressman from Texas who's
both, Arby, both are occurring, right? But I think there's a in between that's actually more dangerous, which is a lot of influencers. They start to get a little big, then an NGO or somebody like Chorus Media or Tenet Media or whatever it is. They are like, I like the things you're saying, so I'm going to give you money. I'm going to bot your account so that you grow a lot larger. Remember when Israel and Netanyahu was sitting at the table and he was like, what's the #1 purchase right now? And the entire table said followers, because they're all openly admitting that everybody bot follows and bot comments the people that they support so that they can be larger. They get more ad revenue. They get more money. They get better in the algorithm. And then it pushes people like me that don't bot my account and don't cheat down in the algorithm and things like that. Right. Right. So they'll do all these things. Right. And then if you're a content creator, especially if you're not super principled, like, somebody like myself or Liquid Zulu or something like that, or even like some of the like hardcore communists, not somebody like Haz or Jackson Hinkle, right? They have no principles, but somebody like Noah seems like he probably is ardent communist, and just is that way. But right, like whatever it is, right? Or maybe like maybe some Christian people. I can't think of any like Christian people that are super principled, but I'm sure they're out there. If you're not one of those people, then what ends up happening is you start to tailor your ideas consciously or subconsciously to the fact that like you want to keep these people happy, because these people are the reason that you're big, and they're the reason that your channel is growing, and they're the reason that you have opportunities, and they're the reason that you have fame.
has no national presence. And Rudy Giuliani, in terms of the crowd reaction, dominates him in this exchange. But Ron Paul is just dropping wisdom. And then from that, it created this huge movement. And to this day is still something that people like, I'll see posted all the time. Granted, my algorithm might be a little biased on that, but
hell yeah.
And then I just fell down the rabbit hole. Like I was just so interested in that guy.
Save your hearts. I don't want to talk too much more about psychology. It's becoming a distraction from the video. But like, if you just keep saying psychology is fake, psychology is not a science, psychology is fake, like, just know that like I heard you, I've addressed you already, and like at this point you're just spurging.
So I went and got his book, and then I loved it. The book was Revolution. That was the first Ron Paul book that I ever read. And then I just started falling down the rabbit hole and reading everything I could get my hands on about libertarianism and foreign policy.
Yeah, welcome to the stream, Gilberto. I go on random tangents. That's what I do. I'm a streamer. I'm a real streamer. I'm not somebody that sits here and just watches a video and gives like a couple of like asinine comments and then like you all watch the video together. Like, it's an experience. Strap in for this roller coaster, baby. We're going to have a blast.
Down the rabbit hole and reading everything I could get my hands on about libertarianism and foreign policy and just political theory in general, history, economics. And then I don't know. I was just, for a while there, I was just a
I'm now inspired to just talk about other things because Gilberto just won't stop bitching and complaining. This last weekend, I went and saw the Infinity Castle arc, the first movie, the anime movie, with my brother. Man, it was a great time. I really enjoyed the film. And I can't wait to see like reactors, kind of like what we're doing here, but different. That are like special effects people, like Corridor Crew and stuff. Once the video is kind of like out on the internet everywhere, because like there was so many great scenes of like this blending of like that old school art style plus like the traditional 2D animation with the 3D animation, and then like the highly processed super fucking detailed thing, and like some of the explosion or Musan Kibutsuchi, whatever the fuck his name, like his little thing that he's sitting and swarming in. Like it's just like all the different art styles blending together is so amazing. I can't wait to see reaction content from special effects people. But anyways, let's get back to Israel Palestine and Dave Smith's journey to becoming a libertarian.
Everything I could get my hands on about libertarianism and foreign policy and just political theory in general, history, economics. And then I don't know, I was just for a while there, I was just a stand-up comedian.
The principles are not the most important thing to most content creators. That's just not true for 90% of them. And it's not true to their success either.
I was economics. And then I don't know, I was just for a while there, I was just a stand-up comedian. I was making like around this period of time, like 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, I was kind of like just eking out a living. Like some bigger comedians would bring me on the road with them. And so I was just like, I didn't have a day job. I was doing just good enough to be dead broke without having a day job. And then...
Yeah, Dave Smith's not a real libertarian. I agree. Even by his own definition. Liquid Zulu did like a whole breakdown of it. You guys should watch it.
So then essentially, right, I just had to work at nights. I had to go to nightclubs and tell jokes. But I had my whole days for free. And I wasn't married at the time. I didn't have kids at the time. And I just got obsessed with all of this stuff. And so I was just that guy. I was the guy, just being weird.
Dave Smith is an amazing pipeline, but the further he gets away from libertarianism, the more he poisons the well. And people don't actually find people like Liquid Zulu or myself, or, because they don't become more interested in learning more about the philosophy. Instead, they find all of the things wrong with what Dave Smith is saying, so they don't dig deeper and they don't actually learn what libertarianism is. 5 years ago, Dave Smith was an amazing communicator of libertarianism, even though he wasn't that much of a theory bro, and it brought people to people like us. Nowadays, he's poisoning the well and making it harder for us to grow and harder for us to push libertarianism to the population.
And reading all this stuff and then going to nightclubs and doing stand-up. And this is all really before like the podcast revolution. And then once the, podcasting just became so big, it was just like the next logical progression. It was like, oh, start talking about this on shows. And then years of doing that. I think I started in 2011 or 2012 podcasting. And then over the years, it just, little by little kind of picked up, and becoming friends with Joe Rogan is really helpful in this bit.
Yeah, for sure. But to be fair, Dave Smith also got on a lot of like talk shows and stuff because of his minimal clout as a comedian and a podcast bro. He did a lot of like a random Piers Morgan appearance back in the day, or and things like that. That helped them as well.
Business I found.
That transition.
So it sounds like Ron Paul was
podcasting
very
became
important to your evolution. What do you think are the most important things that Ron Paul got right?
So I guess the big one, right, like in the Giuliani moment, was really him tearing down the lie, the propaganda, which dominated, like right after 9/11, which was the idea that the terrorists hate us for our freedom. And they hate our goodness and our wonderfulness, or something like that. Like they would never like really exactly spell out what it was about our freedom, but like you're supposed.
Yeah, we were all thinking about Carolyn Borisenko. We just have to be careful not to say her name too many times, or we'll invite fucking insane lunatics that'll do everything they can to dox you and fucking attack your stream and do all of the things that her audience does, because they're all fucking psychotic.
To imagine that they're all motivated by, like, I don't know, women in miniskirts or something like that, or our right to free speech. And he was like, well, look, like that, there is a whole other huge element to this here that actually drives this conflict. And that's that they hate us for what we're doing over there. And that there are real grievances they have with America's foreign policy. And here they are. And let's really examine those and think about, is this worth it? Is this the right thing to be doing?
One topic, Ron Paul was wrong on this point. I think it's a little bit of both. I think it is both. I don't think this is a univariate thing. Like, I agree with you, Casimir, that Islamists hate anyone that isn't an Islamist. That is just true. And they look at us all as second class citizens to be subjugated and dominated, by the reestablishing of the caliphate. It is also true that Western foreign policy, helps spread that message of hate, which is the pretend religion of Islam, because it's a lot fucking easier to think that the Western forces are super evil when your cousin dies in a fucking wedding because Obama drone striked you. Right? Like that's a much easier thing to be like, you know what? They do hate us. They are fucking subhuman, whatever. Right? So I think it's probably both. And depending upon the region that you are, I think that balance goes from one place or the other. Like I think there's some places, some regions that are war torn that probably have a lot of the revenge narrative is pure leftist suicidal empathy. Yeah, that's not true. I agree that it is made to be the dominant argument because of leftist suicidal empathy, but the idea that like you can bomb people or you can constrict people or that you can that there isn't blowback from that to some degree would be silly. Even if the bombing was justified, let's just say every bombing the US has ever done in the Middle East ever has always been justified. It doesn't fucking matter if your family dies. Japan? I mean, Japan is obviously an interesting case study. We definitely bombed them. It was justified. They learned to accept that, right? But that doesn't. But Japan didn't have an ideology of that hatred. If Japan did, if Japan was Muslim, they certainly would have turned out that way. And you can say, well, then it's just the Islam, and like the Islam is the driving force of that ideology and hate, etc. But like the bombing doesn't help. Not entirely justified. Yeah, I mean, like I don't think. Did I say that it was justified? Maybe I didn't mean that I would say it was justified, but it's certainly they did believe they have accepted that like they kind of earned it.
Doing is this productive for America? Is this moral? And I think that by it, like you have to almost like put yourself back in 2007. Like this is still during the George W. Bush administration, and there was for someone like me, I had heard say like liberals who were against the war, but I had never really heard anyone break it down like that. And there was something about it that kind of like it was almost like a portal where it allowed you to access a perspective from outside of the American empire. And I remember there was something about that was really, I thought, like profound to me, that you're like, oh, okay, yeah, there's another perspective about the American empire from outside it, and they've got some real problems with this thing. And I found that to be very interesting.
Well, it is interesting. You know what I find really interesting is like there was this movement, like maybe like, following like October 7th, where all the people on TikTok got super radicalized against Israel, right? Which is weird. You would think it would do the opposite, but, social media, that's how it works, I guess. And leftist narratives tend to dominate. But there was a whole bunch of like young people that were reading Osama bin Laden's, reasoning behind the 9/11 attacks. And it was, what I found so fascinating about that was that there are rational, maybe not rational, but there are like what lefties or statists would presume to be fairly reasonable arguments as to why 9/11 was justified, internal critique wise. And you had a bunch of lefties going like, holy shit, I never knew. Maybe we were the bad guys, etc. And there's like two things in that I found really interesting. One, the suicidal empathy that you're talking about, Casimir, right? Where it's like, dude, this person helped orchestrate the death of thousands of Americans. The idea that you like the innocence, none of those people were soldiers, right? The idea that you would even think for a moment, like, well, maybe it's kind of reasonable, already goes to show your insane worldview and how poisoned you are by ideology, that you could look at people jumping out of buildings to fall to their death so that at least they don't burn to death and be like, well, maybe he had a good point about doing that. You know what I mean? Like maybe that was a good thing. Americans overreacted to 9/11. Our foreign policy did horrible things and used that as justification. But I don't think American citizens themselves overreacted to 9/11. I don't think that's true. It was a horrific terrorist attack by extremists. I don't like I just completely disagree. But politicians certainly used, that our emotional state to gaslight us into growing the power of the state and doing all kinds of other bullshit. But the second thing was that I found so interesting about that was that Osama bin Laden, right? And this is kind of Casimir, what you're saying, victimhood, right? Is that the idea that you would even think that he is rational, like it should be really fucking obvious just by the fact that you're reading this terrorist genocidal maniac's rants, that like that should poison the well about any presumably rational arguments he's making, right? And it wasn't. And so it kind of goes to show you how a lot of left-wing people will take an ad hoc argument and then they'll just kind of grab that because it happens to be on the side that they care about, right? Like you will see them take arguments about Israel and they'll swallow them wholesale because they want to be against Israel and they want to look at the poor, Palestinians or Gazans or Arabs, right, that are being subjugate, because it already fits their narrative of oppressor oppressed dynamics and the evil capitalist, etc. And so they want to believe that, so they'll cling on to anything that already kind of supports that, and then they'll just kind of toss away anything that is inconvenient towards that narrative. And I think that's what a lot of the anti-war libertarian people are doing, people like Dave Smith.
The other big thing was he really introduced the topic of the Federal Reserve. Almost nobody else was talking about it. I really I don't think I knew what the Federal Reserve was until.
I'm sure the people of Gaza would like to live in Jordan if possible. Well, the PLO kind of already fucked that up for them. There was this cool little assassination attempt, and then when the Jordans drove them out, they destroyed another country, right? That's why Hezbollah exists, and that's why my Christian family no longer lives in Lebanon, and I'm part Lebanese, even though I'm from Appalachia, because those Christian Lebanese fled that fucking country, right? So, like the Arabs in the Palestinian Arabs, if you will, have been a problem no matter where the fuck they are. They are always a problem.
I heard Ron Paul talking about it. I think if you had asked me, I would have been like, I guess they have some money put away somewhere and like the federal government keeps reserves of something. I don't think I even knew. And once I started like reading about how the Federal Reserve actually works, it's like, I was just blown away that how did no one ever tell me this? How was this never like taught to me in school? And so that I thought was very interesting. And then I think aside.
Did Dave Smith not go to college? I'm curious now. Hold on. I got to know now. He started at Morrisville State College in New York and later transferred to the University of Albany, where he earned a bachelor's degree in history. So, dude has a bachelor's degree in history and never once met a commie professor that was anti-war? Really?
From that, just being like the truest public champion of free market economics, generally speaking. I mean, Ron Paul was so hardcore free market that like he made Milton Friedman look like a socialist. Like he was just, and he really, I think was like the only, or the most prominent public advocate of true, like peace and laissez-faire free markets. And it seemed to me to be the only one who really had the courage of his convictions as far as those ideas were concerned.
Okay, so let's take both of those. One is the sort of why they hate us question. And the second one is the Federal Reserve question. Because I think I'm going to try to follow Rappaport's rules, say where I agree first, and then tell you.
Oh, he dropped out after a semester? Hold on, let me look. Let me look at his Wikipedia. I'll just control F for college. University. There's no education section on his Wikipedia. I asked Grok, and that's what Grok said, but I mean, it can be wrong. I was just doing some quick verification. But yeah, if he dropped out, like maybe that makes sense. But I'm like, how the fuck have you never heard this shit?
Where I disagree and why I disagree.
Sure.
So when it comes to why, say, Al-Qaeda hated us, I agree they didn't hate us because of our freedom, right? That is a line that...
Do I know when Zulu will drop his new video? Dude, I chat with Zulu every now and then, but we're not that tight. He's not, and if we were, and he trusted me with that information, I wouldn't tell you guys, right? Like, because that would be a breach of trust. So A, I don't know, and B, even if I did know, if that wasn't publicly available information, I wouldn't tell you because that would be a breach of trust.
Does very well with Americans in a political context because we love freedom. But it's also not true that they hate us because of foreign policy.
Dude, I need to find a Sunday fun day drinking time to like chit chat about dolphin law with Liquid Zulu.
Grievances that would make sense to say in a secular context. In other words, when Al-Qaeda writes its declaration of war on the United States for occupying the Holy Land, what it's complaining about, its main grievance, as evidenced by the fact that it's in the title and dominates the text, as you know, is that we had troops in Saudi Arabia that were there at the invitation of the Saudi government and stayed there for several years with permission from the Saudi government because they were afraid that Saddam might invade Saudi Arabia. Now, the only way that this is a legitimate grievance is if you add the special ingredient of radical Salafi Islam, which says that Christian crusader troops can't be near the holy sites. And by analogy, you imagine a
Damn, Coleman coming out of the gate.
Situation like South Korea, where we were invited to put our troops over there during the Korean War. We fought a war. We've kept tens of thousands of troops there for much longer than Saudi Arabia. But there's no South Korean group flying planes into our buildings because they don't have that extra ingredient necessary, which is there's no Korean religion which says American troops can't be in Seoul. So this would be my core critique of the idea that they hate us for as Sam Harris would say, terrestrial grievances.
Yeah, I mean, so a couple things on that. I mean, number one, like the comparison, say, to like South Korea is just it's really not a one-to-one comparison. I mean, there's a difference between.
It's not a one-to-one comparison. Yes, Saudi Arabia and South Korea are different. He's making the argument that the primary distinction is the major reason why it's different is because of religious differences. Like, are you going to argue that like, well, Iraq is landlocked, so it's different? You know, like it's an analogy, right? Like analogies are never perfect.
Having a military presence as we do in Germany or in South Korea or in Japan or something like that, where you have, these are democracies. These are.
Yeah, South Korea, Germany, Italy, Japan. Where else? U.S. territories like Guam and Philippines and Puerto Rico and where else do we have troop stations? We have joint operations with a lot of European countries. We have NATO forces, portions of U.S. troops with NATO forces in Eastern Europe, and we have joint training sessions in places in Australia. Well, Hawaii is a U.S. state. Sure, it's kind of closer to the Philippines and Guam and etc. than like the other states, but I mean, it's still a state. Yeah, like we have troops stationed all over the fucking world, and like the issue of stationed troops is only like deeply a problem for terrorist organizations in the Middle East.
Western countries that again, I'm not like defending modern.
I mean, like, what do you mean?
Nation states or democracy or anything like that, but there is at least somewhat of a free market, somewhat of a democratic situation. The people like participate to some degree in their government. I don't exactly believe that, but at least that's the way the thing is sold. What you're talking about in Saudi Arabia was using military bases.
No, it's a 3.5 hour video. And obviously, we're not getting through it all. That's how it rolls in here.
Purpose of military bases there was for the bombing and blockade campaign against Iraq. And bin Laden, in that letter that you're talking about, laid this out very clearly. Now, I'm certainly not arguing
The argument still stands in the sense that if the Muslims are telling you that troops in their region are not welcome, don't put troops there. I mean, if other people in other countries say that we're mad that you have troops in another country that were invited by that country because of fears of invasion from a different country, I feel like those terrorists can go fuck themselves. Like, I mean, obviously I would pull them out. You know what I mean? Like, because I don't necessarily want that presence there. I don't necessarily value Saudi Arabia and Israel to that degree. You know what I mean? Like, I would do what I can to pull back the state. I would also deregulate if I had that power. I would deregulate BlackRock and and Vanguard and any other company that wants to put private military contractors there because and Americans can make some profits or donate or do whatever they want. Like, I would give people the liberty of private military contractors to grow, and if Saudi Arabia wants to invite American private military contractors to fucking protect their region and they want to pay them, then I don't give a fuck, right? But I wouldn't tax people to keep a military presence somewhere else, but also, like, the Terrys can go fuck themselves.
With you, that there is like no effect that Islam has on the way that, say, bin Laden
Wasn't invited by the country, just the monarch. 95% might oppose the basis. Yeah, that's fair.
or his men were thinking about these things. But if you're talking about, and there's been many books written on this, but if you're talking about like what actually gets people to sign up to give their life and go kill other people, it's almost always the result of where, like, it almost always comes from a situation where your recruiting shtick, if you're bin Laden trying to get suicide bombers, is to point at all the innocent people who have been killed by this group that you're going after. In fact, even our own FBI, when they do these sting/entrapment runs, where they've done dozens of since 9/11, that's always what they go to them with. Aren't you pissed off about American foreign policy? Don't you have all these grievances about what they do over there? And so, yes, of course, these were radical Islamists, and so everything is filtered through that worldview. And I have no like desire to absolve Islam of any problems that it has. Certainly not radical Islam, but
certainly not radical Islam. Islam, like, what does the term radical mean? It almost feels like listen to this. This feels like a
everything is filtered through that worldview, and I have no like desire to absolve Islam of any problems that it has. Certainly not radical Islam.
Why are you making this distinction between quote unquote radical Islam? It almost feels like he knows that he has a base of people and support and clout and money from like a free Palestine group of people that is just wants to be like, well, I'm not going to absolve Islam of any of its problems, doesn't mention what those problems are, and then just says certainly not radical Islam, as if we're supposed to separate the two. Like, I'll agree, Salafism, Wahhabism, jihadism, like these branches of Islam might be quote unquote more radical in praxis, in what it is that those organizations do, but they have their beliefs are not some subgroup of Islam that has beliefs that run contrary to Islam. Yeah, sure, they might have different, they might interpret hadith slightly differently, right? But Islam itself is a religion that is based upon subjugating all people of the world and putting them under Sharia law. Like, you like there's ideologically very little difference between a fucking a terrorist and your typical Muslim in any country. Obviously, you have Muslims in Western countries, especially America, that have that do the same thing that Christians do, which is like, what Christopher Hitchens called cafeteria religion, where they go, oh, I'm going to ignore that part of the religion because that's problematic and it doesn't fit kind of like my westernized values, right? But at the end of the day, if you're a Muslim, you are an enemy to mankind. You are an enemy to private property. You are an enemy to liberty, and you are an enemy to religious freedom. You are an enemy of any prosperity and human growth, and you have set yourself as a violent extremist against against humanity. You can't say that you are not, and then simultaneously say that I believe in a religion that says that we're supposed to conquest all the other people, that we're supposed to make everyone that isn't a Muslim a people of the book, right? And we're supposed to give them specific taxes because they're not Muslim. We're supposed to fucking we're supposed to outlaw usury. We're supposed to make sure that a woman's word is worth half that of a man's in court because women are lesser creatures that don't have the same liberties as other people, right? Like we can get, I don't want to get into like the cultural practices, the hijab and the niqab and stuff like that, because like there are actual fair ways to interpret Islam as men attempting to lower their gaze and like women attempting to have modesty, et cetera, et cetera. Like that's the one that a lot of people harp on that I think is probably the least problematic when you actually look at like ways that it can be interpreted. But nevertheless, like it is a violent conquest religion that has a governmental structure to some degree built into it that is designed to subjugate and oppress people. So this like line of talking of like, oh, I don't want to absolve Islam of its problems, not talk about any of the problems, and then be like, especially not the radical kind. Like, dude, that to me almost feels like you're sweeping for Islam.
But look, at the end of all of that, what you're still left with is that they do not want our troops in the Arabian Peninsula. They do not want our bases in Saudi Arabia. And it's a fair enough question, even if you're going to say it's some...
Hold on. I've never heard this argument, and that would be hilarious if it's a translation misinterpretation of texts. If it's just, I think I'm almost positive this is a joke, and I've never heard this counter argument, but it'd be hilarious if it turned out to actually be like a misinterpretation that like their religion and we have, which is women speak twice as much, so their word needs to be worth half as much. That'd be fucking hilarious. But no, it also calls for like there to be like another woman to be party to it, which would be quadrupling the amount of speech if that was the appropriate interpretation. But that's a hilarious thing.
Combination of the two to say Saudi is that they do not want our troops in the Arabian Peninsula. They do not want our bases in Saudi Arabia. And it's a fair enough question, even if you're going to say it's some combination of the two, to say, well, why exactly do we need to have those bases there? Why is that? Is that worth the price of dealing with this terrorism issue? And you know, even if Saudi Arabia was concerned that Saddam Hussein was going to...
Kofi Campbell, yeah, I'm not a simp for Judaism. Like, what do you like you keep like coming in being like, well, the Talmud says this too, and Zionism says this too. Like, I'm talking about what Dave Smith is saying about Islam. Like that doesn't, I'm not like a supporter of Judaism. I'm an anarcho-objectivist. I'm against Christianity too, while we're talking about it. And you know what? Let's throw another one in there. Zoroastrianism. If there are any Zoroastrianists left, I'm against your religion. Any other revolutionary monotheistic religions that we need to tackle, I'm against it. Like, you know, like
invade the country. Are there other ways that we could give Saudi Arabia some security guarantee?
Am I against Zionism? It depends on what you mean by Zionism. The way that most people describe Zionism, yes, I'm completely against that. However, if by Zionism you mean Jews have a right to go to Israel in unoccupied land, which much of the land was unoccupied, and then start some colony, build some town, build irrigation systems, and then they have those private property rights and they want to move there and do that. If that's what you mean by Zionism, which is not what most people mean by Zionism, then like, yeah, have at it. But the moment that you want a Jewish state, or that you believe that Israel belongs to the Jews because of some 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 6,000 year old grievances, like then go fuck yourself. That Zionism didn't happen. You could make the claim that didn't happen by and large, but that certainly did happen in many places. It was definitely places that were completely uninhabited where Jews purchased the land through intermediaries from the Ottomans. Then they went, after purchasing that land, they went to that land, then they built that land up, and the Arab population in there moved to that land that was previously uninhabited, because most of Israel was uninhabited. Like 85-90% of Israel was just empty, useless land that nobody had been using. And the population of Palestinian Arabs, or, Gaza, whatever term you want to use, was lower than the population was of Jews during the Roman Empire. Like, it was very desolate. Nobody had built anything up. There was large swaths of land that was uninhabited because it was desolate land without irrigation. And there are many places where Jews set up, kibbutzes, and set up, areas where they rightfully purchased the land, built the land, cultivated the land, and then invited local Arabs to work and live on the land. And then tensions rose. And then fucking Arabs started terrorist attacks against them. And Jews started terrorist attacks against them. And then Arabs did more terrorist attacks and more riots. And then Jews started creating militia groups. And it is a deep and complex history. And it just depends on where you are in the region, leading up to the establishment of the state of Israel, during which Israel was promised to Jews by the British, and Israel was promised to Palestinian Arabs by the British, and Israel was promised to Jordanians by the British. Like, they had 3 different mandates for this big region kind of simultaneously going on, which was, just throwing more oil into the fire of religious and property tensions.
Are there other ways? Do we really need to be slaughtering Iraqis in a non-war period? So again, look, and by the way, it's not just the military bases. There's a long list of grievances that they have, some that are completely incoherent and just not justified. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, the element of it's the element of American domination over the region that I think is pretty predictably going to lead to resistance.
So a few things. One, I would say you drew a distinction between a democracy.
Bro, I need you guys to see this. Now would be a good time to insert ads. Creators earn more money inserting ads the more viewers are watching. Give it a try. Hey, YouTube, how about if you didn't put me an ad limited for every single one of my videos or demonetize it, and you didn't let bots fucking overwhelmingly fucking copyright claim shit that they don't even own the rights to, and shut down all of my fucking videos so they don't get on the algorithm, and I get basically no ad revenue. Yeah, maybe I might be like, hey boys, I'm gonna take a piss break, let's throw some ads on, I'll be right back. But as it stands, go fuck yourself.
On one hand, like a democracy we have our troops in, and a non-democracy. South Korea wasn't a democracy for a very long time, so I would just point that out.
Fair enough.
What I'm arguing,
they may not be anymore, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, what I'm arguing is more than that. This gets filtered through Islamism. I think the equation, if we were to make a recipe of what makes a terrorist group like Al Qaeda tick, it has to have all the ingredients. It has to have these grievances, but it also has to have a jihadi ideology that we are not responsible for, right? Because otherwise, otherwise the behavior just doesn't make any sense, right? Like another one of their grievances was that we allowed Bosnian Muslims to die for too long in the 90s, right? I.e., that we didn't intervene soon enough. Mm-hmm. Now, all over the world,
that's fucking I'd completely forgotten about that. That is insane. We even did Operation Provide Comfort, right? Like, where we moved Kurds, like. The idea that we didn't do enough to save lives in that scenario because we didn't go to war, we didn't wage out all war to protect the Muslims everywhere is fucking stupid.
We don't intervene soon enough. We didn't intervene in Rwanda soon enough. We didn't intervene in Liberia soon enough. We could have saved, in many of these cases, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of lives, but we don't have Rwandan terrorists flying planes into our buildings. We don't have Liberians blowing up embassies. And so there has to be this additional variable that is the lens through which they interpret all of these foreign policy decisions.
Well, so are you saying that? Okay, so like as I had already mentioned, yes, I don't think all of the grievances are legitimate. That certainly was one that isn't legitimate. But there were several other that I think are. But what exactly when you're saying
we forgot because Bill Crystal told us it was a success.
They need to have this Muslim element to it as well in order for what? Like in order to do terrorism?
Yeah, to justify.
What? No, he's saying what? No, he's saying that like you can't understand Al Qaeda. You can't understand al-Nusra. You can't understand ISIS. You can't understand ISIL. You can't understand any of these organizations if you're not accounting for the fucking sick, whacked out ideology that is Islam.
By killing civilians on the basis of these other things. In other
Yeah,
words,
I mean, I don't know. There were Irish terrorists, there were Jewish terrorists, of course, as you know, in the lead up to the creation of the state of Israel. There's been
right,
terrorists.
but those were local ethnic disputes between the Irish and the British, between the Jewish and the Palestinians. What justifies going abroad, flying planes into buildings thousands of miles away, except for the fact that they interpret all of these foreign policy actions that we do everywhere? We station troops in South Korea. They don't fly.
Yeah, I mean that's maybe a weak argument, right? Because it's not like we're not there, we're not doing things there. But again, yeah.
Into our buildings, right?
Yeah,
They
I understand,
don't have
but
that
that
additional
doesn't.
religious element.
It doesn't.
Did he say there were Jewish terrorists? Name
Palestinians.
one.
What justifies going abroad to justify
Says are legitimate. He's saying that okay, so like as I had already mentioned, yes, I don't think all of the grievances are legitimate. That certainly was one that isn't legitimate. But there were several other that I think are. But what exactly, when you're saying they need to have this Muslim element to it as well, in order for what? Like in order to do terrorism?
Yeah,
you're saying?
to justify killing civilians on the basis of these other things. In other words,
I mean,
Yeah, is he talking about the Zealots, right? Yeah, like the Zealots during the time of the formation of Christianity. Is that what we're talking about?
I don't know. There were Irish terrorists, there were Jewish terrorists, of course, as you know, in the lead up to the creation of the state of Israel. There's been terrorists.
right, but those were local ethnic disputes between the Irish and the British, between the Jewish.
Omitted Arabs attacked Jews for centuries, intensified in the 10 years since 1920, and finally in 1930s, a small minority of Lehi Etzel. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like, sure, if you want to call those Jewish terrorists, no, like that would be true, but again, it would be an omission for sure. It is interesting though. I mean, because anytime I've ever heard him talk about, like that violence, he almost always starts with a Nakba. But yeah, I get what he's saying. And remember the Cole? Leahy were classic terrorists, but they appeared as response to overwhelming terrorism. Well, terrorism and riots, right? So it's like, it's hard for me to piece back like which were Arabs committing terrorist attacks and which were like random ass terrorist riots where then a bunch of other people got involved. And then like just became this breakout thing of like a lack of security and control in the region.
And the Palestinians. What justifies going abroad, flying planes into buildings thousands of miles away, except for the fact that they interpret all of these foreign policy actions that we do everywhere? We station troops in South Korea. They don't fly into our buildings, right?
Yeah,
they
I
don't have that additional religious element.
It doesn't really prove anything. Like if you were going to say, if there's, let's say there was like a husband, he comes home, his wife is in bed with another man, he pulls out his gun, he murders both of them. And you were to say, I think the motivating factor here is that she was having an affair, cheating on him. And then you were to say, well, I know another situation where a guy was being cheated on and he didn't murder both of them. Like, okay, that still doesn't prove that that's not the motivating factor here. And it doesn't even prove that there's any needed extra element other than sometimes it goes this way and sometimes it doesn't. But
that's such an insane thing to say. Like it is so blatantly obvious that Arab Islamic terrorism, that that Islam plays a fundamental role. It's like, are we going to forget are we going to forget about the fact that there is a religious cleansing element to terrorist attacks, right? That like when many members of like Al Qaeda, for example, they would, appreciate it. Thank you. Give me just 1 second. Like you can smell a terrorist, right? Like I know that sounds crazy, but you can actually smell a terrorist, a suicide bomber, because there is an entire religious cleansing ritual because of this belief that you're going to go to heaven when you are a suicide bomber as a martyr, where they shave their beard, where they bathe, where they absolve themselves of their sins by praying, and they make sure they try and get every sin they've ever done and pray to, and then there is this, and then they cover themselves in rose oil. So there's this like sickeningly sweet smell to suicide bombers, right? Like the very process of the terrorist act is a religious ritual of cleansing and martyrdom. So to be like, well, we can just kind of dispense with any of the religion because that's not necessary is like that feels kind of retarded to me. It's perfectly fine to make the argument, even if we get rid of the religious element, I still think that these attacks would happen because of all of these other elements. And I do think that this is predominantly about power in the region and that, you know, or this type of foreign policy. Like, I believe this is the strongest motivating force. And here's evidence of where similar things have happened across the world where, right. And why this has become a thing. And like, you know, 9/11 occurred over here because we're over there in some degree. And, you know, and then you can maybe talk about funding from different state institutions like Iran or things like that. Like, you can make the argument that you believe that it's predominantly about power, about, you know, Western influence, and et cetera. But this idea that like religion is like this silly thing to bring up in Islamic terrorism where martyrdom and religious ritual is part of the terrorist activity is insane. Simp for and Capo Siberia, sir. Also, here's Dave Steelman. The enemy's complaint doesn't need to be fully rational for us to criticize continued U.S. military presence on the grounds that it might agitate violence against the U.S. I don't think that's a steelman of his position. I think that's a steelman of a libertarian position, but I don't think that's actually a steelman of his position. His position seems to be floundering in this in because he needs to sweep for Islam for some reason, and then pretending like that's not what he's doing and trying to pull apart any mention of Islam as a motivating factor for terrorist activity, which is nonsense. But I agree with you that that is a good steelman of the libertarian position of like, we don't need to have troops over there. We don't need to have money over there. We don't need to be involved in these situations because that is an agitating force towards violence that comes towards us. That's a good argument.
The idea of like, I mean, if we're just playing out this hypothetical, if you put the shoe on the other foot and you imagine that China, no, let's just say like China had overthrown our government and propped up a dictator and then started, you know, occupying us or putting military bases in America, I think there'd be some Americans who would be grabbing their guns and they would become terrorists.
Also, for the record, right? Like, you know, listen, the IRA did some horrific shit. And you can think what you want about the IRA in terms of what level of justification the IRA had for some of their attacks. Some of their attacks are completely unjustified, right? But we're now living in a world where we've seen like 20 different times that Muslims have ran over people at Christmas markets just because they hate Christians. And that is why they do it. And that it isn't about foreign policy. And then lefties try and shove in this foreign policy element and say, well, why do they do it at a fucking Christmas market? And how does this have nothing to do with religion? Like, religion clearly plays a key role in understanding this. Fabian is obviously projecting on Dave Smith when he says Smith is simping for Islam. Maybe they're both simping for the two factions. Brother, I am not simping for Israel. I want to get rid of all of the money to Israel. I don't give a fuck if the US petrodollar collapses because we lose fucking Israel. I have no desire for our tax money to be involved in Israel. And I would happily ban organizations that pretend like they're completely American based and buying off politicians like AIPAC in the United States. Happily do that.
In the eyes of this new ruling.
And also the Southern Poverty Law Center and the ADL can go fuck themselves because they're leftist organizations.
Who would be grabbing their guns and they would become terrorists.
Why aren't Jewish settlers who attack Palestinians in the West Bank terrorists? Again, I don't understand where this always comes from. Is like, there's this really weird situation where the left, especially, will do a whataboutism about you, about something you didn't say because they assume that you're the same type of person that they are. Symposium brain. I have stated several times that the libertarian answer to this situation is to attempt to bring in court system and adjudicate property in West Bank and have people that want their property bank have their day in a court, and maybe an international court, a UN run court, the best that we can do given our current situation, right? No one's going to bring in private courts or private arbitration firms. I would prefer that, obviously, and have people, regardless of the Nakba, regardless of whatever, if they have deeds or they have proof that their, photographs, things of that nature, that they were living in that residence and that is their home, and there is no evidence to prove that their family or something has done something that gets rid of their property rights, right? Like they're not a terrorist, they haven't done any of that, then they deserve to have their fucking property back. Like, so this idea that like you're like, what about? Like, spare me. I'm not a fucking Israel simp. But just because I'm not a fucking Israel simp doesn't mean I'm gonna fucking simp for Islam or violent fucking Arabs or fucking Hamas or leftist violent organizations like PLO. And just because I'm fucking not with those people doesn't mean one way or the other. I'm probably one of the most neutral positions you're going to find on the internet because I'm libertarian. And if you give me a convincing argument about why one such action or one such group or one such thing is a violation of libertarian philosophy and private property rights, etc., and that includes the life of children that are being fucking killed, then I'm with you. If you understand that these people are terrorists, why act like what Dave said about Jewish terrorism was outlandish? There have been Jewish terrorists. That's fair. And that's probably a bias towards me within this conversation. That's Symposium Brain. That's a fair rebuttal about of probably some level of exposed bias I have while watching this, and feeling some type of way about the messaging that Dave Smith puts out and being primed to react to what he says in a negative way. And that's fair. I also state from the very beginning, I'm not a fucking expert on the region. I'm gonna forget about shit. Like I forgot about Leahy until fucking until Casimir mentioned it again. I was like, oh yeah, I did read about that. Like I don't pretend to be an expert on this region. I do pretend to be an expert on libertarian philosophy, and I'm gonna watch somebody that I know says shit that purports to be a libertarian and says that shit in the wrong. But no, I think but I think you're probably right on that. I do think you have a bias against Islam. I have an extreme bias against Islam, and I have less of one against Judaism. I do think that you have a bias against Islam that influences your reactions, which is fine because you're open about it. Dude, I'm always gonna try and be an open about my biases and about my thought process to the best of my ability. But like you're right. Like I balked at the concept of Jewish terrorism, even though there obviously is and was Jewish terrorism. I think it's mostly because I just hear people constantly call like the IDF terrorists, and it's just like that doesn't really fit. Like sure, I guess, whatever. But insofar as most militaries are terrorists, ha ha ha, you have a bias against people that want to skin you alive and wear your guts as decorations. Nice take. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, like I should have a bias against Islam, but that doesn't mean that sometimes that bias doesn't overshadow your ability to perceive truth in other areas.
In the eyes of this new ruling regime, and I bet they'd be.
Well, all state agents are exactly like, but it's like there's this weird thing where like people will call the IDF terrorists specifically, and like maybe sometimes American troops terrorists, but it's like, are the Russian soldiers terrorists? Are the Ukrainian soldiers terrorists? Like it's like a term that only gets used selectively so that we can weaken the concept of terrorists, so that Hamas doesn't seem so bad in comparison.
Screaming about Jesus while they did it. So I don't actually think that's right. The Irish became terrorists.
I didn't know Symposium Brain was Doobie, but fair enough. I thought you were a nobody. All right. I didn't know you were Doobie. All right. So hopefully that gives me some credence towards not trying to like simp for someone more important.
against the British because they were the ones who they had a beef with. Now, if you're saying, well, why do they come halfway around the world, as if that's some huge different factor? It's like, oh, because I guess America is the world empire and we are really the final sovereign over all of this area, and there are airplanes now. So I don't think there's anything, like, again, I'm not trying to absolve Islam of any responsibility that they might have.
I hate that America is, the world empire. It is better than anybody else right now being the world empire.
We're losing. I think we're losing contact with with these analogies because we're talking about a situation where mostly Saudis flew planes into our buildings, and we had the permission of.
Oh, so now I'm not a real ANCAP because I'm hesitant to call state army terrorists. Listen, I'm not hesitant to say that they're all criminals. I'm not hesitant to say that they're all terrorists. The problem is that I don't like using words in a way that becomes colloquially dysfunctional. That's really all that is, right? Like it's not that like I'm like simping for the IDF or simping for the US military, right? Like fuck them. But it's really difficult when you're an ANCAP and you are trying to speak to a large audience or a larger audience or branch out or talk to normies. When you use this like language in a way that they don't use that language, it really paints you as like not being engaged in reality. And so I'm okay with, switching between those two places to be like, look, you use terror, normal people use terrorists in this way. You know what I mean? So like I'm willing to utilize the language or the descriptors or the adjectives in such a way that just more effectively communicates what I mean. I can sit here and just spurg and be like, taxation is coercion and theft and slavery. And, there's, everyone is a slave. And we're all tax slaves and we're slaves to the state. And it's like, and I can say slave and talk about slavery over and over and over again. But then normal people listen to that and they're like, okay, well, like when I think of slavery, I think of like chattel slavery in the early American South. You know what I mean? Like these two things don't seem to match. This guy sounds crazy. And this, you know what I mean? Like there's that, right? Or like, yeah, I think that one example is good enough.
The Saudi government to be there, right? So we're not talking about a situation where we overthrew the regime in Saudi Arabia and now the Saudi.
Israel has intense conscription. Be careful of demonizing every IDF individual. Dude, so like I was 110% on board with like this concept of like, listen, these are conscripted people and like, and like, especially with like, people coming after like Ethan Klein's wife, like Helena or Hella, whatever her name is, Klein. And then I saw these kids that were protesting in Israel. And they were like, we refuse to join the IDF. We're going to go to jail. And I was like, oh, shit, that's brave. You know what I mean? Even though it's like I might not agree with why you're doing it or whatever, and there's a certain like level of it. It's like, dude, you get like a month and a half or a month in jail for like time served. Like if you're a good boy. If you just like don't cause problems, you get like a month in jail and then you get like a mark on some of your job resumes. So you might have a slightly harder time finding a job. And I was like, yeah, I mean, that's conscription. But like, as far as conscription goes, it's not like it's not like Ukraine where they're going to fucking kidnap you off the street and throw you in a van and then force you into the army. It's like, you got to go do a month in jail. That's wrong. That's evil. And that is a pressure. But like, the level of conscription there is like kind of like, all right. I mean, I get some of you didn't have a choice, but you kind of had a choice. You could have gone to jail for a month. I understand why when they're like, you have to do it. The cultural context is you have to do it, so you do it, etc. But like, I learned that, and I was like, really, like a fucking month if you're a good boy, like that's all right. Right. So to say they have a really harsh conscription is definitely not an accurate description. They do have conscription, but it's like it's not that bad. I mean, it is bad, it's wrong, but like you're not gonna get a black bag over your hat and then wake up in basic training, right? Like it's mild.
Saudis are pissed. We're talking about a situation where we had every right and the invitation of the Saudi regime, and there's this terrorist veto. And I guess one of my questions to you is that if we live in a system of nation states, if
Coffee Campbell, it feels like you just judge no matter what is happening. Like, are you a deeply unhappy person? I get the feeling you might be. Chill out a little bit, buddy. Have a Snickers. You get a little negative when you don't have a Snickers, man.
Terrorist veto.
Actually, have a Reese's peanut butter cup because it's the only candy that you can buy that is that like doesn't have like a bunch of like palm oil in it right now, that other than like the good candy. I'm just laughing at contradictions, bro. There's no contradiction here in what I'm saying. There's an adjective to describe the form of slavery, the form of conscription. And that adjective is relative towards other individuals that have that same system. And as far as it goes, the Israeli one is softer than, let's say, Russia or Ukraine or Korea.
And I guess one of my questions to you is that if we live in a system of nation states, if the whole, liberal international order is to work, it has to mean that we can't take the veto of a terrorist organization within a country to mean more than the word of the head of state that says, actually, we have an agreement. They want us to be.
Connor be like, well, you were 13. Why didn't you join after 9/11? I joined the U.S. Army. I was a 68 whiskey healthcare specialist / combat medic. I joined the Army. So, and then I became more libertarian as I was in the Army because boy, did I see how retarded government was.
Country to mean more than the word of the head of state that says, actually, we have an agreement. They want us to be here. The king of your country wants us to be here. We have his permission. You don't get to veto us being here by killing civilians.
Yeah, okay, so just to be clear, you're right. We're mixing up things here a little bit. Yeah, no, I'm not claiming that America overthrew the government of Saudi Arabia. I guess it's just the point I'm making is we're getting into like whether radical Islam, how much of a necessary ingredient that really is. And so I was just saying, like, imagine some faraway power overthrew our government. But yeah, we did overthrow the government of Iran, Iraq, Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen. We've done quite a bit of overthrowing governments in that portion of the region, many in the last few decades. And
well, don't forget the CIA and the supposedly totally not CIA and State Department backed, Arab Spring.
So, look, I mean, to say that you have...
What was the regarded stuff you saw in the military? Oh, man. The thing, I saw a lot, and there was a lot of problems, and there was some ethical stuff, and some stuff I'm even ashamed about that I didn't push further. But I think the most retarded thing I ever saw in the military was a sergeant major from another unit dumped oil from his car in our barracks dumpster. And instead of punishing that sergeant major because of his rank and his connections and influence, what they did is they put a lock and key on our dumpster. And then you had to go to the front desk at our barracks and get the key so that you could take your trash out of your room. But the problem is that people sitting at that desk with access to that key were only there from like 7 a.m. to like 4:30 p.m., right? Or 16:30, 1700, if you prefer, right? And so if you went and, worked out in the morning, did PT and then, got dressed at the gym and then like went to your work and you were in the office because I was in a medical unit, like hospital stuff, and you'd get home at like 1800, 1900, sometimes even like 2100, and you'd never get access to that key. And then you're supposed to throw out your trash, and then you would get in trouble for having like a trash bag that was tied up right by your door, waiting to get permission to throw your fucking trash away. And then you would get punished. You would get, you get talked down to and get smoked and have to do a bunch of push-ups and get a dressing down on how disgusting you are for not taking the trash out, when the dumpster has a fucking key where I can't fucking throw out my trash. And it's all because some other asshole with high rank dumped his car oil in our dumpster and you refused to punish him because of his rank. That was like the most like fucking retarded shit. I was just like, dude, fuck this place.
Like, I don't exactly know, like, where, like, at least the claim, like, I'm a radical libertarian here, man. So I really don't believe in much of government being legitimate at all. But the idea that, like,
I'm a radical libertarian. I don't really believe, hold on.
Radical libertarian here, man. So to say that you have, like, I don't exactly know, like, where, like, at least the claim, like, I'm a radical libertarian here, man. So I really don't believe in much of government being legitimate at all. But the idea
That's a weird way of saying you're an ANCAP, and to no longer say you're an ANCAP, to say that you're a radical libertarian, whatever that means, which should be ANCAP. You don't even need the radical part. To say I don't really believe in much of the government being in at all, like, are you just admitting openly that you're a minarchist and that you're not a libertarian?
Yeah, that like I think the general view of things is that we view the legitimacy of government as being derived from the people. That I don't think actually makes any sense, but that's kind of the belief in the Western world. I don't know what the invitation of the Saudi.
All right, coffee. All right, Ko-Fi coffee. I'll take that one on the chin. That was good. He's a soft ANCAP. Listen, I still think your argument is wrong, but that was a good one. I appreciate
government means in terms of legitimacy. So we have a right to be there. Yes, the dictatorship that we prop up and keep in power allowed us to be there. So I guess that's true. No, I'm not suggesting that terrorists should get a veto. If we are doing something that is moral, that is correct, and that is within the interest of the United States.
Yeah, we keep them propped up and in power, but also they keep the U.S. dollar like working. I mean, obviously they don't keep it working. They just tie it to fucking, petro sale, and then make sure that we export our inflation to the rest of the world so that we can maintain this bullshit empire. But like the idea that like Saudi Arabia is just like our puppet state, like it's a give and take. Like that's silly.
States of America, and that comes with the price that terrorists are going to be mad at us and want to attack us, well then I don't think we should just allow them to bully us out of doing that. In other words, if the terrorists actually had a problem with the fact that America is just such a darn free place, and wanted to attack us for that, well, then we got to fight them. Like, screw that. We're not going to allow terrorists to have veto power over what we do. The point, I think, is that if you recognize that this policy comes with the cost of these people hating you so much, maybe we should re-examine this policy. And we can sit here and say, look, like in the same sense that if like all the propaganda that Joseph Stalin used to put out about how racist America was, which he loved that. And he would put out all his propaganda about how horrible black people were treated in the South in America. And, now, any of us could look at this and be like, okay, the biggest hypocrite in the world, Joseph Stalin, like you care about.
Yeah, the Chinese do the same thing. Blah, 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 Stalin. Seriously, Fabian, that shit happens everywhere, not including the military. And that is what you hold on to? Fucking grow up, pussy. A lot of y'all need Snickers bars. Like, someone super chatted me and was like, what's the most retarded thing that you can think of? So I told a story from my life about something dumb in the military. I told a story that I thought would be entertaining and funny and just laugh at how the military can do dumb shit. Like, did I hurt your precious love of the U.S. Armed Forces? You know what I mean? Like, I'm a veteran too, you fucking queer. Like, fucking, like, what are you on about? Also, I won't be here tomorrow, guys. Just as a reminder, I have like a birthday dinner thing with my mom. So yeah. So like, I probably won't be on Discord or Twitter much either.
Human rights or something like that. But that at the same time,
that Sergeant Major is his daddy, right? Like fucking
Stalin, like
somebody grew up on post housing.
You care about human rights or something like that. But that at the same time, that doesn't mean you don't go, you know what? It is actually pretty messed up the way we're treating black people in America. Like maybe we ought to examine that. That's not me giving Stalin veto power over American policy. It's just pointing out that number one, like if you were in the Cold War space, you're giving them a giant propaganda talking point here. And it's also a bad policy. It's wrong what you're doing. So yeah, you should stop that. I've heard it argued by some, I'm not exactly sure if this is true, but that actually had that was a big part of the civil rights movement and getting like the national security apparatus on board with it because they wanted to plug up that hole.
What? I've heard it argued and then but I'm not endorsing this or anything. Well, you're making the argument. And it's a dumb argument. Like the CIA didn't fucking start secretly helping the civil rights movement to fight communism because fucking Joseph Stalin had really strong critiques against the way we treat black people here. Like fucking what? What the fuck?
In the propaganda war. I'm not sure if that's right or not. not. But the point is that no, I'm
Okay, so twice you're like, I don't even know if this has anything. I don't even know. I'm just throw this out there. Like, fucking what? Talk about holy gish gallop, man! Like, fucking what?
because they wanted to plug up that hole in the propaganda war. I'm not sure if that's right or not. But the point is that no, I'm not saying the terrorists get a veto over it.
I don't think that's right. I think that was a very minor factor in my opinion.
Yeah, that might be right. I'm really honestly not sure about it. I've heard it argued before. But regardless,
Even Coleman is like, I don't think that's right. It's not even like he was so soft with the way he said it that he didn't have to dig into it. He's like, I don't think that's right.
there certainly were people who wanted to plug up that hole in the propaganda war. Not saying that that's what percentage that had to do with it actually going through. But I would say that I'm not suggesting bin Laden get to dictate our policy. I'm saying that when bin Laden states his list of grievances, and they are, you have your military bases in our Holy Land, you prop up Israel, who mistreats the Palestinians, you've been slaughtering children in Iraq for the last, I guess, decade at that point, and whatever, go through. You prop up brutal dictators in the region.
We didn't intervene soon enough in Bosnia.
Right, I'm saying that one I don't.
Yeah, they're not anti-U.S. military intervention. They just want it specifically prescribed in their.
Yes, but I'm not a bin Ladenite. I'm not coming on here to tell you that I think he was. No. But I'm saying I'm not saying he was right about everything, and I'm not claiming that bin Laden was a non-interventionist libertarian like myself. I'm saying I, as an American who cares about this country remaining free and prosperous and safe, I can look at this list of grievances.
Who's too nice?
And say, yeah, Coleman, that one about us not intervening enough is complete nonsense. The one about us killing a whole bunch of Iraqi kids, he's got a point on that. So the one about us propping up Israel.
What I want to say, Dave. One second.
Okay, well, no, see, this is the problem. Is like, if I don't want to do a poison the well thing. Like, he can say like this is a legitimate grievance, right? But talking about it as if like you don't get to say, here's what they believe. And then go, okay, well, like some of that shit is just completely insane and they're actually pro-US interventionism. But like these other ones are legitimate grievances. Well, to what degree do we give credence to what the terrorists believe? You already said, fuck what the terrorists think. Fuck what their opinions are, right? Just make fuck the whole, their list of grievances. Like, I mean, I guess if you want to say like, I don't know. Maybe it's legitimate to say that they said it, but again, it's to what degree? Like, I guess if you're throwing out religious motivation, which he's trying to do, then like maybe that's your form of argumentation. But like, to me, most of these quote unquote grievances feel like post hoc rationalizations by terrorists. I don't care about terrorists. Just make the moral argument about what the U.S. should or shouldn't be doing. Not this like consequentialist argument about how the terrorists might even be more terroristy if like we do the wrong things. Like where is the libertarian argument about why we shouldn't be there for these reasons? Why it's a violation of our rights and a violation of other rights?
Let me just like real quickly, I'll just end this very quickly. It goes, this is kind of the whole spirit of George Washington's farewell speech, that it's like, look, you get involved in all these entangling alliances and it causes nothing but disaster for your own country. So yes, I think it's reasonable to look at some of those grievances and go, we should have no part in any of this.
So a few things, and then I want to move on to Ron Paul's other big pillar. Sure. You said the big awakening for you was this Ron Paul thing of why they hate us. And I'm really addressing
the Empire and the Jedi are both evil. Yeah.
Myself to that point.
Interestingly enough, I think to really understand how evil the Jedi are and the Senate and the Republic, right, are, a wonderful trilogy of books in the Star Wars universe is Darth Bane, right? So Darth Bane, Path of Darkness or Path of Destruction, and then like Darth Bane Rule of Two, and I forget what the third one was called. Right? This debate is going to be like the debate when Andrew Wilson. Okay. Because he specifically talks, Darth Bane does, or I guess Drew Karpyshyn does, about how post the war between the Brotherhood of Darkness and Darth Bane, doing what he did and, instituting the Rule of Two, one to crave to power, the other to hold it. He talks about the Ruusan Reformation and how the Jedi would be relegated to the judicial branch of the government, and how the democracy itself created layers of bureaucracy, and how that bureaucracy he would exploit, but also the very nature of the bureaucracy of this intergalactic democracy created unfair and destructive aspects of power balances and problems throughout all of the republic, and about how the very thing that killed the Jedi the most was putting them into a governance role in the judicial branch of the the republic, right? And how bureaucracy itself kills democracy, and why it's just weighed down by the state. I'm just saying, like, you guys should check out the book, because it will really, like, you'll see it. Like, I'm doing a poor job of, like, trying to summarize all of it, while also trying not to spoil the book for you guys. But like, you should read that trilogy if you haven't read it, and you'll walk away being like, holy fuck, yeah, dude, this is fucked. It's like, it absolutely is. Wow, this guy's a fucking nerd. What gave it away? Could it be my libertarian live stream? Could that be a start?
Very simply, if Al Qaeda did not believe in a Salafist extreme Islamist ideology, which is the most radical corner of Sunni Islam, I'm not saying it's all of Islam, not even most of it. Take away that one ingredient.
Nah, fuck Islam.
We could do everything else the same in the Middle East as we had done. Overthrowing, backing the overthrow of Iran, the tough sanctions on Saddam Hussein, which caused a humanitarian crisis.
If you take away that ingredient, you wouldn't have half the fucking problems in that region of the world, to be fair.
Putting our troops in Saudi Arabia, and they would not have flown planes into our buildings. That is my claim. That's my claim. And I think, and I'm addressing myself to this question of why they hate us. I agree with you. It's not they hate us for our freedoms. It's that they hate us because they have a very powerful ideology, which makes them prejudge any actions by what they consider to be non-Muslim, Christian crusader, etc. And to me, it's crucial to understand if this issue of why they hate us, in fact, is important. And I'm not sure, I don't think that we can live.
I don't trust doing business in land where cutting sausage tips is mandatory. Here. We do not talk enough about male genital mutilation.
With, I don't think the world, I don't just mean America, I don't think the world can live with a foreign policy that factors in the worst, most destabilizing elements of other societies, right? Because the Saudi regime, complain about their human rights all you want, and obviously one can write a book, and books have been written on that. They have a much better chance of ruling Saudi Arabia and ruling it in a way so that the people flourish than the Bin Ladenites. And if it were the case that in Korea, with our troops there, if there was some Korean terrorist group that said we can't have these Americans on sacred Korean soil anymore, it would not make sense to listen to that terror group over the Korean government and risk taking away our deterrence and make our foreign policy basis on that decision, when the Korean government is trying to get rid of these groups anyway in order to create flourishing societies. So I think we have to be on the side of the elements in these societies, these developing societies, that are trying to haltingly and with many foibles bring their countries forward and make their countries prosperous. Okay, last word, and then let's get to the other pillar.
Yeah, I guess I just am fundamentally unconvinced by this assertion that Islam is this necessary ingredient. I mean, there's been
radical Salafi Islam. I just want to be very precise.
Well, I don't know. The Iranians seem to have a lot of resentment toward us for overthrowing their government.
Oh, by the way, sorry, just to clarify, I'm sorry to interrupt you. What I mean, any ideology, which many ideologies could fit this hole. It's not only radical Sunni Islam. I don't think
it's only Islam, to be honest. I mean, look, sure. Violence is used all the time, and groups who are oppressed violently often use violence in retaliation. We had slave revolts in this country that were incredibly violent. There's been all types of violence used by every major religion, maybe not every minor one, but every major religion for sure. I just don't agree with that at all. I think that the obvious element that when missing, none of this would happen, is America's domination and killing of innocent people in this part of the world. You know, when the King Crane Commission went to Syria after...
I don't know that he's entirely wrong to state that that it's maybe more important to talk about U.S. intervention, but the concept that, like, a major part of this isn't fucking the religion is, again, it's just stupid, right? It's very clear that religion plays a major role in this.
World War I, and they held this huge polling apparatus that tens of thousands of people were interviewed, and they overwhelmingly voted that they wanted America to rule over Syria in a League of Nations mandate. And the reason it's really the opposite of what the George W. Bush administration said. It's not, they don't hate us for our freedom. They actually kind of loved us for our freedom. They viewed America as the good guys. America were the ones, the city on the hill, who were all about liberty. They hated the British and they hated the French. And why is that? Well, because they were dominating them. It's like the most natural human tendency on earth to hate the people who dominate you and violently oppress you. And it's quite often the case that people embrace violence.
I think that's really interesting because I bring up this book often, which is Religion and Human Human Evolution from the Paleolithic to the Axial Age by Robert Bellah. And he makes a very, very strong argument that that humans have they resent domination. That is a part of human culture, from like primates all the way to Homo sapiens sapien. But the other thing that Dave Smith misses with that is that the other extremely common aspect of human desire and human motivation is the desire to dominate, right? Like in us is the resentment of domination, but in us is also the desire to dominate. And libertarianism gives us this pathway towards competition and hierarchical structures through nonviolent means, but it is a choice that needs to be made consciously in order to avoid, our baser instincts, if you will. But to say like, oh, it is the most human thing to resent that domination, it's like, yeah, I agree, but you also have to talk about the other side of the coin, which is that desire to dominate. And Islam is a religion in which it gives carte blanche to domination of those that are not Muslims, and to women and to gays and to, other minority groups, et cetera, right? And it's like that's part of the equation is that instead of having a philosophy of libertarianism, right? Like if we got rid of Islam and we made every single solitary Muslim in the Middle East libertarian, right? Like if I could push a magic button and every Muslim living in the Middle East or living in, North Africa, Middle East, all of those regions, if I could push a button and they would all instantly no longer believe in Islam, so that like apostasy wasn't a problem, right? Because you can get killed for leaving that religion, because that's how much of a, Allah, Islam itself means, to submit, right? If we could get rid of that, and then also that button would magically make every single person in that region an anarcho-capitalist in disposition and in philosophy, right? Or let's say an anarcho-objectivist even, right? What you would see is that region of the world would very, very, regardless of U.S. interventionism, regardless of U.S. military bases, regardless of, OPEC and et cetera, would almost overnight become overwhelmingly more prosperous and overwhelming. Like the regional IQ doesn't even fucking matter. You would see innovation, you would see technological growth, you would see population growth, you would see a what we might call utopia in that region very quickly. Obviously there would be problems, obviously new people would come in, obviously crime would eventually occur, obviously fraud would take, things, natural tendencies would occur. But if we could replace that ideology with the other ideology, everything America does or has done would very quickly be resolved. So it's like the idea that Dubai is built in many parts by oil money, but also by slavery, like it's slavery of a new name where you bring in a bunch of foreigners and make them second class citizens, and and is a hell of degeneracy and a lot of other problems. But there is a lot of progress in Dubai, right? There is a lot of good things about Dubai for sure. But that whole region would be astronomical. That region would very quickly outpace America in terms of economic power, in terms of liberty, obviously, in terms of like every metric that the consequentialists use to talk about what we ought do in terms of governmental policy and etc.
Violence in response. I don't think that's unique to Islam. I think that's more of a thing that brings us all together. I don't mean to be such an egalitarian on your show here. I assure you I'm not one. But I think that is one of the things that humans have in common. So I just don't see it as, violence. I think that violence, we like to distinguish between terrorism and counterterrorism, but that's really usually not much of a distinction, or at least there's usually not a very objective definition for it. Israel is quite comfortable using lots of violence right now. They're quite comfortable killing a building full of innocent people to get a guy that they don't like. And, there's been...
That's a crazy thing to say about Israel. Like Israel, like nation states wage war. And when they wage war, there's collateral damage. And it is certainly true that Israel has bombed a lot of children. A lot of innocent people have died from Israel. But the idea that they're just quite comfortable, like they're just like, oh, they're very close. Israel is relative to other nation states and their terror campaigns of war is it's pretty uncomfortable with collateral damage. They wage, a lot of PR campaigns and a lot of lies to try and cover up the things that they do because they are in part ashamed of it. And then there are a lot of times where they definitely engage in trying to minimize casualties in a way that would be seen as insane by every actor of World War II. Right? Like by America, France, Italy, Germany, Japan, every major, Russia, right? England, all of them would look at the current Israel and go, man, you are really fucking careful about fucking collateral damage in such a dumb way. That being said, they're a nation state, so fuck them, you know what I mean? And they are killing kids, so fuck them, They like what they've done is indeed evil. And there's certainly been ways that they could have handled this absolutely better. Come on, Scott, there's no difference between religion founded by a martyr that said live by the sword, die by the sword, and a pedophile warlord. Well, isn't Muhammad both? Isn't he a pedophile warlord and that? And the way they determine who is a militant, even in those internal numbers, is pretty loose. Well, I'm not saying that. Like Israel's done a lot of evil. Israel's killed a lot of kids, and there's been plenty of instances where Israel could have done, better or not done at all, preferably. But the idea that they're like there's this weird philosophy because war now has this microscope. That like Israel is this unique evil in the way that they are engaging in war, when it's genuinely the other way around. Is that Israel is relatively tepid and relatively careful in the way that they're engaging in this war, compared to how most wars are fought, right? Like there's so much more emphasis on Israel as opposed to like Ukraine drone bombing unarmed fucking POWs and then putting out the footage and giggling about it. And people were like, yeah, it's yesterday's news. Fucking Israel bombed a building with terrorists in it and kids also died. It's like, yeah, killing kids is fucking wrong, dude. It's horrible. It's horrific. It's monstrous. It's war, and war is really fucking bad. And we should try and find a way to fucking stop war at sometimes almost at any cost, not always at any cost, right? Because it's not, you ought not be a pacifist, right? But there are evils that are being committed by them. But the idea that like Israel is this unique evil is just like, I find to be just like a silly fucking thing that lets me know that you're on Twitter or TikTok too much and you're not actually like thinking historically.
Acts of terrorism. Some argue Israel introduced terrorism into the pre-Israeli Zionist settlers introduced terrorism into the region. I don't think it's something that's unique to Islam. And I don't think, I essentially do agree with your point that.
But people can have stupid beliefs that doesn't justify killing civilians. Killing civilians is justifiable when those civilians are being aggressed upon by terrorists. It's true, right? If a bank robber takes a hostage and puts a gun to their head, and the bank robbers, let's say, killed another police officer or something, right? Let's make like real bad guy. You're justified if you don't have a clear shot of the terrorist from like a sniper on a roof. You're absolutely justified at shooting through an innocent hostage to kill the bank robber. It's not in violation of the non-aggression principle. It's just true. You're not the murderer of that hostage. It is the person that has taken that person hostage. So the idea that you're going to wage war without any innocent civilian deaths is ludicrous and so crippling as to make you completely incapable of defending yourself against those that do not follow the non-aggression principle. And it's not even libertarianism. That being said, there's a big difference between shooting through said hostage to kill them because you don't have a shot versus a sniper is on the roof and they have a shot and you decide, you know what, I'd rather just grenade them and kill the two hostages beside them as well. Right? Like that is, you had an option on the table that was just as likely to kill said terrorist or kill said bank robber in this analogy, and you chose the one of the two that was with no relevant information that killed more innocents. And then if you engage in a PR campaign to lie about it or to like blame all of those deaths on Hamas or the bank robbers in this example, then yeah, you're absolutely committing evil. But if if terrorists are in a fucking building and we're like, get out of that building, we're going to bomb the building, get out of this region, we're going to fucking bomb this region, and then you fucking choose to stay, it's not the fucking people that bomb the building's fault. It's the fucking terrorists. And this is going to be true as this is like something you have to look at on a case by case basis. And there are many times where Israel has failed in this, but this idea that like Israel is not engaged in any way, shape, or form in trying to maintain Gazan population at all, and that they're just on this like, how can we kill as many Gazans as possible? You know what I mean? Like that they're this unique, wager of war and they love civilian deaths. It's like it's like it's Israel derangement syndrome.
Most of these dictators in the in the Middle East are preferable to the bin Ladenite, head choppers. I agree with you, and in fact, I've been very critical of our foreign policy.
I'm not I didn't give a metric of like how to what degree they're being careful. I only stated that that the idea that they don't care at all is a silly idea.
For siding with the bin Ladenite head choppers in Libya, Syria, Yemen, and I guess not in Iraq, but next door in Syria. So yeah, I certainly don't think we should be backing the bin Ladenites either. But it's not a choice between do we prop up brutal dictators or do we back the bin Ladenites who oppose them, which seems to be the binary choice that the American foreign policy establishment has been working within. But there is a third option there, which is that we don't have to do any of this. It's not in our national interest. It leads to horrific outcomes. We get nothing.
I totally wholesale agree with Dave Smith on this
Thing out of it, and it was never, and it's also just completely unconstitutional. It's not at all what our government was formed to be. We're not supposed to be the world empire. We're supposed to be a limited constitutional republic, and the people never got a vote on this. There was never a referendum on do we want to become a world.
I don't care if the people got a vote on this, and I don't care about America supposed to being a limited constitutional republic. And why would an ANCAP care about those things? Like, that's a weird argument for a presumed libertarian to make. But, I mean, I guess if you're trying to convince the normies, sure. Right. But the people he's trying to convince do. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's fine. But like, you shouldn't play like you value things you don't value.
Empire. And in fact, if you look down the track list of American elections, the anti-war candidate seems to win just about every single time. Whereas if you run back the presidential elections, who was the more anti-war? Was it Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Or at least was perceived as more anti-war. It was Donald Trump. He wins. Him or Hillary Clinton? Trump. He wins. Obama destroys McCain. George W. Bush in the year 2000 ran on a humble foreign policy, no nation building. And it's like, I don't think the American people want this. And I think if we ever actually, and I don't think it's good for the country. So I'll wrap on that.
Okay, so let's move on. So this other idea of Ron Paul's is that the economy and the military are linked, right? The economic problems we
obviously
experience, the inflation, the debt, and so forth, is linked to military spending. Now, my question here is, obviously that story was true of World War II and Vietnam, and you can just look at the numbers, look at the inflation that happens as a direct result of money printing for wars. But in the past 40, 50 years, right, Reagan, he expands the military budget and inflation goes down. We fight these wars in the Middle East starting in 2001 through the financial crisis. Inflation is in normal rates. It's at between 1% and 3%. This story that I think you believe, and Ron Paul certainly believes, seems like a true critique that is 50 years out of date. And I don't blame Ron Paul for that.
Dude, inflation doesn't happen magically, instantaneously. When inflation is now measured not by a growth in the money supply, but now measured by the consumer price index and the producer price index and asset inflation. Like, it takes time. Like, it takes time for the currency to get devalued, right? So there's I recently read Robert Quick's Austrian business cycle, right? And he talks about, he gives this really good analogy about how, the chicken comes home to roost eventually when we're talking about inflation and we're talking about, collapse in GDP or businesses, et cetera. And he says, like, imagine that you have a professor, right, that says, oh, guys, like we had a server crash and all of your papers or all of the tests you did were destroyed. And so what I need you guys to do is I need you in the next 24 hours to write me a paper, and then that'll be done in lieu of the lost test. This paper will be your final exam grade. Right? And so he describes a scenario where when you go home and you start trying to write this 30-page paper, you have 24 hours to turn in. And at first, man, you're kicking it, you're getting it done, you're going. But then all of a sudden you're getting tired, you're getting burnt out. So what do is, instead of getting some sleep and then coming back and doing the paper at a later date, you have this deadline, you drink some coffee, right? This is what happens when the Federal Reserve is like printing money. It's like drinking coffee, right? Or like, or you're priming the pump and you're putting it in like, economic development and different things, et cetera, right? And then you drink some coffee, and then what ends up happening is you get a couple hours, and now you're really tired because you're starting to crash. So you got to drink coffee. But the problem is you have to drink more coffee than you drank a couple hours ago because your body and mind are even more tired. And so what ends up happening is you have to drink more and more coffee in order to stave off the economic, or in this instance, the sleeping crash. And then eventually you finally get done, you turn in your paper, you go home, and what happens? You've been up for 24 hours drinking pots and pots of coffee. You're finally done. You're going to lay in your bed, you're going to crash, and you're going to sleep for an unreasonable amount of time. And then when you wake up, it's going to be you're going to feel like garbage. Right? Like you're going to feel horrible. And so this idea that like, oh, well, we went into this war and money printer went burr, but inflation was normal, is like a misunderstanding of how inflation actually hits the economy, especially when inflation has been magically turned into different measurements of price in the economy, as opposed to the actual definition of inflation, which is monetary inflation, right? What we now call monetary inflation, right? It's an increase in the money supply, which by nature devalues everybody's currency. If you print money that you do not have from taxation, then inflation is an inevitable result. It cannot not occur because you have increased the money supply. But if you fucking print money in this economy and then you invest it and you like create some growth somewhere in the short term, like it takes time before those prices adjust, right? It's the same thing we saw in COVID where like it was like, oh, we're at 8% inflation, but the producer price index is 12%. So we know in the future, once that, like those producers are going to have to do something, either cut jobs, increase prices, limit their growth, etc., in order to like correct for this, and that inflation from the PPI is gonna eventually make its way down to the CPI. And then what you saw is that the CPI only went up to like 10% instead of 12%. We said, see, so it was only 10% inflation, but you're measuring prices. What you're not measuring is that there's a natural growth in the economy that occurs, and the increase in the money supply limited that level of growth because the producers had to, they didn't just one-to-one increase prices. They also stopped investing in the growth of their company. One of they didn't hire as many people. They didn't put money into research and development. They didn't put money into investments. They tried to weather the current storm, which means we got less growth in the economy, but you can't measure said negative. And this is what happens when you look at inflation as just the prices, and then you have this fantasy fucking thing where it's like the moment the money printer go burr, it's supposed to have this effect on inflation, and then it just didn't have this effect on inflation. We're living in a world right now where houses are unaffordable to Gen Z and to the loser millennials like myself, right? We're living in a world where wages have only gone up a certain degree, but asset inflation has skyrocketed. Like we're living in a world where the government is telling us that inflation isn't actually that bad. But when you go to the grocery store, if you buy garbage that's full of like, whatever you feel about different seed oils or whatever, but it's new shit in our food. We talk about yellow dye number 5 and fucking red 40s in our food, where more and more of our food is full of junk ingredients. The fact that the price on that garbage poison only went up 10%, it's not even a direct actual real comparison, because the fucking Kraft mac and cheese from 20 years ago is not the same Kraft mac and cheese today. It's actually a different product that's cheaper to make, and the prices have still gone up. But when you're buying real fucking food, all of a sudden the grocery bill went from fucking $400 a month to $800 a month, and they're telling me it's 10% inflation, but I'm paying twice the fucking cost. Like, you have a lot of lies and bullshit and misunderstanding of economics in this argument from Coleman.
Because he's of the age where he would have opinions that are 50 years out of date. But what do you find compelling about this idea?
Well, I don't think that it's out of date at all. I think it completely applies. It probably applies even better to the last 20 years. There's a real problem with measuring inflation by the CPI. And I think,
yeah, Kraft mac and cheese was always trash, but it's a different ingredients in a different product is all I'm saying. It's not a one-to-one comparison.
Like, even today, I'm pretty sure I'm right about this, but like if you were taking if you were trying,
like you want to compare beef to 20 years ago, right? Like you can't go to Walmart and grab hormone pumped in subcutaneous fucking inoculation cows to fucking 1980s beef. What you have to actually compare is grass-fed, grass-finished beef, which is like insanely expensive compared to just the cheap shit at Walmart.
To get like your Series 7 or your Series 63 license to go sell stocks and bonds, and they asked you on the test for your license, like, is inflation if it was like a multiple choice, and they were like, inflation is rising prices, you will get that wrong. That's not what inflation is. Inflation is an increase in the money supply. It's more money chasing fewer goods. And so if you want to measure, say, the prices going up, the problem with that is that there's just, like with anything else, there's a lot of factors going into it. So like, for example,
I should have just let Dave cook. Like, we're going to have the same argument mostly.
if you raise the minimum wage in a state and unemployment goes down, that doesn't prove that raising the minimum wage lowers unemployment, because it might be that 3 new factories came and opened up in your state, and that's why employment went down. So there's lots of factors leading into why prices go up or prices go down. But the point is, it's still inflationary. So like, in other words, right, if let's say you had an economy where you were about to go through a steep recession, and prices were going to drop by 50%. There was going to be a massive deflationary event. And then the government just like doubled or tripled the money supply. And so prices didn't change at all. You could sit there and say the CPI didn't change at all.
I get that it's multi-causal.
But that infusion of cash still created a huge amount of inflation there. So no, it's not a theory that war spending, drives the debt. It's a fact. They're spending trillions and trillions of dollars, and this is all being added to the national debt.
How important can that fact be? If America, with all of its excess, massive military spending compared to, say, Europe, has the same long-run inflation rates as all these European countries.
Oh, man, this is insane. Because we export our inflation, and because other countries also do socialist nonsense, doesn't somehow mean that all of a sudden it's not important, that we're destroying human progress and liberty and fucking over younger generations' ability to afford homes or be able to have capital accumulation and build families and have meaningful lives, while we have a bunch of constantly online young men with no hopes of the future because our entire economy is based on service industry bullshit and making sure that women have HR jobs. Like, go fuck yourself.
And pretty much the same debt to GDP ratio. It's not a one-to-one correlation. Obviously, all of these economies are complicated, but it does undermine the idea that the military is the difference between Western Europe spending 1.5 of GDP on their military and America spending 4% of GDP on our military is showing up at the grocery store in any way that a person could actually detect.
No, again, that's just not right. I mean, it's not the case that like if you're getting drunk and getting behind the wheel of your car and you go, oh, but my neighbor's shooting up heroin and getting behind the wheel of his car, it seems like we have the same outcome.
Why do we have the same long-run inflation rates as all these European countries that don't have empires?
Typically speaking, they've embraced more generous welfare states than we have. They have big government of a different variety, and that also requires money printing. And we also kind of act, at least to some degree, in uniform. I mean, the central banks of Europe and the United States of America do, coordinate quite a bit together. But yes, you're right. It is absolutely the case that America has embraced more of the militaristic big government, whereas the European countries have embraced more
and even in the case of America, our spending is 1 part military, 3, 4, 5 part welfare states. So
100.
Yeah, cool. We're spending trillions on this war. Well, it's not really that bad when you think about all the trillions we're wasting in Social Security. So who cares? Fucking what? What is that logic?
So it's okay,
yeah, they're all huge. They're all huge drivers of this. But like, look, and I'm as against the welfare state as anybody you've ever talked to, Coleman. Like, I can assure you that. But there is a difference between paying for grandma's hip surgery.
Like, we could reduce military spending to 0 tomorrow, and we would still every year be increasing the debt to GDP ratio in this country. So to me, the idea of focusing on it is like a firefly to the sun. If we're talking about issues like
that's so fucking insane, because it's a lot easier to get the American public behind the concept that maybe we should stop bombing people in other countries than it is to get people to say we need to take away grandma's Social Security. Like, we're fighting both of them. I'm fighting both of them. But like, it's fucking nonsense to critique me for saying maybe we shouldn't be spending trillions of dollars on wars we don't need to have because, well, don't you know, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, corporate welfare, and subsidies are a problem too. They're actually a bigger problem. Yeah, dude, they're both fucking problems.
in inflation and the debt.
No, I mean, look, it's not a firefly to the sun. I mean, yes.
I'm exaggerating slightly.
No, but not even slightly. No, it is. To the sun. I mean, it's kind of like a third of the sun to the sun. So yes, there are other sections that the entitlement programs are slightly bigger, but that's it. After that, it's I guess interest on the debt now might be overtaking it, but then it's the military. We've spent something like $20 trillion since the collapse of the Soviet Union. And that's a huge driver of the $37 trillion. But you are absolutely right that with the
sounds huge when you don't include the biggest GDP in the world in the denominator.
Yeah, no, it sounds like a lot of money for the government to be spending, which is currently $37 trillion in debt. It's not the GDP isn't spending money on defense, right? It's not. It's the
dude. Coleman might have been fucking cooking on some Israel facts, but he is literally just being a fucking. But GDP number go up, good. Like he's fucking. This is bad. Like, I mean, this is rough.
Government spending this, and
no,
they do not bring in
spending
enough
numbers
money to
only have meaning in comparison to the denominator.
No, I don't know if I don't.
Oh, he's just a full-blown post-Keynesian. That's it. It doesn't matter how much money the government spends. so long as GDP number go up. He literally believes that.
Yeah. It's only
isn't spending money on defense, right? It's the government spending this, and
no,
they
but
do not
the
bring in
spending
enough
numbers
money to
only have meaning in comparison to the denominator.
No, I don't know if I don't.
Yeah, it's true. Okay. So do you want to move?
Which he just says it like, no, that's just a fact. Like we all know that like post-Keynesianism is just correct.
Off this? Do you want the last word?
No, go ahead.
Let's move off this. Okay. So I'm curious, do
you let him have the last word on just claiming that it's a fact that what the why would you be like, no, I'm not going to fucking move on from this. Like we are killing people in our own country. Kids can't have like Generation Alpha, Generation Z are never going to be able to buy a fucking home. No, we don't move off of this. What the fuck?
Support, I don't think I've ever heard an example of a military intervention that you support. And I'm curious, in your anti-war philosophy, I know that you're okay with, if for some reason Mexico invaded us, you'd be okay with us pushing them out. You're not. Sure. Everyone supports a purely defensive war.
Yes, absolutely.
So is that the limit of the wars that you support, or is there any war in the past 100 years that America has fought that was not, or let me just say, any military intervention that was not purely defensive that you support?
No, I mean, I think in American history, right, the Revolution and the War of 1812 were purely defensive wars. And that's, leaving aside any of the stuff about how conspiratorial the founding fathers were about what the British were about to do, none of that really matters to me. They sent an invading army, and I think people have a right to declare their independence, so that's a legitimate war. In terms of a war that I could support, I can't think of an example of one. I think that there's, like, if you're, like, just talking in theory here, right? I do think that if you're attacked and if you have reason to believe that you can't stop attacks from continuing to come, and that the only way to save your people is to, God forbid, kill some innocent people on the other side, I could see there being a horrible consequentialist argument for it. But I don't support any of the wars that America's been in my lifetime, for sure.
Okay, so
Ooh. Yeah, that's too strict of an, like, that's pacifism nonsense, right? Like, no, like if China, right, brings a boat over and has like 10 American citizens on the boat, kidnapped and hogtied below decks, and then they bring an aircraft carrier, blow up the fucking aircraft carrier, dude. Like, if the aircraft carrier is like obviously attacking, like, it's not like some like hostage negotiation thing or something, right? Like, but like if the aircraft carrier is fucking like, bombing fucking, some port city in America, like, no, like we're not the aggressor. We're not anti-libertarian. Can't watch streamer too handsome, making me feel gay. All right, I appreciate it. Dave, send all military to the border, Smith and his principled position on non-aggression.
Well, I can give you two examples of wars I definitely support. One is Korea. If we hadn't intervened in Korea, there would be no South Korea. It would be, the whole peninsula would be ruled by the Kim family, and every humanitarian consequence that's come as a result of that.
Yeah, this is a nonsense argument. I hear this too, where they're like, "Oh no, you should go like without us, then Kim, like, you have no idea what the future would have been if we had not wasted so many American lives, tax dollars. If we had a principled philosophical position on war, and we had communicated that to the rest of the world, and we had used funds, and we had used influence, and we had unleashed the might of the free market. Like, you have no idea what that timeline looks like.
In the past 70 years, including all the famines and the repression and the purges. And so to me, it's easy to make a consequentialist argument that our intervention in Korea, though it did increase deaths from what would have resulted, was in the long run a good choice. And then I can also easily support the military intervention in Liberia in 2003, where this country has been at civil war, hundreds of thousands of deaths, people slaughtering each other left and right for 12 years. Clinton does nothing. George Bush shows up, sends 2,000 Marines. Within a week, the Civil War is done, and the country's been at peace for 20 years, and they fly American flags there. And these seem to me both examples where your philosophy of war would not allow us to go.
The problem of consequentialist argument and ignoring principles is the moment that you justify evil to prevent a presumed greater evil is the moment that you engage in justifying evil, but even it's kind of self-defeating from your own perspective because you don't know that you actually stop the greater evil and you don't know what the outcomes of the other decision would be in the future. And so you can't ever know from a consequentialist perspective what the other outcome is, right? Consequentialism is only fair and valid in such a thing where you are weighing two options or multiple options and you only allow yourself to choose from non-evil actions, right? If you are engaged in if there's A, B, and C is a little bit of evil and A and B are no evil, right? It's perfectly reasonable to use a consequential analysis to choose between A and B. But the moment you use a consequential analysis to say that C is actually the valid choice because I believe, based off of reasonable evidence, that I will prevent greater evil in the future by doing C, is the moment that you say evil that I know now is correct for a presumed knowledge of what evil may or may not occur in the end.
Do things like that, whereas mine would.
Yeah, so I guess like the Liberia one certainly did work out fairly well. Korea, I don't honestly.
You support Liberia?
No, I said it worked out fairly well.
But you don't support it, even though it worked out well.
This is the point that I'm getting to, right? Is that
like he has a growth over his nose? I'm not seeing it.
So no, I wouldn't have supported the policy, but it did work out a lot better than the other catastrophe.
He is getting older. He is a parent now, right? A lot of stress on the face, right? Maybe he gets a little angry or something, but like he looks fine here.
But if you want to sit here and say that like my philosophy wouldn't allow Liberia to have happened, like, okay, fair enough. But your philosophy won't prevent Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, Somalia, and Yemen. And I'll take that trade.
I wouldn't say my philosophy is pro-Iraq. I wasn't pro the Iraq war.
No, it's not a matter, but you're saying my philosophy of not getting into these entanglements will not allow us to have the success of Liberia.
That's correct, right?
So then, right, yes, sure. But then the flip side of that is that then you also have to credit that my philosophy would not allow the catastrophes that I just rattled off.
So it's a trade-off.
Forget
your point. Your philosophy is, as every philosophy
everything is trade-offs. Yeah, everything in life is trade-offs, sure. But like, yes.
But
yeah, this is what happens when you're not an ANCAP first. Honestly, right? Is that you get into this muddy, pragmatic, consequentialist argument, and then you end up justifying each other's philosophy as opposed to having a moral principled position that allows you to actually argue against his. But neither of these people can really argue against the other person's moral philosophy, and because they have the same opinion, which is that the ends justify the means and that might makes right. They're both arguing might makes right and the ends justify the means when they're engaged in this purely consequentialist analysis.
Deep insight. That's a deep insight. I mean, that's not something to gloss over. It's a trade-off. No. It's a trade-off in human lives on both sides.
100%. But well, yes, it's a trade-off. I suppose yes, it can be. Everything is a trade-off. But also, the thing is that
the right response here is that you're right. People die no matter what the fuck you do. But the difference is that yours justifies taking lives for the presumed outcome of less lives being taken in the future, and mine, the libertarian position, doesn't justify taking lives. It is a fight against that.
Giving the government power to do something.
Well, I mean, obviously, it justifies taking lives of aggressors and collateral damage of individuals that are, being aggressed by other people, taken hostage, etc. But you get what I mean.
Is not, something that you can then always have control over than how it's going to be used. And so, yes, in a sense, it is a trade-off. Like
a bad mean cannot lead to a good.
Everything in life is trade-offs. But I think the trade-off is way on my side. And if you're saying that, like, of the last, 19 military interventions, we got 2 who didn't turn out to be complete catastrophes. That's like, oh yeah, I would still rather err on the side of the trade-off that didn't allow for all of the catastrophes to happen.
I would say there are more than 2. You could probably add the NATO bomb.
Brother, you gotta, like, Jesus Christ. If you're gonna be a fucking David Friedman consequentialist libertarian, then you at the very least have to punch back with the thing that was lost more than just the death. You have to explain that even if we allowed Korea to take over, even if we didn't help in Liberia, that what we also didn't do is increase inflation and increase the debt and steal from American citizens, and that we would be a more prosperous nation with more wealth and more power to bring the world out of poverty. Maybe we would have cured cancer by now if we weren't in fucking Vietnam and 10 different wars in the Middle East and fucking Korea and all these other places. Yeah, those places may have fallen to communism, but we would have defeated communism through the market to such a fucking degree that we could be living in another world where there's no fucking communist regimes anywhere in the world, where all of the people of China may be free because we chose capitalism as opposed to regime change wars throughout the world. Like, that is a possible scenario where North Korea and South Korea are actually unified and they're under a capitalist country, or at least a capitalistic country with relatively free markets. And the same could be true of China, and the same could be true of Cuba, and the same could be true of Russia, as opposed to like this weird, thing that is going on in Russia, and so on and so forth. Like, that millions of lives were saved by not fucking being there. On top of the fact that, by the way, I don't know how many people died in the Korean War, just like while we're throwing that out, like how many. Like, just throwing this out. Total deaths is, including military personnel and civilians from all sides, is 2.5 to 4 million. Maybe those 3 million people would end up under communism, and then we would end up curing fucking cancer. And then all of a sudden, maybe they have a very quick and short revolution that only kills, a couple thousand people. And all of a sudden, all of Korea is unified under a capitalistic nation. You think Samsung's dope now? Imagine if they had North Koreans working at Samsung factories. Like this idea of like, oh, see, it's good because we stopped communism in like the latter half of Korea. It was worth the 3 million deaths and the astronomical amounts of money and economic hit that the world took. He's like, it's like you have to counter with an actual fucking counter.
Bombing in the 1990s, and you could probably add getting Saddam out of Kuwait.
Which NATO bombing in the 1990s? Serbia, you're talking about?
Both 95 and 99.
Oh, well, all right. I mean, those are
more. I'll grant you, those are more arguable cases. Those aren't shut and dry like Liberia.
No, I mean, I think honestly, I know a lot more. I know more about
experts would argue that we halted a genocide in progress. And that's not
no expert has any evidence that we halted a genocide in progress.
Expert?
This is what they said. This is what they said leading into the war, right? Bill Clinton said that like 100,000 people or something like that had already been killed, and the FBI went over there and investigated afterward, and they just didn't find anything to back up those claims. And Milosevic had absolutely committed war crimes, and he had killed some soldiers and he had done some bad things, and there were people who got massacred, but even he never even got convicted of the genocide charge in the International Criminal Court. He got convicted of war crimes and I think some other lesser charge. But no, I think that thing was sold on lies, just like all the other wars of my lifetime have been.
Okay, so I want to talk to you a little bit more about your anti-war philosophy, because I've heard,
all right.
One of the arguments on the other.
So far, it looks like Coleman cooks him when it comes to Israel, because Dave Smith has gone way too strong on this Israel-Palestine fucking situation, maybe because he's trying to cozy up to Groypers. He just fucking apparently gassed up fucking Nick Fuentes today, and the Free Palestine left. But anytime they're talking about anything else, Dave Smith's cooking him. What I saw on Twitter was that it was just like this complete one-sided defeat. to be fair, we're 48 minutes in. It's a seen and unseen fallacy. I see that we broke the Korea window and the GDP went up. They cannot explicate the counterfactual. Yeah, you have to at least give the example of potential counterfactuals for sure.
Side of you is that the world is basically a competition of great powers, or if not great powers, then regional powers. And if America were to adopt your favorite stance of isolationism and purely defensive wars, we're not fighting a war until there's a bomb dropped, on American soil, and then we're going to fight a purely defensive war to eliminate the threat, and that's it. What would happen is all of the other powers in the world, from Russia to China to Iran, would simply fill in the void, right? And so you have examples like, we pull our military bases out of the Philippines, and it's not 2 years before China has created an artificial island and plopped a military base right off the coast of the Philippines.
That's a U.S. territory. That's a weird example to use.
We and then there's the additional point, which I want to get your response to, which is that
I mean, really,
we feel many critiques of our military industrial complex. The fact that we have this revolving door where you can predict with coin flip accuracy.
Is it not or is it just a treaty? Hold on. What is the deal with what is our control? You're right. Over the Philippines. We have something there. We have something. It's not. Yeah, Puerto Rico is, so is Guam, but I'm trying to think, what the fuck is it? Bilateral alliance and a mutual defense treaty. Because it was an unincorporated U.S. territory until basically World War II. Cooperative agreements, voluntary partnership, joint exercise investments, bolster. Grok is giving me a lot of shit. It was a U.S. territory. My bad. And then we have a mutual defense treaty similar to NATO. And then we have a bunch of joint government shit. But we are not allowed to have a permanent military base there. We have temporary military bases because their constitution basically says that we can't have that. And then give them $500 million a year in military financing. Jesus Christ. Oh, for South China Sea operations. 14,000 troops, U.S. personnel there. Anti-ball cotton drills, anti-ship missiles, drones, special ops. Yeah, we got a lot of connections with them, but you're right. I'm retarded. Sometimes I get shit wrong. Foreign policy is not my strong suit.
That the current Secretary of Defense is going to end up at a weapons company in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Dude, don't. Bro, Mints, we can't have that. 1 minute timeout, Mints. Stop trying to fucking find ways around putting racial slurs in chat, guys. Like it's just going to cause some random viewer to see that, report the stream, and then we're going to be like, how come for the next couple weeks you only have 15, 20 live viewers? Because nobody gets the go live notifications because some random asshole keeps reporting it, and because it's kind of a legitimate thing. And then if it continues, I'm going to get in trouble.
And there's a revolving door.
In trouble.
And in the aggregate, it wouldn't require a genius in human psychology to think that perhaps this pushes the whole system to be a little more war happy than it otherwise would. And I think I would probably disagree.
Yeah, again, this is what happens when you have a purely consequential analysis of shit. Is but see, then the whole situation could get more war happy, and so actually more war and more death occurs in the world.
Agree with you. I think I would certainly disagree with you about the power of that effect. But what would you say to the critique that Russia and China also have their own military industrial complexes? It's not even a revolving door in the case of Russia because they're in the same room. It's like the 49% owner of Kalashnikov became the deputy secretary of defense in 2018 in Russia. And he didn't even have to get rid of his shares in Kalashnikov, right? Yeah. So they're not revolving in and out. They're just in the same room. They're the same people.
I need to know, is that actually the right way to say it? because I've always heard Kalashnikov, but is that actually like Casimir? I need you to tell me if he's just saying it in a weird way or if I've just always heard it wrong.
In China, it all
Russian.
works through bribery because everything is state owned, but they've had massive bribery scandals in the past 10 years where the weapons companies are bribing the people that decide whether to get their to secure their contracts to give them higher prices, who are bribing the people above them to make decisions that were down to the benefit of ultimately financial motives. So if America pulls back from the world, what is to stop the military industrial complexes of all the other countries in the world from simply filling the space now that they're undeterred?
Sure. Well, I mean, I think, so I've certainly heard this argument before. I would kind of point out that it does.
Unlike Hassan, I will not put a shock collar and then lie about me torturing my kitty.
Seem to me, certainly heard this argument before. I would kind of point out that it does seem to me that the more pro-war position almost always seems to rely on like an unfalsifiable counterfactual of how things would be way worse if we didn't do this. And whereas the anti-war position tends to more rely on the actual catastrophes that have happened. And so like, just to be clear, which I'll defend my philosophical views or whatever, but the idea of like, oh, the problem with the non-interventionist libertarians is that if we completely withdrew from the world, then China comes and totally takes over the world in our absence. It's like, okay, but like, just first, I will say, just on a practical level.
On a practical level, I'm going to interrupt. Maybe you'll say the same thing as me. I don't care. Dude, do you like China's already a paper tiger economically, and we are competing with China to see whose fucking economy collapses first, with inflation and the inability to buy homes and capital accumulation being ruined for younger people and ever increasing debt, right? Like we are competing with China to see what level of socialism in our economies will destroy the other one first. And if we fucking pull out and we stop spending trillions on fucking wars, and like even if we don't get rid of our all of the other socialist bullshit, and just that alone would have a more positive effect. Yeah, obviously wouldn't minus the deleterious effects of all the other welfare and socialism we have, but like we may inch along and produce more and make more and have more innovation, right? Like imagine, since we're doing counterfactuals, right now, we have China nipping at our ankles in the tech industry. Okay? We are in a competition to see who can make artificial intelligence at a degree where it completely revolutionizes economics, right? I don't want to say artificial general intelligence. I don't want to get into this like debate about like, whether or not artificial general intelligence is possible or when it occurs, right? But it is undeniable that artificial intelligence of some degree is going to be the greatest labor-saving device in human history, okay? It is going to supplant millions, potentially billions of jobs. It is going to open up new avenues in economics of jobs that we thought were never possible before because they weren't profitable, but with the aid of artificial intelligence are going to be profitable. There's going to be new economic things in tech in so many different ways. If we stop doing all these wars and then China tries to fill this void and we just focus on unleashing tech and we just focus on not wasting more money, and we very well may be in a counterfactual world where, yeah, China starts doing shit in the South China Sea and starts fucking with Japan and does more shit in Africa and the Belt and Road Initiative, and like they become better friends with Saudi Arabia, and then BRICS gets stronger, and then like we have some economic issues because inflation actually comes home to roost and does all this. But then we fucking have like we have these massive innovations in AI, and all of a sudden we are the new economic leader of the entire world, and our productivity shoots through the roof in an extreme degree because China's wasting money trying to build retarded islands next to Japan and then be like, see, this is our land because we spent billions making a fucking new island for some reason instead of unleashing fucking capitalism. And then we begin to unleash or at least pull back some of the chains and restraints on capitalism. We could live in a world where that where the whole world just becomes super fucking yellow pilled on capitalism because of the successes of America and non-intervention versus China trying to fill the shoes of America. Like there's a billion different games we can play of what if. Okay? It could turn into a disaster, it could turn into a paradise. And it could turn into something in between in all of these domains. The difference is the ANCAP position doesn't say we need to steal money from you and we need to waste resources on killing other people because presumably the future will be better and different. It says don't do those things, and we know that we will have more economic success and liberty and freedom and finances than if we do those things. Fuck off.
Like, without embracing pure Ron Paulianism or something, which is probably not going to happen tomorrow, like our criminal government in DC could have just not lied through their teeth to sell the war in Iraq. And like that would have just been a lot better. 1 million people would still be alive and trillions of dollars wouldn't have been wasted and tens of thousands of our bravest young boys wouldn't have committed suicide in the aftermath of it. And so we didn't need to fight all of these disastrous wars, even if you think on top of that you can't completely pull back from the world. But I don't know. I fundamentally reject the idea that there will be one power who takes over the world. You know, part of
it wouldn't
why
have to be one. Each regional power fills the vacuum of its own area that we leave.
Yeah,
and it's not a hypothetical based on nothing. It's based on, can you point to a single time period in the past 5,000 years of human civilization where the regional powers have not expanded using their militaries to the best of their ability, given the accounting for the blowback they will get? Can you point to any time? So it's not.
What the fuck kind of argument is that? Is throughout human history, we've been violent and wrong. So I need a historical analysis of large empires that didn't act like empires. What's the fucking relevance to the conversation on that?
No, I'm not. Yeah, okay, but I'm not suggesting that that no regional powers will exert influence over their realm of their sphere of influence. Of course not. But I'm also seeing right now Vladimir Putin is limping through his third year in a war with Ukraine. I don't see him as being a threat to dominate Europe anytime soon. The rest of Europe is all against him and much wealthier and much stronger than him. China is more.
But you
of a
implicitly,
power.
even in that argument, you concede implicitly that if they were less strong, for instance, if they didn't have all the backing of the United States, that he could expand, and that would be the natural tendency throughout all of human history.
I'm not conceding that that's necessarily the natural tendency, but sure, if Ukraine was weaker, he would be able to have defeated the country quicker. I'll certainly grant that.
It's not the natural tendency. So you don't agree with the Mearsheimer guys that believe great powers have a default tendency to expand up to the limit of the resistance against them?
Well, listen, certainly.
So this dude is a full-blown post-Keynesian and a full-blown realist. World War II was inevitable because Germany was landlocked type and didn't have enough colonial powers, so therefore World War II would have happened no matter what we did. These are talk about fucking radical. Coleman is very radical with a fucking with a calm normie demeanor.
I think every organization has a desire to expand. I mean, this is true in general of businesses, of countries. So they're always trying to expand, not necessarily territorially. And I do think that a country like China, who is kind of known for playing the long game, even in their kind of crazy centrally controlled method, no, I don't think that they're watching America going bankrupt, fighting all of these wars and saying, oh, we got to get in on all that action. I think that, so essentially, yeah, I would probably agree with much of what John Mearsheimer says in the sense that it is the way of the world that great power will have their realm of influence. I do think that's true. But looking at the world right now, I mean, it's just, I find this to be kind of a silly thing where we become the world empire, we bully the entire world, and then we sit there being worried that someone else is going to start doing this. Whereas China has adversaries all around it. China has to contend with Japan and South Korea. It's not so obvious that they just take over the world. And no, I just essentially, no, I'm a George Washingtonian on this. I think that America, we struggle enough with just doing liberty right here. That should be our focus. And no, I don't think, I think you can trade with the world and be friends with the world. And yes, it will suck to be a little country next to a bigger, much stronger country. That's already true. That's true with America. We're more guilty of making it suck for little countries than any of them are.
This is a lot of rambling and ranting, but not a lot of counter arguing. But cool, I guess, is the things will be okay is how he could have summarized that. Or just, no, I think you're wrong.
So I don't find any of this stuff compelling.
Okay, let's move on because there are other topics I want to get to. One of your big arguments, and you've made this on Rogan and elsewhere, is that Iraq Israel got us into the Iraq War, or more specifically, pro-Israeli interests were a key factor, a key influence that pushed America into the war in Iraq. So I want to give you the floor to make your case here.
Yeah, well, I mean, if for John Mearsheimer, as you were just mentioning,
Spoiler alert, yes. They were clearly involved. Are we just going to quibble over to what degree?
him, so I just was at the top of my mind, but he wrote a book called The Israel Lobby, where he really details this pretty extensively with all the footnotes and citations that you need.
I've read it.
Yeah.
I find it totally unconvincing, but
Well,
Go
I mean, I don't even know how do you find it unconvincing? I mean, obviously,
I'll tell you. Well,
Okay.
I wanted to give you. Okay, so
sure,
I'll
sure.
tell you
Well,
why I find
I'll
it.
lay out the case if you want first, but sure.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if we're talking about Mearsheimer, let's talk about that, and then you can lay out whatever other
Sure.
elements of the case you think are compelling. So the idea that the domestic Israel lobby is big enough or powerful enough to get America to fight an entire war that we would not otherwise have fought is to me ridiculous. And now I'll give you a few touch points.
I'm really interested in why he believes that it's just completely ridiculous that AIPAC has any influence in politics. Do I use beard oils or is that all genetic? So I have really bad dandruff, so I use salicylic acid shampoo. And then when I'm done scrubbing my scalp and my beard, I then use tea tree oil. And then on stream, at the beginning of stream, I always put in a beard balm. But it's mostly genetic, I don't use beard oil to grow it. I just use tea tree oil to combat dandruff. But if AIPAC didn't have any influence on politicians and what politicians voted for, AIPAC wouldn't donate any money to politicians. AIPAC wouldn't threaten to primary Democrats so that they can get neoliberals that are more sympathetic to Israel's cause. If it's your belief that they only have a 1% let's say AIPAC has a 0.1% influence in whether or not a one politician is voted versus other in terms of the money that they spend towards the electorate. That's literally, there are multiple Senate elections in America every year that come down to 0.1%. If your belief is it's not that strong of an influence, that's a fine argument. But to think that it's ludicrous that the, domestic, like AIPAC, for example, might have some effect, and that some effect might be the difference between whether or not we go to war or not go to war, I don't know how you get there. Because if it's just ludicrous to think that they have any effect on the decisions that politicians make, well, then why the fuck do they exist as a lobby? The whole point of lobbying is that you have some effect on the decisions that politicians make one way or the other. What do they pay? Is it Coleman's position that AIPAC just blows all of its money for no reason whatsoever, and that it is a complete and total utter waste of money and it's never given them any benefit whatsoever? The argument that that you could say is look, we would have gone to the Iraq war with or without the Israeli lobby. That this wasn't even fucking close, and that there was this was just a done deal regardless of AIPAC, and here's my list of reasons. But the idea that it's insane, or sorry, ludicrous, I think, what do you say? Ridiculous, ludicrous, insane, I can't remember. One of those words. That AIPAC has any effect on the decisions of politicians is just, I don't know, that. Let's hear the argument, but that sounds crazy to me.
Or that we would not otherwise have fought is to me ridiculous. And now I'll give you a few touch points. During the entire George W. Bush administration, the Israel lobby spent $17 million lobbying Congress. Now that might sound like a lot to me or you. It is absolute chump change on the scale of domestic lobbying. To put it in perspective, the tobacco lobby spent $200 million, so more than 10 times that amount over the same time period. And they couldn't even stop Congress from passing a federal tax hike on cigarettes.
Okay, we'll do a quick little grok check. So hold on.
In time perspective, it is absolute chump change on the scale of George W. Bush administration. The Israel lobby spent $17 million lobbying Congress. Now that might sound like...
I want to check this. I heard Coleman Hughes state that AIPAC spent only $17 million on lobbying Congress during the Bush administration. Is this true? I don't know why. Like, why are you spending $17 million unless you're getting something for it? But I just don't buy that number at all. Total lobbying expenditures by all pro-Israeli domestic organizations, not just AIPAC. This aligns with data from Open Secrets Scope. Open Secrets categories pro-lobbying as, yeah. Okay. While direct lobbying was low, AIPAC's total budget during Bush's year was much higher, 15 to 20 million annually by mid-decade, funding grassroots mobilization, policy briefings, and congressional trips to Israel, activities not always classified as, quote, lobbying under federal disclosure rules. Post-2022, AIPAC, right, so AIPAC alone was spending far more money than that claim on things like NGOs, grassroots mobilization, policy briefings, which is briefing politicians on like what one policy is or what another policy might be, and then of course congressional trips to Israel. Yeah, I would like to look at like the full breakdown, but like, yeah, it's like I don't buy this. They only spend 17 million on lobbying. It's like, sure, it depends on how you define lobbying.
The Israel lobby spent $17 million lobbying Congress. Now, that might sound like a lot to me or you. It is absolute chump change on the scale of domestic lobbying. To put it in perspective, the tobacco lobby spent $200 million, so more than 10 times that amount over the...
Is the tobacco lobby also fucking, like what, how much money are they spending on NGOs that aren't directly associated with them that campaign for or against, a politician in a local election? How are they? Is the tobacco lobby spending trips to go to Israel? Right? Like I don't. He's the one that's making it about percentage of money, which is a stupid argument in and of itself because his claim is way too crazy to work. Because his claim is that all of that $17 million had zero effect and could never have any effect, which is obviously
same time period. And they couldn't even stop Congress from passing a federal tax hike on cigarettes in 2009. Now, during the Obama era, the Israel lobby spent $30 million, and they were outspent by the dentists. The dentist lobby spent $32 million. This is all according to OpenSecrets.org, which is usually the standard source people go to for such figures. This is, again, not to repeat my favorite phrase, but like a firefly to the sun when compared to the $2 billion, for instance, that Wall Street spent lobbying Congress, and they couldn't even prevent Dodd-Frank from being passed. So the idea that the domestic Israel lobby could get us to fight an entire war that we wouldn't otherwise have fought at the same price as the dentists are paying Congress is too much for me.
Right. Oh, this is a topic for another show, but the bankers love Dodd-Frank, and I think they were quite happy with that bill again. But that's a topic for another show.
They tried to prevent it from being passed, and only once they failed did they try to mold it as a plan B to their own image. So
yeah, they regulatory capture. Congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, look,
you can't don't start the movie in the middle. They failed with $2 billion to prevent it being passed.
I think you're the one who's missing the firefly for the sun, or whatever your analogy was in that case with the big banks. It's like, look, man, you could talk about these people who like get contribute tons of money to.
Yeah, here's another question. Yeah, Nikola Pavkovic. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Also, this is forgetting Israel influence isn't just through the lobby. Yeah, does the tobacco industry, or do they have an intelligence apparatus? Does the tobacco industry have their own Mossad? You know what I'm like? You like what? You know what I mean? Like, is the tobacco industry like a fucking an ally in the region that's propping up the U.S. petrodollar? Right, like there's other ways of influence beyond just direct donations in corporate lobbying and beyond, trips to Israel and shit. You know what I mean? Like in the NCAP world, Marlboro will have an intelligence division, right? Like does Marlboro have a fucking Mossad? Like is Marlboro part of the Five Eyes program? Like there's a lot of influence that Israel has, and it's not just lobbying.
Candidates in Washington, D.C. And then
Unironically, I would definitely believe that fruit corporations have a Mossad. They just pay local mercenaries, usually.
point out the one area where they didn't get the policy that they wanted, or they didn't get their A plan and only got their B plan. Okay, but then if you zoom out, you can look at how the whole system is rigged in their favor. They get free money and then lend it out to the American people. I think it seems to be working out pretty good for them rigging the system. But onto the Israel lobby thing. I mean, look, again, this isn't refuting any of what Mearsheimer said. Mearsheimer simply claimed that because you're talking about AIPAC and he's talking about the entire lobby.
No. Those numbers I gave were the entire pro-Israel lobby, of which AIPAC is something like half.
Okay, fine. But you're talking AIPAC and the American Enterprise Institute and the Washington.
I'm talking about every organization that's listed under the pro-Israel lobby on OpenSea.
But what he's talking about for most of the book, which is really what I'm always hammering down. I mean, look, there's no question like AIPAC supported the war, and some of these other, or the American Enterprise Institute, they all supported the war and they threw money toward that and they lobbied for it. But this was a neoconservative war. I mean, I don't think there's any chance. Look, the Iraq War was highly debated. It was contested. It was contested in Congress.
I mean, tobacco grooms local prosecutors and litigators, but I wouldn't categorize anyone involved as intelligent. People
who were against it. There were uniformed military people who were against it. There were people at the State Department who were for it, and the neocons were the ones who really pushed it through. And look, I mean, Coleman, you look at who the neocons were, okay? In their own words, they have deep loyalty to Israel. Every last one of them has said in their own words that they have a deep commitment toward Israel. They're writing all of their policy papers through the 1990s on how we have to overthrow the government in Iraq as part of this clean break strategy on behalf of Israel. And then they are all of George W. Bush's men. Literally, once the towers come down, George W. Bush is in the White House. It's a project for a new American century, all down his staff, down from his defense secretary, his vice president, and all of their men. They're the State Department, the Defense Department. And so it is not going out on a limb to say, yeah, this war doesn't happen without the neoconservatives. And I think John Mearsheimer very reasonably puts them as part of the Israel lobby. All you have to do is read their own words. It's not like I'm putting together some conspiracy. By the way, I love that Mearsheimer points out in that book, because I do think there's a real interesting point to make, that he's not saying it was a Jewish war. Like, the Jewish people in America actually opposed the war in Iraq much more so than just about any other group. I think the polling data was they were way out ahead against the war in Iraq. I forget the exact numbers.
Yes,
but it's sounding to me that Coleman's argument seems to be something happened they didn't like, therefore they didn't have any influence. Yeah, it's like, what do you... Again, I hate to be a broken record, but 17 million is really not that much money. First of all, why spend anything if it has zero influence? What the fuck? And number two, there's a lot of influence that isn't, as Dave Smith's pointing out, like people that are on that side, are in in positions of power in the government. But like, again, Mossad exists. The state exists. The state is an ally in the region. Like, there's a lot of forms of influence beyond just direct donations to by pro-Israeli American lobbies.
But yeah, there's no question that, call it whatever you want to. I mean, like they would basically through the 90s self-identify as the American version of the Likudnik party, but whatever you want to call it, these group of people who have in their own.
That's a very flowery statement. I don't think anybody was self-identifying as basically Likud. Like, come on, dude.
Words admitted they have like profound loyalty and connection to Israel, pushed for this war, and they had written in their own words that a huge part of it was because this was the strategy to help Israel.
None of this is true, Dave. Okay, so let's look
yes,
at...
it is. It's all true.
Let's look at their own words. Project for a New American Century is founded in 1998. If you go to their archive online, you can find the earliest thing written about Iraq by a member. The earliest thing is written by John Bolton in 1997. Here's the first sentence of the earliest thing written on the PNAC archive. You might think the United Nations would want to punish Saddam Hussein for disrupting and nearly killing the UN's own efforts to eliminate Iraq's weapons of mass destruction. Instead, the UN Security Council effectively rewarded him. The next year, when the PNAC is actually founded, as you know, they write a letter to Bill Clinton. Now, this is the first time that PNAC, the neocons, call for the ouster of Saddam Hussein. right, publicly.
No, it's the first time the Project for a New American Century called for him. It's not the first time the
That's what I
neocons
said.
have publicly
sorry.
called for him. Right, but it's not. No, you said the neocons. It's not the first time the neocons had called for it publicly.
Correct. We'll get to that. Apologies. So the first time PNAC calls for the ouster of Saddam Hussein in 98, they write a letter to Bill Clinton. The entire letter is about the fact that Saddam has WMDs or is pursuing WMD, and we can't let it happen. And this is how the letter ends. We urge you to act decisively. If you act now to end the threat of weapons of mass destruction against the U.S. or its allies, you will be acting in the most fundamental national security interests of the country. If we accept it, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So Israel is mentioned once in that letter, and it's grouped in with all of our other allies in the region. It's like they say, also, this will be good for Israel and Jordan and our other allies in the region. So PNAC, this idea that the Project for a New American Century, that you and I both agree is a good bellwether for the neocons, was not using the WMD argument. It was their main argument. It was almost their only argument.
When did he say that? Is he referencing some other debate or something? I didn't hear him ever state they weren't arguing that there was weapons of mass destructions there. He was saying that they were very pro-Israel and that they were influenced in some capacity by Israel. Right? Like he didn't make the argument that they never argued weapons of mass destruction.
Long before Iraq. Now let's get to this.
No, but this is just, wait, hold on, but Coleman, this is just not right. I mean, you've read A Clean Break, a new strategy for securing the realm and coping with crumbling states. I assume.
That wasn't about U.S. foreign policy. That was a recommendation for Israeli foreign policy.
Yes, okay, but you're saying they talk openly about wanting to overthrow Saddam Hussein for the Clean Break strategy. Like, so, okay, like, yes, in the letter to Bill Clinton, they didn't say that, but they had written openly about this.
No,
it's the entire strategy that they laid out, and we also have a 4-star general who's on record saying that he saw these plans, that they were going to go overthrow all of these governments.
Let's deal.
I've seen this clip, and Coleman fucking destroys him on that to a certain degree.
With one at a time.
But I've only seen it edited by Coleman, so it'll be interesting to see if maybe he edited out some.
Clean Break Memo. The Clean Break Memo, written by Richard Pearl, Douglas Faith, all these neocons.
David Wormser.
In 1996. It is a recommendation to Israel, to the Likud, to Benjamin Netanyahu, to say, here are some things we think that Israel should prioritize. It is not a recommendation about what American foreign policy should prioritize. That's the first thing to note. The second thing to note is that when that paper advocates overthrowing Saddam, the point of overthrowing Saddam was to replace him with a Hashemite monarch that would be friendly to Israel, like Jordan is friendly to Israel. That's the whole point. The point of deposing Saddam was not to replace it with a democracy. That is nowhere in the Clean Break Memo. So question for you, if the Clean Break Memo was some kind
when did he say anything about replacing it with democracy?
Kind of blueprint, why didn't we even make an attempt to replace Saddam with a Hashemite monarchy?
Oh yeah, I mean that's a good point. I think the whole thing fell apart, right? I mean, like
we never even contemplated it. We never even floated the idea. So
well, no,
how could it be therefore true that the Clean Break Memo is some kind of blueprint?
Well, Chalabi was like Judith Miller's big source on the whole thing, right? I think that a lot of
wait, what? So because what? Hold on. So there's a memo that says, "Hey Israel, here's all the things that would be best in your interests from us American neocons as allies together. Here's some things that we think would work out well for you." And then the evidence is clearly this is just like nothing. It's just a random fucking memo, and it doesn't actually say anything about their motivations, because a few years later, when we're involved in this war, and then this war in the region is all of these different warring warlords and terrorist organizations, in that moment, you didn't attempt to replace the government that kind of already fell over and turned into different warlords and warring states and different influences. In that moment, you didn't float the idea of replacing them with a Hashemite monarch. Therefore, this was never a blueprint, and this was never what the thing itself claimed to be. That's I don't understand that argument at all. That just kind of seems like an insane leap of logic.
The neocons seem to really believe that that was going to be what happened, and that's not what happened after they invaded the country. But Coleman, I mean, like, you're sitting here saying, like, okay, so these people are like, They're writing to Benjamin Netanyahu saying, here's the strategy for a clean break to get away from the peace process so you don't have to give up a Palestinian state and you can keep the status quo going. And so what we think you ought to do for that is overthrow this guy Saddam Hussein. And then you have them advocating for overthrowing Saddam Hussein for years more after that. Then they actually get into power and they do the thing. And we're supposed to pretend like that there's no connection there. I'm not like connecting wild dots. I'm saying.
Right. It's also yeah, strategic liberty. And Bush pushed democracy because Bush administration focus grouped it and found they couldn't sell the Iraq invasion to instill a monarch. There's this study that a university did on behalf of like DARPA and the State Department. And what not DARPA, sorry, the State Department and like one other group in like the intelligence. Anyways, there's this study. I want to say it's Stanford. It could be Princeton, but it wasn't Harvard. I knew it was an Ivy League school. And what they did is they did testing on how to sell vaccines to the American public. And they were like, like grandma, you're hurting grandma was one of them. The efficacy was one of them. And then they did like control groups about like birds or some shit. And then they discovered like, the one of them was like, once you get the vaccine, then you can go out and you can work. And like, I think that was the one that they found was the most successful, but that there was multiple ones. And so they devised, so the United States government devised how they were going to sell, like what was the reason you should get vaccinated for COVID based off of studies that told the government what was the most likely thing people would believe and would fall behind. Like, this is just how government works. So the idea of like, oh, well, clearly this was never a plan because this is what Bush sold to the American public. It's like, yeah, what they do is they find out what sells the war and then they just go with that argument. It's not like they're going off of that argument because the whole Bush administration are true believers in democracy. How fucking naive do you have to be on how governments and states work that you think that all of the politicians are honest? What? like, oh, well, he said it was about democracy, so they're very clearly this blueprint's all bullshit. All of these people that gave a memo to Israel to try and strategize ways in which they could, the clean break memo and things. Once we were in power in the government, we didn't do things exactly like that memo. Therefore, that memo was never a blueprint or a thing that it was. And the proof is that the Bush administration sold the concept of democracy instead of a monarchy because obviously the Bush administration and the fucking Dick Cheney are the most honest people I know.
And like they said, this is what their interest was. This is why they wanted it done. And then they did the thing.
No, that's not true. I mean, it's not true because Richard Pearl was not saying what America should do. He was saying what he thought Israel should do. What we ended up doing was not what was in the clean.
Dog, we're not doing things against Israel's interests in the fucking Middle East. If we're saying, hey, Israel, we think you should do these things, there's a tacit understanding. Not even tacit, an explicit understanding that we share intelligence reports, that we do joint military operations, that they are an ally in the region that is important for securing resources and securing Saudi oil and OPEC Plus, because the US dollar is backed by OPEC Plus until 2024. Like just because they say, hey, Israel, us powerful neocons in America think you ought to do this, doesn't mean that has nothing to do with the U.S.
Break memo. Your whole argument is that what we ended up doing was what was in this memo. It's not true. We deposed Saddam and we nowhere in the clean break.
Again, now he's just strawmanning his argument. His argument is not the clean break was 1-to-1 ratio of what the U.S. did as times change. Like, war is complicated. Like, unpredictable things happen in war. And so the situation on the ground changes. So you redevelop your strategy. What we have is an old document. What we don't have is classified communications between Israeli government officials and Israeli intelligence and American intelligence and like we don't have that shit. What we have is some things where they're trying to push Israel for war, and then we end up doing that.
Memo does it say make Iraq a democracy?
Also, why the fuck would you actually say, hey, Saddam Hussein, here's our invasion plan, and here's exactly what we're going to do step for step, and here's where our troop movements are going to be? Like, no, you don't you don't publicly make available every single solitary thing that your fucking government and governmental allies are going to do in war.
No Israeli Likud member would think you can make Iraq a democracy. They thought that notion was ridiculous. So what we ended up doing had nothing to do with what Richard Pearl recommended and everything to do with what George Bush thought would make sense. And you could be totally critical of that idea,
of all of
but
that.
you cannot argue that what we did the clean break memo. That's just factually incorrect.
No,
and then everything else Panak is saying, their entire argument is WMD,
Coleman,
WMD. You don't find Israel there.
Coleman, this is like if I point to...
Dude, yeah, they sold WMDs because that fucking works. They had like some decommissioned WMD storage facilities, and then they stopped letting the UN in. And so we had reason to believe, some level of reason to believe that there was some WMDs there. But even still, we had absolutely no evidence that they were using WMDs on their own people or that this was any real legitimate threat. We have nukes. Should every country just invade us because we have nukes? Oh, but the difference is that we work with this organization called the UN and a few other, NGOs and pseudo government institutions, and they inspect it and they go, yep, they're safe. So therefore and if we start doing some shit, the UN, they might write us a strongly worded letter, boys. Meanwhile, we have fucking veto power on the Security Council at all times. We're one of the 5 nations that do. So does that mean that like anybody can fucking invade us? Like what is this?
General Wesley Clark saying we're going to overthrow 7 governments in the next 5 years and that decision's being made. And then you say, yeah, dude, but we didn't overthrow. It took us like 15, 20 years to do that. Like, yes, of course. Obviously, George W. Bush and Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld and, Condoleezza Rice or Colin Powell at the time. Obviously, all these guys had influence on this too. And so I'm not claiming that the piece of paper came to life and everything that was on it magically happened after that. It's still a pretty important paper to look at. And this was written by people who were in positions of substantial power when the time came due. And so, yes, you're right. The spreading democracy to Iraq, which it seemed to, at least in George W. Bush's estimation, be an essential selling point to the war. You're right. That wasn't in the paper. And that got added later. But I think it's still pretty relevant.
That's kind of half the enchilada. Let's talk about this.
No, it's not. Okay.
Let's talk about...
That's half the enchilada, dude. We didn't do things one-to-one to the plan. Therefore, the plan is meaningless. Shut up.
This Wesley Clark memo that he never saw. Okay, so 4-star General Wesley Clark.
He never saw it?
Yeah, he says so in the C-SPAN interview. You don't remember this? He's talking about it. He says
that
this guy. He says I'm talking to the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Yeah. He says he handed him the paper and he was like, all right. Don't look at that.
He says, do not show this to me. I don't want to be on the hook for seeing classified info.
Yeah, I think it was. You're talking about the interview with Amy Goodman on Democracy Now, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So the memo that Wesley Clark never saw. Okay, it said, according to his hearsay, and it would be dismissed in a court as hearsay, that we're going to overthrow 7 countries in 5 years. Is Iraq, then Syria, then Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Iran. So the first thing I want to say,
we have overthrown 6 of those 7. I mean, just throwing that out there,
about this is that Pentagon memos in the Bush White House were called snowflakes because they came so often and they piled up on your desk. And let me read to you from the Washington Post at the time. Rumsfeld, whose sometimes abrasive approach often alienated other cabinet members, produced 20 to 60 snowflakes, these memos, snowflakes a day, 20 to 60 a day. Regularly poured out his thoughts in writing as the basis for developing policy. And Rumsfeld's aide, Keith Urban, which is a funny name, estimated that he wrote 20,000 memos during his time in the George W. Bush White House. And then we have from National Security Counterterrorism Advisor Richard Clarke, who is in the room. He was close with Condoleezza Rice, National Security. He says, from time to time, Condoleezza Rice would show Clarke notes sent by the defense secretary, these snowflake memos, all telling her to stay off his turf. The first time she got one of them, she thought, what do I do with this? Says Clarke, who adds she was advised to ignore them. Every once in a while, one of these ranting Rumsfeld notes to Condi would come. You can almost hear the eye roll. Like, this dude Rumsfeld is drowning us in his little thoughts and his stupid memos. He sent 20 yesterday. I get 20 emails from someone. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Send me one important one. So then this guy, 4-star General Wesley Clark, comes along, doesn't see the memo, hears about one memo, isn't privy to it because he's not allowed to see it, also isn't privy to the other 20 memos that day, isn't privy to the memos next week that might cancel out the strategy that was laid out. Do you have any evidence that this memo was actually important as opposed to one snowflake in a shifting strategy of 60,000?
I mean, this is a really good argument by Coleman. The counter argument, right, is it's not this perfect smoking gun. It's evidence that the Secretary of War says we should overthrow these 7 countries in the next 7 years. And in the preceding 15 years, we overthrew 6 of the 7. I think that definitely goes to show the mindset of U.S. foreign policy and those in power at the time. So apparently there were a lot of memos. One that described the future acts of the U.S. is now meaningless and irrelevant. Right? Like it does show that this isn't like this perfect, like, that this isn't this perfect, smoking gun of what, all of the neocons believed in the government. But the Secretary of War says this. Nobody is, like, General Clark's never been sued for defamation, right? Like he's never been prosecuted or in trouble in any way, shape, or form for lying about any of this. Nobody's come after him for it. It's probably true. I don't know. It might be false, but let's, if I assume that it's true, that's fucking problematic at the very least. That the Secretary of War at some point in time thinks we should overthrow these 7 countries in 7 years, and then we overthrow 6 out of the 7 in 15 years, and we just got done fucking bombing the 7th.
Well, I think, okay, so first of all, Wesley Clark has actually clarified a bunch of this more recently, but he did talk about how he had actually seen the plans originally a decade earlier in 1991.
That was some separate Israeli study, he said, right?
It was a little bit clunky the way he said it. He said it came from Paul Wolfowitz's desk, and that he had brought it to Brent Scowcroft, I think, who had said, let's look at that after. He said it was resurrected in an Israeli study later, and it wasn't exactly clear what he was referring to there. But again, we got a 4-star general, right? And he was not saying, like, because this was kind of weird when I remember Douglas Murray kind of taking a similar line with this when I had my conversation with him. But he wasn't saying like, oh, there's a memo, or there's just like something like what Wesley Clark is saying. And you're right, it is him saying what he heard from someone else. But he was saying, and a 4-star general felt comfortable enough to like say this on national television, that he went to the Defense Department and was told that the decision had been made, that we were not only going to Iraq. The way he tells the story is he came in, he found out they had decided they were going to invade Iraq. Then he comes back a couple months later, this is late 2001, and the guy goes, dude, it's so much worse than just Iraq. We're going to topple 7 countries in the next 5 years. Now, he said he goes to show him this, and Wesley Clark's like, I shouldn't really be looking at that document there, and this might be a crime for you to be showing this. But okay, so what we have is a 4-star general saying he knew of these plans a decade later. The same.
For the record, I also think it's kind of funny that like right-wing and libertarian people will hear like, somebody, someone from the Richard Nixon administration, and they'll be like, oh, see, actually we fucking, we made weed illegal because it would stop the anti-war protests and crack down on black people. And then conservatives will be like, that's bullshit. That's just hearsay. That's one person. But then when it fits the narrative that we kind of want to believe, all of a sudden hearsay is like valuable, right? I mean, I myself on this channel have said multiple times, don't trust any reporting unless the story has 2 unconfirmed sources and 1 confirmed source, right? And so like one person, albeit a very important person, saying that someone else said it, but not having the document itself and not having seen the document himself, is hearsay, and there's, we would need more individuals corroborating this. That being said, if we then, after this document, did regime change wars in 6 out of the 7 countries presumably listed, and then we are bombing the last one, that kind of lends some additional credence to that hearsay, right? Like those are 2 different pieces of evidence, right? It's not just the hearsay of this person from this 4-star general. It's the hearsay that is then corroborated by the fact that we did regime change war in 6 out of the 7 of those countries, and we've bombed the 7th on behalf of, we could say on behalf of Israel, or we can say on behalf of the world, because they're presumably developing nuclear weapons, far, far and above what is necessary, getting towards weapons grade uranium. Those are 2 separate pieces of evidence, not one piece of evidence.
Group of people is now back in power after being kicked out, for the Clinton years. They're now back in power. He's saying the decision's been made that we're going to war with. Hold on one second.
How would he know?
Hold on one second.
He wasn't even allowed to see the memo.
Let me just finish the point, okay? And then you can respond to this. He's saying, you're right, he didn't see the memo. It's just a 4-star general saying that somebody at the Defense Department told him the decision's to be made. And then in the following years, we didn't overthrow 7 countries in 5 years, but we did overthrow a bunch of the ones on the list, or target a bunch of the ones on the list. And so, Coleman, my argument here isn't that, again,
oh yeah, that's right. One of them we didn't do regime change wars in. It's like we did regime change wars in like 4 or 5 of them. I got to hear the list again.
I'm not saying that memo came to life and exactly what was written down on that has happened. Of course, there were more memos. Of course, there were more decisions that were added in afterward. But isn't it kind of hard to, don't you find it to be a little bit of a coincidence that General Clark tells you the decision was made in 2001 that we were going to overthrow Gaddafi and Assad? Like, just think about that. That was a wild claim in 2001 to be made. And then we did just that. You don't find that? That doesn't make your eyebrows poke up a little bit? Like, that doesn't make you go like, oh,
I'll tell you why. So
no, I'll tell you why. Can I say something? And I know this is kind of mean, but Coleman here, I don't think his eyebrows perk up at anything ever. he feels like he has the energy of a guy whose eyebrows never perk up.
It doesn't make my eyebrows raise for the following reasons. First of all, the people that actually saw the memo, like Condoleezza Rice, would say, oh, okay, another fucking 20 memos from Dawn. Put that in the special filing cabinet for my memos from Dawn, which is the trash bin.
Hold on. Whoa. That is super dishonest. To try and pull a Washington Post article as evidence that sometimes Donald Rumsfeld sent her shitty memos like, hey, back off my turf, lady. And then she's like, I don't know what to do with this. This is going in the trash bin. To say that all memos from the Secretary of War are ridiculous to Condoleezza Rice is a wild jump in logic. That is that is not the same thing.
There's no evidence that this was some grand strategy, right? And the only evidence you have is the general who never saw the memo. So then
no, there's another piece of evidence, which is that we did regime change wars in many of these countries.
You actually look at, is there any set of facts that would persuade you that this wasn't a plan? Because we didn't, 3 of the countries out of 7, almost half the countries have not done regime change, let alone within 5.
Okay, but one of those is Iran. And it's not like we're super nice with Iran.
Years, let alone in the specific order prescribed by the.
It's not like we haven't almost gone to war with Iran a bunch of times.
Memo, and so and not to mention we had,
like, for the record, I'm pretty sure Tucker Carlson kept us from going to war with Iran because fucking Donald Trump was watching some fucking Fox. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know that. I'm not actually making that claim, but like that is a rumor, and I want it to be true because it's hilarious.
We did do regime change in countries not on the memo at all, like Liberia. So there's actually no variable from the memo that actually matches our foreign policy. And so my question to you.
There's no variable from the memo that actually matches our foreign policy is a crazy claim because 2 of the countries we didn't do regime change wars in, and then another country we've flouted war with several times, and then 4 of the countries we did do regime change wars in, and 2 of them were things that in 2001 no one would have predicted maybe not no one would have predicted, but that was not like obviously we're going to do regime change wars in fucking Libya and Syria, especially when you consider that at the time Assad was trying to get Western banking influences because he was changing from a more socialist from a socialist country to a more capitalistic country, and he wanted foreign investment and foreign banks in his country. And this was, but what most people weren't recognizing the true power of was the fact that Russia wanted oil pipelines or natural gas pipelines going through Syria down into Iran and into Europe, which is of course a threat to the US petrodollar.
It was like, is there any possible set of facts of U.S. foreign policy from the last 4 years that would persuade you that this memo was not important?
Again, it's not the memo that you keep saying. It's that Wesley Clark says the decision's been made. That
How
we're
would
going
he
to
know? How would he know? He didn't even read the memo.
He's saying
He keeps making this. How would he know he didn't read the memo? The claim, whether true or not, is the individual that was attempting to show him the memo and said the decision's been made. Like that's the claim. Right. And then he says, I don't want to see the memo.
that his source at the Defense Department, and again,
So
keep in
is it
mind,
your argument that no one at the DOD would ever exaggerate or lie? Because
No,
if
that's
that's what
not-
you're saying,
no,
then
it's
who
not.
are you and what have you
Listen,
done with Dave Smith?
Okay,
So now we're just getting into this random fucking thing of, in order for his claim to make sense, no one at the DOD would lie. No, his claim is a 4-star general said this. This is really fucking concerning. And then a lot of the things that were in that were presumed to be in that memo came true. Like when I saw the edited together clip of this, it really made it look like Coleman just destroyed him and that he was stammering the entire time. And now I'm just seeing that it was just really selectively edited to make Dave Smith look like an idiot.
well, certainly, Coleman, that's a blatant straw man and not at all what I'm saying. So no, I'm not saying nobody would ever exaggerate. Sure, but I'm sure lots of people are exaggerating. The point is that the supreme leader of the NATO allies, okay, he's saying that his guy at the Defense Department said the decision's been made. My guess is that he's talking to people at the Defense Department who are in the know on this. And the point is, look, obviously, Coleman, the plan didn't go exactly according to plan. There's just no question about that. All of this is, this is late 2000.
Yeah, man. Like, don't you know that America is like so fucking overwhelmingly powerful and amazing that when they make a plan, the plan must go exactly as the plan is. That the situation on the ground and international and geopolitics, we'll say international politics. Geopolitics is actually like a stupid word, right? But international politics never changes. That our relationships never change. That like, countries don't fucking like countries and corporations and all those things. They're all in line with the American vision. And this is an absurd standard of evidence that Coleman is putting forward is in order for this to be concerning at all and believable at all, his claims would have had to have been 100% prophetic without any deviations whatsoever. Because any deviations whatsoever is actually evidence that none of this ever mattered whatsoever.
2001 here. This is still over a year, almost a year and a half until we invade Iraq. They all believed the hype. They all thought it was going to be a cakewalk. And in fact, that's another interesting thing that John Mearsheimer covers a bit.
Yeah, that is kind of true too, right? Like a lot of people thought Iraq was going to be like this super easy war and that it was like nobody like, I mean, some people did, obviously, like some people were smart enough to read Charlie Wilson's War, but like, but like a lot of people, a lot of people in power thought that we were just going to run in and we were going to be able to do whatever we wanted to do in there. And then it turned out that like the situation on the ground was a lot more complicated.
There, right? Is that essentially this was Sharon's.
Yeah, the plan laid out by the people who thought we'd be greeted as liberators wasn't 100% accurate, so it's actually meaningless. Yeah, the way this was selectively edited and the way Twitter was talking is like Dave Smith got crushed. And I saw like Jack Lloyd was just like, "Oh my God, like look how horrible Dave Smith is in his bad talking points." Dude, he's been coming out a lot better than I thought. Like this first segment, right? Why they hate us, foreign policy versus radical Islam, like a lot of bullshit from Coleman, but also a lot of bullshit from Dave Smith, right? Like I give this like a 50-50. This war, spending debt and Federal Reserve, I give this 90% Dave, and he doesn't get the last 10% because he let him switch topics. and didn't grind into him how absurd his economically illiterate post-Keynesian talking points were. The anti-war philosophy and where are the limits? I give him a B minus because these weren't libertarian arguments. These were all consequentialist arguments, but he was winning this conversation, and Coleman was saying nonsense. And now in the thing that I saw a bunch of clips in where he tries to make it look like Dave was a stammering fool that couldn't answer any of his questions and couldn't talk about this, he's making just more hilariously bad arguments, and Dave is actually crushing him in this. I went in this with a bias against Dave Smith and with like frustration with the way that he communicates Israel-Palestine. And so far, he has been controlling and dominating this conversation the entire time, and Coleman has been saying a lot of nonsense, with the exception of this foreign policy versus radical Islam position where Dave does kind of some sweeping for Islam and like really just won't fucking is just coping on the fact that Islam is a major part of the problem.
Initial beef with invading Iraq was he was like, whoa. Like he's like, hey, I want Saddam Hussein overthrown, but we got to overthrow the mullahs in Iran first.
He did not say he wanted Saddam Hussein. Where does he, what's your source on that? That Sharon said he wants.
It's the
In
envoy
fact,
of Sharon.
he warned Bush not to invade Iraq. Prime Minister Ariel Sharon warned Bush not to invade Iraq in February 2002, which is confirmed by the Israeli ambassador at the time, confirmed by Ehud Barak's former senior advisor, confirmed by Lawrence Wilkerson, the then chief of staff to Colin Powell. The Prime Minister of Israel told Bush, "Do not invade Iraq. It's not going to work." And anyway, Iraq is weak. Iran is the real threat.
Yes, right.
This is a massive, glaring hole in your story.
No, it's not at all.
The idea that Israel pushed us into Iraq. Go ahead.
Okay, if you let me finish the sentence, then it's not a glaring hole in my story at all. What got them on board, ultimately, the Israelis, were that they were persuaded that Iran was going to be next. And they thought, all of them thought Iraq was going to be a cakewalk. Now, Iraq turned out to be a catastrophe. And so, of course, the plan didn't go exactly according to plan. But again, you don't find it interesting. Like, honestly, just on a human level, you got a 4-star general saying the decision's been made to overthrow the governments in Libya and Syria. And then we went and did it years later. You don't find that to be, that's kind of interesting to me. Yeah.
No, because he never saw the guy who never saw the memo, heard about a memo, and no one else who's ever seen the memo has come out.
Forget the memo. He was told the decision's been made and we're doing this.
But how would he know? How would this guy know?
How would the guy at the Defense Department know?
So this is the thing. He didn't read the memo. He didn't want to read the memo. He never claimed to read the memo. He said that there was a memo, that someone wanted to show him the memo, and then he was like, no, that could be a problem because of national security, etc. He's the 4-star general is talking with the State Department, Department of Defense, someone there makes a claim, and then the claim doesn't turn out to be perfectly true, therefore it's all nonsense. It's like, no, that's interesting. Like, it's not a perfect smoking gun. Reductionist rebuttal, yeah.
Oh, because he's at the Defense Department.
But he's not the one making the decision.
Yes, he didn't say he was the one making the decision. He said the decision's been made.
By who? By Bush?
Bush would imagine the top of the Defense Department. I don't know. Rumsfeld, Bush. I don't know. It would be interesting to get a lot more of this information, but we have what we have.
Okay, instead of trusting the 4-star general that didn't even read the memo because he wasn't allowed.
I'm sorry, hold on. Did he just air quote 4-star general like he wasn't?
Okay, instead of trusting the 4-star general that.
Why are we air quoting 4-star general like he wasn't a 4-star general? That's so fucking weird.
Didn't even read the memo because he wasn't allowed to. Let's trust the people that were actually in the room. Condoleezza Rice, talking to Bush every single day of the entire administration, says that the decision was made to go into Iraq for sure on September 7th, 2002. If you have better information than that from other people that were in the room, I'd love to hear it. But in the absence of that, I'm not going to listen to a 4-star general that never read the memo that he's talking about.
Okay.
So we trust Condoleezza Rice because she was in the room, but politicians lie, and Dave's thing is that this, like, it is true that Condoleezza Rice could be lying. It is also true that Clark could be lying. Okay, both of these things are true. Now, Clark's claim about what he heard and why he thought this was crazy comes in part to fruition in a way in a way that at the time most people wouldn't have expected was any part of their plan. That's to some degree significant. Like, you know what I mean? And also the decision has been made is so fucking vague, and that is part of the problem as well. My membership ran out and YouTube put this under 30 video suggestions and no notification. What the fuck? I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. I did have to restart this stream several times because I tried to do the vertical and horizontal thing and it's garbage. It splits it into 2 separate streams. So then I have to follow 2 separate chats. And then both of the streams have less views because they're in 2 different streams, when the way that it was initially sold was that it was going to be integrated and then I could do both streams, like multi-stream of vertical and multi-stream of a horizontal. And then it would, potentially put me in the YouTube Shorts algorithm, etc. But instead it made 2 separate streams and 2 separate chats, splitting my audience in half and actually hurting me in the algorithm.
Again, it's not the memo. I don't know how many times to say this. We're kind of going in circles here. Oh, okay, yeah. You got a 4-star general telling you the plan has been made that we're going to go fight all of these wars, and
we
then
didn't even have a high enough
them.
classification to read Pentagon memos. I'm supposed to listen to him over the national security advisor that was reading all of these memos and talking to Bush every day and talking to Rumsfeld and talking to Coleman.
Was also a member of the regime who was selling this war. So
Condoleezza Rice? No, she was not. She was not a neocon. She was not a Rumsfeld. She had a horrible relationship with Rumsfeld.
No, I said she was a member of the regime who was selling the war, and that's exactly what she was.
But why would that make her less of an authority on what the plans were?
Damn, dude, he cut out so much shit to make it look like Dave Smith was a fucking idiot here. This is wild. He's trying to sweep and cover and deny that Condoleezza Rice was like she wasn't a part of the regime that sold the war in Iraq. What the fuck? How's that not relevant? How does that not call into question, the honesty of or the what it is that she is saying when she's selling a war versus a person that is in some way, shape, or form whistleblowing about the regime. Stitch and Adam are going to react to this video on Sunday. They hate Dave Smith and are on the camp that he got owned by Coleman. I wish someone like you was there. Yeah, I mean, I talked to them a long time ago, and like we had a very soured relationship because Adam really wanted to sell me on this idea that like morality and ethics don't exist or something, and that like all morality should actually be derived from evolutionary psychology. And it was really dumb. And I was just like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, he had no concept of like any, like he could, like I tried to explain to him why morality and ethics are separate. And he was like, he was arguing with me that morality and ethics are obviously the same thing and that they're an interchangeable word and that they have nothing that's trying to say that there's morality and ethics have any differences is absolutely insane, and that I was crazy for trying to explain ethics as a system of rules that people agree to, et cetera, and like morality being separate and that they're not exactly a one-to-one thing. And he was just denying that outright. And then he like blocked me a couple of times on Twitter because he got mad anytime I like would argue that his points of like straw man of libertarians. So it's just like he doesn't like me for some reason. I guess because I was too smart and challenged him too much or something. Like I was supposed to like simp for him on the show or something. Be like, oh, so interesting. You bring up Coleman short of yeah. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Maybe I saved it in bookmarks because I was like, where the fuck? Oh, I gotta zoom out. Show up. I think I saved, or at least I thought I did, but maybe I deleted the bookmark because I was gonna react to the full stream. Seems to be what happened. Let me search. Here's conversations with Coleman. It's not the one I saw. Also, he follows 0 people on, or sorry, he follows 5 people on Twitter. Like, dude, what? Come on, man. Let me see. He's got a bunch of clips now. Peace in Gaza. Yeah, this is the one I saw. Hold on. We'll look at like this this section.
If we had
So-
never
2 minutes, right? So mind you, this is 2 minutes. This section starts at like maybe like 58 minutes to an hour and 27 minutes, and it's cut down into 2 minutes. I didn't realize it was that cut down.
the fact is that much
So it's like it's a 28-minute segment cut into 2 minutes.
of what he said came true, and that's what makes it interesting. If we had never invaded Libya, never invaded Syria, never taken any of the actions that we took in the war on terrorism, then yeah, it would be much less relevant that a general said he saw that the decision had been made in 2001.
Okay. Well, everyone else in the room does not say the decision had been made. And he was not in these rooms making these decisions with the Secretary of Defense and the National Security Advisor and George Bush.
So it's just a complete coincidence that we went and overthrew those regimes that he heard that we were going to.
We have contingency plans for all kinds of
Again,
things.
that's
And when
not what
you're-
this is what
Hold
Douglas
on,
Murray tried to do
Dave,
too. The decision.
Hold on, this isn't the one I saw. What the fuck? Where's the fucking clipped one?
We're talking.
Was it not him that clipped it, but someone else that clipped it, and that was the one that went viral? I guess it wasn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Coleman. The clip that I saw had like video in it. Maybe it was Jack. I want to say Jack Lloyd. Maybe shared it. I'm gonna go ahead and trust that Jack Lloyd isn't fucking. Jesus Christ, this guy tweets a lot. Yeah. Okay. So it was this. It was this one that he shared. That was like clipped together. Okay. All right. Whoever this person is, fucking 88K. It's crazy how like I just meet a new person, every day that has like that I've never heard of, that has no real relevance, and then they have like 100,000 followers on Twitter, and they're like this huge name, and it's I'm just like all right, I can smell money in I can smell money in fucking social media influence mile a fucking way, can't I, boys?
Once you actually get down to it, once you remove all this, like, you're an expert, you're not an expert, you've never been, what are you watering, you've got no actual argument here.
Everyone that is in the room says that basically what the Israelis did, and Sharon is the leader of the party and leader of the country, tells Bush, this Iraq idea is stupid, it's not going to work, democracy doesn't work in the Middle East anyway. Iran is the threat, you should be focused on them. Bush tells them to F off.
This isn't even the fucking clip. It's a different clip that Jack Lloyd shared. I'm not going through all of it. Can I just fucking find it? Sorry. Is this the one?
Also,
This is the one. Here we go. Sorry, the other Nathan Livingston put together clips with music and other things.
have a 4-star general who's on record saying that he saw these plans, that they
We'll
were
get
going
to
to
the
go
4-star
overthrow
general.
all of these governments.
But why is it then that I got 4-star General Wesley Clark, Supreme Commander of the NATO forces? Why is it that he told me that he saw the plans? We know this because the 4-star General Wesley Clark himself said that he was out of power at the time, but he went to the Pentagon and he said that he saw plans. How come I have 4-star General Wesley Clark telling me 10 years prior that we had already made the plan?
This has been confirmed by 4-star General Wesley Clark that we were going to topple 7 countries in 5 years. Wesley Clark's a 4-star general. He was the head of NATO, and he told Amy Goodman on Democracy Now! That he saw in late 2001 what is become known as the 7 wars in 5 years. That the plan from the neocons in the government was that we were going to overthrow all these governments in the region in the next 5 years.
Let's talk about this Wesley Clark memo that he never saw. Okay, so 4-star General Wesley
He never
Clark.
saw it?
Yeah, he says so in the C-SPAN interview. You don't remember this? He's talking about it. He says
That he
this guy.
never saw it?
Yeah.
He said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, this is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years. I said, is it classified? He said, yes, sir. I said, well, don't show it to me.
Rumsfeld, whose sometimes abrasive approach often alienated other cabinet members produce 20 to
so
60
you're saying-
snowflakes, these memos, snowflakes a day. 20
So Dave Smith has clearly misspoken or not understood, the situation before prepping for this debate or in previous times, the difference between seeing the memo versus being told what is in the memo and then about to see it and then him being like, no, don't show it to me specific.
to 60 a day. Regularly poured out his thoughts in writing as the basis for developing policy. Every once in a while, one of these ranting Rumsfeld notes to Condi would come. You can almost hear the eye roll. Like, this dude Rumsfeld is drowning us in his little thoughts and his stupid memos. Do you have any evidence that this memo was actually important as opposed to one snowflake in a shifting strategy of 60,000?
The fact is that much of what he said came true, and that's what makes it interesting.
How we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years.
And that this was part of a strategy to overthrow 7 governments in 5 years. And all of them except one have been done. It's literally, he names 7 countries, and there's 1 to go. And that one, by the way, happens to be the one that Donald Trump is flirting with a war with right now, Iran. All the rest of them have happened.
Starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran.
3 of the countries out of 7, almost half the countries
And finishing
Happened.
starting with Iraq and then Syria,
Right? So Iraq,
Syria,
yes.
Lebanon.
Syria, yes. Lebanon, we have not done regime change war in Lebanon, but we have supported and we have constantly talked about how horrible Hezbollah is because they are horrible. Right?
Libya, Somalia,
Libya, Libya, yeah. Somalia.
Sudan, and finishing off Iran.
3 of the countries out of 7, almost half the countries have not done regime change,
Yeah.
let alone within 5 years, let alone in the specific order prescribed by the memo.
I mean, we've done operations and are still doing operations in Somalia.
And not to mention, we did do regime change in countries not on the memo at all. Like,
Isn't Lebanon effectively controlled by Hezbollah today? Yeah, like they control the southern region of Lebanon, and they kind of they basically control the government. But it's not like Lebanon is weird. Like technically they're not like controlling Lebanon, but they're controlling Lebanon.
Iberia. So there's actually no variable from the memo that actually matches our foreign policy. And
Coleman, my argument here isn't that, again, I'm not saying that memo came to life and exactly what was written down on that has happened. Of course, there were more memos. Of course, there were more decisions that were added in afterward. I'm saying that a 4-star general said the decision had been made, that he had sources in the
Based on
Defense
what?
Department. His sources in
memo.
the Defense Department.
who is basing it on what? The memo.
There might be lots of memos that go out every day, but a memo that says we're going to topple 7 countries in the next 5 years, a pretty big memo. That's not just one of the regular
Do you
memos.
have any
That's the point.
evidence it was a big memo? Your only evidence is the guy who never read it. You realize how ridiculous this is. You could, if you were a historian writing a book, you'd have to cut this out of the book because you're relying on the hearsay of someone that never even read the document, much less you or I have never read the document. And we know that they were writing 60 documents a day that Condoleezza Rice was putting in the trash. It's a ridiculously low bar of evidence you'd have to consider this memo and everything implied by it important.
I mean, I don't know how else to say this, dude. This just feels so nutty to me. I guess we'll just leave this up to people. Okay. And I'm not a historian writing a book. I'm a guy talking about these issues to the American people. So I don't know. You can decide whether you find that to be a pretty interesting story or not. Also,
yeah, when I saw this clip, I was like, holy shit, fucking, maybe he did. Maybe he got crushed, dude. And now I'm realizing it's part of like a fucking 30-minute conversation that was like clipped together. I'm just like, oh, okay, all right. And many of his arguments are absurd.
it's not a matter of making her less of an authority. It makes her less trustworthy. And he's not more of an authority or more trustworthy. The fact is that much of what he said came true. And that's what makes it interesting. If we had never invaded Libya, never invaded Syria, never, taken any of the actions that we took in the war on terrorism, then yeah, it would be much less relevant that a general said he saw that the decision had been made in 2001.
Okay. Well, everyone else in the room does not say the decision had been made. And he was not in these rooms making these decisions with the Secretary of Defense and the National Security Advisor and George Bush.
So it's just a complete coincidence that we went and overthrew those regimes that he heard that we were going to.
We have contingency plans for all kinds of
Again,
things.
that's not what this is what Douglas Murray tried to do too. It's not a contingency plan.
When you're the Pentagon writing 60 memos a day, I guarantee you will troll those memos and find information and plans for every possible contingency in the world. The burden is still on you.
Yeah, again, he's just that's not the claim. Deal with the claim.
This is not what we're talking about.
Out one out of the 60,000 and say that this was important. But can we get to Sharon?
No, he's not picky. It's not like Dave Smith had like thousands of memos that also include random fucking things of Rumsfeld talking shit to Condoleezza Rice. Okay? and other memos that I'm sure are like, fucking, we have to like, there are boring memos that get sent in government all the time, right? There are, without a doubt, like this claim of like, look how many memos were sent today, thus this memo is meaningless. Like, yeah, there are meaningless memos sent all the time. That doesn't, like, there are memos that are going to be sent from Donald Rumsfeld about like our upcoming trip and like why like such and such isn't going to be there, right? The memo in question is a conversation that a whistleblower, Clark, in this right, is speaking to someone and hears this crazy thing. Do you still support ICE? Odd Nova, why do you, like, when did you stop beating your wife?
It's not what
Because
you're
we
doing.
skipped over
It's just
Sharon.
not. It's just not what I'm doing. I'm not saying there was a memo once that said something. I'm saying that a 4-star general said the decision had been made, that he had sources in the
Based on
Defense
what?
Department. His sources in
memo.
the Defense Department.
Who is basing it on what? The memo.
Okay, fine. But even if it was, it's not. But the issue isn't that there's a memo. The issue is whether a decision has been made here. There might be lots of memos that go out every day.
No, it's just like Odd Nova has this super big. He's one of the people I talk about when I talk about when I was there's like a clip in the Discord where I was talking about like was it a decap, like the oh my god, the transgender anime profile Alice the K, sorry, that engages in philosophical masturbation. Odd Nova is just someone that likes the sound based and has problems, right? Like, you cannot have a rational conversation with them about any issue when it comes to libertarian policy and anarcho-capitalist philosophy, because they engage in that same refusing to engage in the real world and refusing to engage in actual libertarian or ANCAP philosophy. Instead, the government is bad, so anything the government does is automatically bad. Therefore, you should support open borders. You should support like abolishing all prisons. You should support anarcho-tyranny, but it'll be fine because you'll have your 3D printed guns, and when the revolution comes, everything will be great. And Odd Nova has this really weird thing where he will just repeat the same taglines over and over again and just won't fucking engage with any of the arguments on stuff. I've been through it with him so many times. I'm just like, whatever. I'm just like, all right, cool. Him again. Do you still support communism? Yeah, right. I do not. When did I realize I was gay? I tried it once in college. I didn't like it.
But a memo that says we're going to fight, we're going to topple 7 countries in the next 5 years, a pretty big memo. That's not just one of the regular
Do you
memos.
have any
That's the point.
evidence it was a big memo? Your only evidence is the guy who never read it. You realize how ridiculous this is. You could, if you were a historian writing a book, you'd have to cut this out of the book because you're relying on the hearsay of someone that never even read the document, much less you or I have never read the document. And we know that they were writing 60 documents a day that Condoleezza Rice was putting in the trash.
Again, this is a lie. Like, he was not writing 60. A Washington Post article claims that based upon a conversation between two people, that Condoleezza Rice sometimes got ridiculous, stupid memos from Donald Rumsfeld, and she didn't know what to do with those specific memos that were just like, hey, stay off my turf, quote unquote. And so she would throw those in the trash. And it was 20 to 60, not 60 a day. It was 20 to 60. There are a lot of memos that are mundane. There are some that aren't mundane. Like, this is an insane framing. Like, this guy, Coleman, like, I have a lot of issues with Dave Smith. He's not a fucking ANCAP. He's not even claiming it anymore. He's really just claiming that he's a libertarian that dislikes most of what the government does. Cool. I have a lot of issues with the framing that he does when it comes to Israel-Palestine, and I think part of it might just be a grift or audience capture, or maybe he's just a sycophant of fucking, anti-war, kind of like ideas, and, is hoping to gain the left and like, groypers and shit into this anti-Israel movement because he sees it as a pathway to success, whatever. But he's very selective about the way that he engages in that, and I don't think that he takes a very libertarian position there. But this dude, Coleman Hughes, is just super, super bad faith throughout this entire conversation. I think he's trying to snag the right-wing audience. Yeah. I want to make sure I understand this story. It isn't the memo, the general, Rumsfeld, the timing of the decision, or the timing of the reveal. The story is whether Dave Smith believes the narrative. I don't understand what you're saying. I like Kinsella's armchair philosopher phrasing. Well, you know, Kinsella is a more polite man than I. Okay? I like philosophical masturbation.
A ridiculously low bar of evidence you'd have to have.
Because it's self-aggrandizement and it's not fucking engaging in the world. It's just to pump up the ego of I'm the based ANCAP and all the other people are fake ANCAPs.
To consider this memo and everything implied by it important.
I mean, I don't know how else to say this, dude. This is just
Read slower than I was quite clear. All right, Dick, it's fucking 11:30 at night. We're, you know, fucking however many hours into stream. Technically, this stream started at 6:28, but it was, you know, it started at 6. I want to make sure I understand this story. It isn't the memo. I'm not sure what you mean by it. The general, Rumsfeld, the time of the decision, or the timing of reveal. The story is whether Dave Smith believes the narrative. I still don't understand what it is exactly you mean by it. Coleman's argument is, do you really believe that, and not engaging in the claim? Well, it's do you really believe that, and then also just trying to subvert anything by like isolating variables and then bringing up things that aren't actually relevant to the argument, and then recouching and strawmanning his argument over and over again in like these exaggerated things, which is he wasn't in the room. That what do you mean by in the room? He accused Dave Smith of like, do you really believe, as you said, do you really believe that? Do you really believe that the Department of Defense doesn't lie? And yet his argument hinges upon the honesty of Condoleezza Rice, right? And the official narrative of when we decided to go to war in Iraq, as opposed to recognizing that we're selling war to the American people. And then like constantly subverting from this one story, the story. Like most pronouns, it refers to Silver. Why are you being such a dick right now? Okay, I'll replace it with the story. The story isn't the memo, the general, Rumsfeld, the timing of the decision, or the timing of the reveal. None of these things are important to whatever the story is. The story is whether Dave Smith believes the narrative. What do you mean by Dave Smith believing the narrative? Are you saying that this is Coleman's argument? Are you saying that this is like my argument or someone in chat's argument? Like what you're saying is like only part of a thing. I don't understand what you're talking about. And you just being like, read it slower and, you know, like, oh, you don't understand how pronouns are isn't going to make me understand what it is that you're trying to say. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm tired. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I don't get it like for some other reason, but I don't understand what it is that you're trying to get me to respond to. What evidence do you have that this memo is important? Is way too reminiscent of Dyer's how do you ground that existence exists? Yeah.
feels so nutty to me. I guess we'll just leave this up to people.
Okay. Can we talk about Sharon though?
1 second. I'll just say, I guess we'll leave it up to the audience to decide. I think having the head of the NATO allied forces and a 4-star general saying he was informed that the decision has been made to fight all of these wars, and then we went on and fought a whole bunch of them, I think that's a pretty relevant detail. And I'm not a historian writing a book. I'm a guy talking about these issues to the American people. So I don't know. You can decide whether you find that to be a pretty interesting story or not.
Okay, let's go on to Sharon, because this is the core of the issue. You said earlier, I mentioned, and you agree that Sharon warned Bush in February 22 not to.
Coleman just avoiding the actual point of Dave's argument. The government is corrupt and lies because it'll make it obvious that he just believes that the government only lies when it's government I don't like. Yeah.
That they were writing 60 documents a day that Condoleezza.
Leave it up to the audience to decide. I think having the head of the NATO allied forces and a 4-star general saying he was informed that the decision has been made to fight all of these wars, and then we went on and fought a whole bunch of them, I think that's a pretty relevant detail. And I'm not a historian writing a book. I'm a guy talking about these issues.
Yeah, he just says like, well, I'll let them decide. Clip. And I'm not a historian. You know, yeah, like they just clipped out the entire argument.
To the American people. So I don't know.
Some person I've never heard of, and there's so many of them on Twitter with like 90,000 followers that's super important. It's just like, I feel like I'm not saying everybody that's pro-Israel is getting the $7,000 check. I am saying that it's real fucking from Israel. it is real fishy when there's these people I've never heard of, I've never seen on a debate panel, I've never seen on Piers Morgan or, you know, some other like major televised program. I've never seen them do the debate circuit anywhere. And like they just happen to have like 100,000 subscribers and like a podcast with a big audience somewhere. And nobody's ever brought them up. And I see those people all the time.
You can decide whether you find that to be a pretty interesting story or not.
Okay, let's go on to Sharon, because this is the core of the issue. You said earlier, I mentioned, and you agree that Sharon warned Bush in February 22 not to go into Iraq and that Iran was the big threat. But then you said
I'll let them decide. Primacy of the audience's consciousness.
the Israelis got on board.
It's such a nerdy objectivist joke.
When they were guaranteed that Iran would be after Iraq.
Yes.
Is that right? So then
well,
how does that
Mearsheimer really is my
my
source on this.
Okay, how does but I'm not following your logic, because how does that all add up to the Israelis pushed us into Iraq? Because there's still that he warned us. That sounds more like we pulled them into Iraq. That's your argument.
Well, no, I mean, look, it's not. Again, my argument isn't either of those things exactly.
You're saying we have to persuade them by putting out Iran as a chip, and we have to loop them into it. That's exactly what you just said.
Listen, yeah, but they're not monoliths here, right? So essentially, you have different factions within all of these groups, right? So you have the neoconservatives, who were always more closely aligned with the Likud guys and Benjamin Netanyahu. Sharon, I think, was a Likud at one point and then split with the party and formed his own thing. Like he had his own weird falling outs with Benjamin Netanyahu over the years. He was
Likud at the time of the Iraq War decision. He was the leader of the Likud party.
He was still Likud at that point, sure. Yes. But there's still different factions. It's not Benjamin Netanyahu. It was Sharon, who Benjamin Netanyahu a few years later quit the government over some of Sharon's policies, I believe. I think it was Sorry, I'm just getting confused in my own head here. I think it was the withdrawal in 2005 is when Netanyahu quit the government. But so you had the neoconservatives and Benjamin Netanyahu, who that wing, they were pushing for Iraq first. The Sharon's envoy, at least according to at least the first envoy that he sent over, right? He goes, whoa, no, we should go after Iran first. And that was like their issue. And they were essentially that group won, and they persuaded the other group that they would do Iran next, which also lines up with, General Wesley Clark's statement about how Iran would be the final regime that was overthrown.
Okay, so your argument
also didn't come true, by the way.
So let me just nail down what you're arguing. You're arguing that there's a split in the Likud party between the pro-Iraq and the anti-Iraq invasion. And within the Likud party, the pro-Iraq invasion element persuaded the anti-Iraq invasion Sharon element. That's your argument?
No, I mean, the argument is really that the neoconservatives drove the war and that they agreed with Benjamin Netanyahu, who also, as you know, came over that year and testified that we should go overthrow
That was
Saddam
after the
Hussein.
decision had already been made. That was on September 12th. According to Condoleezza Rice, they had a big meeting on September 7th, and they agreed on the war.
Why is anything General Clark says is just nonsense? Because he's not as powerful, I guess, and he wasn't in, quote unquote, in the room. Why is his sources just complete nonsense? But anything Condoleezza Rice says is just the fact. The fact is the decision was made on September 7th, and when Netanyahu tried to convince us to go into Iraq, that was completely wasted effort, because we had already decided to go to Iraq and there was no convincing to be like, it's this really like reductionist view of government. Like, government is not like this one king. I mean, it can be, but it's not a king, right? There are all of these different factions, and like there are corporations that need to get on board. You have to get the American people on board. You have different factions in American politics when it comes to Congress, and you have the Senate. And you have fucking there's this slew of the intelligence state and apparatus. Some fucking organizations we probably don't even know exist that are part of this, right? Like states are made up of tons of like it's a web. It's the as Mencius Mulbug or Curtis Yarvin says, right? The cathedral, right? There's the media has to get on board. And the media gets its information from intelligence agencies and gets, special access in the White House, but they still have to get on board. Like, you have all, like, in order for this like country to go to war on the other side of the fucking planet, there's all these different deals and these things that have to line up, and the best laid plans of mice and men, right? Like they don't, the plans you make don't turn out perfect. So in order for this memo to be true, the plan would have to be 1-to-1 ratio of predicting the future. It would have to be a prophetic memo. The memo and the claim by Clark would have to be that the Department of Defense had the power of prophecy, and they can't be. Apparently, Donald Rumsfeld's Secretary of War, he was actually fucking Cassandra because he was gifted with foresight, but no one will believe him. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Or in Iraq. The fact that Netanyahu testified to Congress 5 days later, after the decision has been made. I mean, if you're saying Joe is the reason I moved to New York, but I didn't talk to Joe until after I made the decision,
No.
then this is totally irrelevant. What matters is what was happening during the time that the U.S. security establishment was debating Iraq, which was winter of 22 to summer of 22. And during this time, we have multiple sources, including Lawrence Wilkerson, who is no fan of the neocons. He's acerbic about the neocons and acerbic about the Israel lobby, which he says is too powerful. This is Colin Powell's chief of staff. He hates the Israel lobby. Nevertheless, he said in, well, let me quote you from him, actually. He said in the New Republic, he goes, hold on, let me find it. He confirms the basic picture. Hold on, let me find it really fast. Okay, so he says, Lawrence Wilkerson, who hates the Israel lobby, says, the Israelis were telling us Iraq is not the enemy. Iran is the enemy. The Israelis tried their best to persuade us that we were focused on the wrong enemy. But once they understood that we were going to war, come hell or high water, they weren't going to get on the wrong side of the President of the United States. That's Lauren Wilkerson, who hates the Israel lobby, chief of staff to the Secretary of State during these years in the New Republic. So everyone that is in the room says that basically what the Israelis did. And Sharon is
Yeah, we bullied Israel into war with Iraq is certainly a take.
The leader of the party and leader of the country tells Bush, this Iraq idea is stupid. It's not going to work. Democracy doesn't work in the Middle East anyway. Iran is the threat. You should be focused on them. Bush tells them to F off. We're going into Iraq. And then Sharon says, okay, well, we didn't convince them. We might as well support our biggest allies because we never want to be on the wrong side of America. That's actually what happened. And then once a decision is made.
That's actually what happened, guys. Coleman Hughes understands every intention and every action and every thought of every person that is involved at any decision-making level throughout all of Israel and all of the United States.
After that point, Netanyahu testifies to Congress saying, oh, we love the war in Iraq, testifies as a citizen, not as a leader of the party. And everyone in the room corroborates this story.
Okay. I just say I highly recommend people read Mearsheimer's book, The Israel Lobby. The guy, this world-renowned scholar, wrote a book about the most controversial topic in the world. And so he just went out of his way to back up everything he says in the book. But the whole point is that, yes, initially there were people in Sharon's camp who didn't want to they all wanted to overthrow Saddam Hussein. Let's get real. They were worried about doing it first.
Congress did. We signed the Iraq Liberation Act in 98. Right. So it was bipartisan policy to push for regime change.
So that kind of helps my point. So let me just finish the point I'm making. Right, exactly. So that totally backs up what I was just saying.
Not that Israel was behind it.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, continue your point. I'm sorry.
All right, man. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Israel was totally against the war in Iraq. The whole year, AIPAC and the neocons and the Israel government were not pushing for the war in Iraq. I mean, anyway, I'd highly recommend people go read the book.
Yeah, I mean, it's like at a certain point, you just go, all right, whatever, dude. Like you're just going to subvert everything I say and undermine it with like, oh, I got a quote here from this guy. So actually, the proof is fucking Israel never wanted war with Iraq. What do you mean? Israel had no desire to go to war with Iraq because they wanted to go to war with Iran. So clearly the Americans are they were the bullies. Like, what do you mean?
It's all backed up in there. There's tons of evidence on it. AIPAC was bragging, by the way, about how their influence over the thing.
They bought the Iraq war for dentist money?
Yeah. No, I didn't say that, actually. It's just a lot of straw manning, man. How about just like, if I don't say it, don't just like make that my argument for me. Anyway, the fact that the
right
longest serving prime minister in Israeli history comes to America in 2002 and advocates to Congress, whether or not the decision had been made at the executive branch, advocates to Congress that we are going to, that you ought to overthrow the regime in Iraq, also overthrow the mullahs in Iran, also overthrow Gaddafi in Libya. That is relevant, man. And the fact is,
at the time he had been prime minister for 3 years. He wasn't the longest serving anything of anything. He was testifying as a private citizen.
Did I say that he was?
No, but it's relevant to
like it's relevant. It's relevant to the fact that like who's Bibi Netanyahu? Bibi Netanyahu, he wasn't the longest. He's a nobody. Bibi Netanyahu, who's this fucking chump? You know, in 2001, he's a nobody. Clearly, Bibi Netanyahu, fucking irrelevant. What the fuck is this?
The impact he would have had at the time.
No, but
He
it's
was
also
testifying
relevant
as
that
a
he went
private
on to
citizen,
be the.
and he testified after the Iraq War decision had already been finalized by the White House. What does it matter what he said after the decision was made, Dave?
Because he's talking to Congress and trying to persuade them to support it. I don't know, man. I mean, like it does seem like you're bending over backward to cover for a foreign country. It's just a little bit strange. The longest serving prime minister in Israel's history comes over here and advocates that we fight multiple wars on his behalf, and that's nothing to you because the decision to fight one of them had already been made. I don't know what to say. The neoconservatives drove us into the war in Iraq. They were all publicly admitting this at the time. This wasn't a secret.
Yes, but
There's no
not
conspirity
for
involved.
Israel's sake. But not for Israel's sake. We agree
Okay,
on the
that had
first
nothing to
half
do
of that
nothing to do with Israel. They all the neocons just happen to
Yeah,
write
'cause-
about how much they love Israel all the time. All right.
Okay, so what's your theory?
This is so weird. This is so like nobody knows what conversations are occurring at that level. The idea that like, oh, well, the decision got, this is what Condoleezza Rice said. They said 5 days before that they had already made the decision. So Bibi Netanyahu, he's just like some random citizen, nobody. It doesn't even matter that he went to Congress. That's not really any evidence of anything. Clark didn't even see the memo. That's not evidence of anything. It doesn't matter that like we did indeed engage in a bunch of regime change wars, and doesn't say anything about the concept of or the thoughts of people at that time. And oh fucking AIPAC and the Israeli lobbies, dentist money, man. Like I'm just like that has they don't even have any influence. Israel doesn't have any influence. They're not part of the Five Eyes program. They're not the strongest ally, as repeated by every single neoconservative over the last 20 years in the region. They don't have anything to do with the operations that we have over there. They're, like we don't have like joint intelligence operations with them constantly or connections with them. They're not flying politicians out to Israel all the time so that they can, kiss the wall, etc. Like, dude, you don't have to be some fucking anti-Semitic Jewsburg to recognize that Israel is a major fucking country in a region that we do a lot of shit in, and that we are in that our nations and our interests often align and often disagree, and that there is fucking cooperation and discontent between two governments that have that are made up of different parties and different things, but that yeah, the fucking CIA and Mossad do shit together, and that we share information together, and yeah, we go to war to try and protect the fucking US petrodollar, and they fucking go to war to try and protect their region and their interests and to gain more power and to this weird game that he's playing. Like Israel is this nothing burger that has nothing to do with anything and is just so fucking weird. The pulling U.S. politicians and have them kiss the wall, that's creepy as hell. If you're a hardcore Christian going to the Wailing Wall and fucking, you know what I mean? It's like, it's not that weird, but it is weird to me as an atheist. But
Of Tony Blair, because in my view, Tony Blair is the second most important architect of the war in Iraq. He put 40,000 troops towards the invasion. MI6 was responsible for some of the bogus intelligence about Saddam being able to deploy chemical biological weapons within 45 minutes or whatever it was that turned out not to be true. And he was also the primary international salesman for the war in Iraq. He gave all these speeches all around the world trying to persuade. He put really his entire shoulder to the wheel of this war. Yep. And he's the same Tony Blair that in 2009 said that Gaza was an open-air prison. So it seems to me, if he was somehow compromised by Israeli interests, those same Israeli interests would have been strong enough to get him not to say that about Gaza, because Israelis don't like that very much. And so what's your theory of why, of him?
Oh, I mean, I don't know that I have much of a theory other than I agree with everything that you just said there. I mean, yeah, I think he was a main driver of the war. He got on board with it for his reasons, and I'm not sure exactly what they are. But there, yeah, no question about it. He was a main driver of it. I mean, it's a lot of this. I've never made the claim that any of this stuff is like black and white, or that like Israel is the only.
Yeah, it almost feels like Coleman was prepared to subvert anything based upon his belief that like if you're against Israel or whatever, that like I don't know, like there's just something. I just get really like, as much as I have problems with Dave Smith's arguments and his framing, this is just like, this is really soured me. this video, this debate thus far, right? We're not finishing it tonight, right? We're probably going to wrap it up here soon. but thus far is supposed to be this like just Dave Smith got smashed. He got utterly destroyed. And so far, Coleman has just been bad faith and a poor at arguing the entire. I mean, he got him in a couple of quips, especially in this section, right? Where like fucking Dave Smith is sweeping for Islam for some reason because it doesn't fit his narrative. But like, yeah, he's just been dishonest the entire time and just subverting and straw manning and just talking nonsense.
The actor, or the only reason why anyone supported the war in Iraq was because they were bought off or threatened or influenced by Israel somehow. So like, yeah, we fought a whole war in Afghanistan too. I think that really had nothing to do with the Israel lobby. I don't think the war in Yemen, despite the tensions with the Houthis and the Israelis over the last couple of years, I don't think that backing the Saudi war in Yemen had anything to do with Israel. So I think he got on board for his own reasons. He probably, my suspicion would be that in the wake of 9/11, he thought it was the best political move for him to make would be to be absolute best friends with George W. Bush and get on board with whatever he was saying. And you're absolutely right that British intelligence was amongst the worst offenders of pumping out all types of garbage lies to get us into that war. So I think.
But presumably, if he was motivated, I would say, I'm sure political calculation is never 0% of the story in these cases. But it was not a very good political calculation for him. And whenever he just...
Is he going to act like political calculations are just this minor thing about what politicians do? Certainly it's not 0%, but like, let's be real. Politicians, by and large, are like, they're just doing what's best for their country or some shit. Like, where is he taking this? Because that's a weird thing to say.
Percent of the story in these cases. But I'm sure political calculation is never 0% of the story in these cases. But it was not a very good political calculation for him. And whenever he justified it, he had this liberal interventionist philosophy that the armies of modern Western societies have a duty to overthrow terrible dictators. That's how he made the case, basically.
Yeah, and I think
and if that's true, then presumably a lot of his contemporaries in America were awash in the same ideas. And if you understand the point I'm making, that it's not like Tony Blair was plucked out of the head of Zeus and had his own philosophy. He was sharing a sort of worldview with a certain kind of Western leader at the time, of which George Bush was in that crowd. And this hadn't, for them, it had nothing to do with Israel, but had to do with this other motive.
Oh yeah, no question there. There's lots of things going on in the world, Coleman. It's a complicated place. Sure, I completely agree. And I think also a thing that's important that I think just being my age, I guess because I remember this, well, even though I was a little kid at the time, but like, Joe Biden was opposed the George H.W. Bush's war in Iraq. And then after that, he never opposed another war again, like publicly like that, because it was, the thing was viewed at the time as this overwhelming success. And you totally looked like an idiot if you had been the one who was opposing it, at least in the short run, and not at all in the long run. But so I think there was a feeling like it was still very much, this was only 10 years earlier that we had gone, 9 years earlier, that we had gone into Iraq and had,
As ridiculous as Dave Smith's arguments are in Israel, because I think they're like selective to make Israel like more the bad guy in a lot of these situations. Even Dave Smith is not somebody that like is like Israel is the fault of everything. It seems like he's engaging with Dave Smith where he's like, but Tony Blair had different ideas and there was different philosophies that got us into these wars. Therefore, your argument that Israel has anything to do with anything is fucking insane. It's like, oh, what? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Dave Smith has ever made the claim that it almost feels like he thinks if you're not on the side of Israel or something, because I don't really like know his full position, but it feels like he's like, if you're not on the side of Israel, then clearly you're a far right crazy person that thinks the Jews run everything. He's not saying that, but it's like why do you like keep hammering this thing of this point of agreement like you disagree?
This kind of what was looked at as a real easy, military victory with no losses on our side and nothing but parades and, it's great. And I think a lot of people thought that's what we were gearing up for again. If you remember at the beginning, they were going in under Rumsfeld's light footprint strategy. It was going to be like a war on the cheap. And I don't think, my guess would just be that like Yeah, probably a lot of people, especially people in power. I think it's very easy and very intoxicating for them to be like, yeah, we'll remove Saddam Hussein and then everything will be better. And that'll be, we'll go down as we did this really great big thing together and that'll be cool. And I don't think that many of them thought.
I still love you, Stacey. Yeah, well, people always give me shit for not getting anything done in the stream, all right? So, like, we're getting through this Tony Blair segment at least. And then, I can at least be like, look, I got more than 40 minutes or 20 minutes, what some of you were saying, all right? We're getting, like, to fucking, like, at least an hour and 40 minutes in.
The civil war in Iraq would go as bad as it did. I mean, I think, honestly, even of the people who were anti-war, I think it would have been hard to predict how terrible.
Do you blame us? Do you blame America 100% for those deaths, even though it was Sunnis and Shias slaughtering each other?
Well, I mean, I guess the word 100% would be a little bit tricky there, but yeah, I mean, there's no question that, like, that's, if you start a war that turns into, and it's not like we did a thing and then there was a civil war and then we were just like a non-active, participant in the whole thing. Like we broke the country, a civil war broke out, and then we sided with one side of the civil war and fought it brutally for years. So yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, of course. I mean, if you lead a war of aggression based off lies, you have a large degree of responsibility for the catastrophe that ensues after.
Even if that's not actually Americans. I think, so my view is there's partial.
Now, finish that thought, Coleman. Like, what bullshit were you about to say? Like, at this point, when he stopped speaking mid-sentence, good night, Stacey Pastry. Like, when he stops speaking, at this point, my trust of anything this dude says is in underneath the ground. And I just feel like whatever the fuck he was going to say was going to be wildly dumb. like when at this point, if he's stopping what he's saying because even he realizes that that's like not a good argument, this is
really
wrong.
Americans. I think, my view is there's partial blame to the extent that it's foreseeable.
Roger.
To the extent that it's foreseeable, that's the extent to which we are to blame for it. And so it was a known risk that the country could collapse. It was not everyone predicted it. Some people predicted it. But I wanted to ask you.
So he's a consequentialist, but we have no moral responsibility for the consequences of our actions if we didn't know that was going to be the consequences of our actions. Like, that's like saying, so like imagine like, by that logic, right? The Chernobyl is not the fault of the communist Russians because it wasn't foreseeable that there was going to be everyone that like drove those tests and despite the fact that they shouldn't have been doing that test because they didn't know that there was it graphite on the rods because they didn't know about that. Well, they have no culpability in fucking Chernobyl. I mean, they violated a bunch of the fucking safety procedures and forced a test to run that shouldn't have been run. But like, it wasn't foreseeable that like when they hit the emergency button that would actually cause a reactor core meltdown. So like, who's, you know what I mean? Like it's Chernobyl's not really those guys' fault at all because they didn't know. It's like, no, dude, if you violate a bunch of safety and you go against things because that's what communism does, because they're all afraid to go against the person above them, that process and those actions to directly put people's lives at risk, you're responsible for the consequences of violating safety and violating, and putting people's lives at risk, right? It doesn't matter that you didn't know that there was graphite on the rods. We have no idea that toppling a government could lead to bad outcomes, right? Well, to the extent that it's foreseeable, we didn't know a civil war might break out, so that's not really our fault. There, I got my emojis back. That is what really matters. Hell yeah, dude.
Well, it was easy. I would just say it was easy enough to be predicted that Dick Cheney, before he went and lost Halliburton a bunch of money, Dick Cheney was able to describe exactly what was going to happen if you would have
zirconium tipped. All right, fair enough. I'm not a fucking nuclear physicist.
Removed.
I even said, what is it? Graphite? I don't fucking know.
Saddam Hussein, when Dick Cheney was able to describe exactly what was going to happen if you would have removed Saddam Hussein when he was talking about the first war there. I'm sure you've seen that clip of him. And so I think that basically takes away even the plausible deniability that you might have there. If your vice president was already he didn't, not only did he see this as a possibility, he precisely said what would happen if Saddam was removed. So I don't know. I think it really removes all that. No, I mean, I think like whether you can foresee
Your Strategic Liberty coming out with the fucking the prediction.
see it or not. I think like almost in the same way that like if you kidnap someone and keep them in your basement and they die down there, yeah, you're going down for murder now, man.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, Nicola. I'm not autistic.
You're not just going to kidnap someone and keep them in your basement and they die down there. Yeah, you're going down for murder now, man. You're not just going down for kidnapping anymore. So I do look at it like that. I think absolutely, and that's not to remove any of the responsibility from like the Sunnis and Shiites who are fighting over there, but yeah, and again, like I said, it's not like America was not an active participant in that civil war. So yes, I think
yeah, dude, I don't know. I don't know anything about nuclear physics, right? Like I watched a fucking HBO drama about it and then was like Googled some shit and was like, is this true? Oh shit, it is true. You know what I mean? Like I like mildly fact checked it. Like I don't claim to be a fucking expert on Chernobyl.
we have a lot of responsibility, or DC has a lot of responsibility.
During the Vietnam War, many people argued that if we pulled out, Cambodia and Laos and other countries would go communist, and that this would lead to what had happened in every other communist country, which is widespread slaughter. And that's what happened. The Cambodian genocide killed 2 million people. Do you rest any of the blame for those consequences foreseen to some extent at the anti-Vietnam War factor?
The idea that you are comparing going to war and destabilizing a country versus stopping killing, and therefore you're responsible because of the domino effect of communism is just so like I'm out. I don't need to see any more of this to know that this dude did not, even if in the latter half of this debate he does indeed get him on a bunch of shit and stomps him. He has been so dishonest and so evil in his argumentation and so subversive that like I'm not getting where he got stomped. And this is from somebody that is biased against Dave Smith in terms of his discussions of Israel and Gaza. Like, dude, I'm so out.